David Bessamy, it's great to have your insights. Thanks so much.
No worries, great to be with you.
The share market hit a new record high on Friday, outdoing the previous record reached midweek. Both indices added almost 2% across the 5 trading days. Independent analyst Evan Lucas says more records may be reached through 2024.
We certainly could. I'm a little bit more concerned about what happens over the next couple of weeks. So I think that this week will be the final sort of, buying the rumour into what will be the fact of earnings season. And that's why I don't think it will happen very soon, but it will certainly happen through this year. We know interest rate cuts are coming, whether or not they're as soon as what the market wants is debatable, but it will happen. We know that the soft landing is now becoming more likely than not. So getting back to my reason for that, there is clear probably going to be several factors in states seeing it. So, Microsoft delivered an incredible result, just wasn't enough for the market, despite it having an unbelievable number. Apple doing the same thing. So we're likely to have a February of, sell the actual factor. So watch CBA, watch CSL, BHP, Rio, the other 3 banks when they have their quarterlies. They're going to tell you decent numbers. I just don't know if they're going to justify the prices they've got to. CBA is a great example, but it also made a record all-time high this week, and therefore, is its numbers going to be enough? That's why maybe in the next 4 weeks we don't get there again, but we will sometime.
There's been a lot about banks this week. New York Community, after citing stress within its commercial real estate portfolio, regional bank stocks, they're tumbling. How serious is this?
So it's almost sort of, 11 months to the day basically since we saw, Silicon Bank and Signature Bank have similar problems. I think the thing you've got to remember is that over the last sort of 10 years since the GFC to now, there's been about 380 US banks that have actually gone by the wayside. So that's not good, don't get me wrong, but it's good to sort of a little bit of consideration that this isn't something that should really rock the whole boat. It's more around regional funding and regional overall balance sheets of US banks are being questioned. The tightening of rates, where they sit, funding rates and where they sit, are very much pushing those marginal lenders, the smaller lenders, to the wall.
The US office loan situation, fallout from the COVID work from home experience, that extended to Japan as well this week though.
It did. So a bank that's called Otazora, they also have a huge exposure to regions and, as you said, to commercial office space in the States. And it's also showing that, it's not immune. Like we saw during the GFC and also through the Eurozone crisis, banks are interconnected not just in their own countries but across the globe. So that spread has seen it have 2 days of around sort of 20% average falls. It's been a massive decline. This despite the fact that the Nikkei is on a tear, and the Nikkei was down 0.8 off the back of the news.
What about here? Could we see all that amongst Australian banks?
So our banks are very domestically focused. That's a good and a bad thing. It does mean that when domestically we do badly, they will as well. But we don't have the global exposure or the global issues that can come with a GFC, a Euro crisis, etc. So for us here, we're probably slightly immune to those kind of issues. But, and I do say this very clearly, we do use those markets for funding. We do go overseas and get funding from over there. So if there was a rock in the funding markets, then we would feel it.
Evan Lucas, thanks so much.
Thank you, Rachel.
Australia's second largest ports operator has reached a pay deal with the Maritime Union of Australia, ending months of industrial action. The 4-year agreement, yet to be formally signed by DP World and the union, follows 2 weeks of intense bargaining facilitated by the Fair Work Commission. The company had appealed to the Workplace Minister to intervene, claiming the stoppages were causing significant damage to the economy. But Tony Burke refused, saying the pair needed to work out an agreement. The judge in Hong Kong has ordered Chinese property giant Evergrande to be liquidated after it was unable to reach a restructuring deal with creditors. A crackdown 3 years ago by Beijing on real estate speculation caused a property crisis, with Evergrande owing more than $450 billion. The liquidator will now attempt to take control of the firm's assets outside China. Offshore creditors can also apply for the sale of those assets in mainland China, but that will depend on whether Chinese courts recognize the winding up order from Hong Kong. Former Boeing workers have told the business the aircraft manufacturer allegedly cut corners on production lines to meet deadlines, putting the safety of passengers at risk. The aviation giant has held off issuing financial guidance for 2024 as it tries to clean up its reputation after 2 fatal crashes in 5 years and a mid-air emergency last month. Nadia Daly reports.
Boeing MAX 9 back in the air this morning, 3 weeks after that frightening in-flight blowout at Fort Hood.
We believe in our airplanes with confidence in the safety of our airplanes. We're going to hold Boeing accountable for that. We're going to hold them to a higher standard.
Boeing might be cleared for takeoff, but the aviation giant is under increasing scrutiny. An Ethiopian Airlines plane has crashed on its way to Nairobi.
Evidence is pointing to mechanical failure.
After 2 fatal crashes and a recent mid-air emergency involving 737 MAX planes, the regulator is paying close attention to its production processes. Former US employees have told the ABC the latest incident involving the Alaska Airlines flight was horrific, but no surprise to them.
When I heard it was a MAX plane and I knew it was built on a factory, my instant reaction was that plane shouldn't have been built. We should have stopped production. Everything was being rushed.
This is shocking because the plane wasn't even 3 months old yet.
John Barnett worked on the Boeing factory floor in South Carolina as a quality manager for 3 decades before retiring in 2017. He says when he raised safety issues, they were ignored or minimized.
I've seen how they're built. I'm not going to fly it.
This is a simulator for a Boeing 737. As a pilot, what's going through your mind and what steps are you taking if you're flying a plane that has some sort of emergency situation like part of the plane falling off, as was the case in the Alaska Airlines incident?
The steps you'd follow immediately would be the pilot's putting on oxygen masks. And then after that, you're focusing on manipulating the air conditioning pressurization units as well as the passenger oxygen units to make sure they're getting oxygen too.
Currently, no Australian airline has the 737 MAX 9 planes in their fleet. Virgin and Bonza have the MAX 8s, but declined to comment. Back in the US, Boeing and Alaska Airlines are facing a lawsuit over claims some oxygen masks on that flight failed.
And it's like, well, we've known about that since 2016 and they've done nothing about it.
John Barnett reported faulty oxygen systems in a whistleblower complaint to the industry watchdog, the Federal Aviation Administration, in 2017, after he said Boeing failed to take action. The ABC has obtained a copy of that report. The FAA found there were some faulty oxygen bottles. However, the regulator decided to take no action as it said Boeing was already aware of the issue. Boeing previously said it addressed the problem at the time by removing the faulty oxygen bottles from the production line.
So their culture is all about speed and production and getting airplanes out the door. And any issues, any concerns that you bring up is going to slow them down.
Although Mr. Barnett worked on a different aircraft, the Dreamliner, he believes the same oxygen system is used on other planes, including 737 MAX jets. Former Boeing manager Ed Pearson also raised concerns corners were being cut in his factory that builds 737 MAX aircraft just months before the 2 fatal crashes.
The company has taken shortcuts across all aircraft programs.
Aviation consultant Neil Hansford says the Boeing brand is tarnished.
when you start killing that number of people in the number of crashes that they've had. In most countries, other than the United States, you wouldn't survive. The stock market would pillory you. But in America, they seem to get away with it because Boeing is a producer of defense equipment and it's almost too big to let it fail.
For a company that was once considered the gold standard of commercial aviation, Boeing's reputation has clearly been compromised. Its share price fell by 20% in a month. For Ed Pearson, there's a bigger question.
Where was the FAA? I mean, that's the question is where the hell was the FAA?
The Federal Aviation Administration declined to comment, but has pledged to ramp up oversight of the plane maker. Joe Jacobson worked for the regulator until 2021 and believes it's beholden to the aviation giant.
Boeing is able to pressure them to do what Boeing wants to do. There are many problems right now, design problems, production problems. FAA needs to step up and be more assertive in their regulatory role.
A call to ensure safety continues in the skies. The battle to dominate Australia's clean energy transition has been fought by billionaires backing electrification or hydrogen, but many hydrogen projects are under pressure and prices for critical minerals needed to make batteries have plunged. In car manufacturing, Japanese firm Toyota is betting big on hydrogen, which critics say is not paying off. Amelia Tozon reports.
We're on a security patrol down the back streets of Melbourne, looking out for the signs of crime.
We're doing a general patrol today, just checking out fence line.
Grant's company has 7 cars, each can do hundreds of kilometres a day. This one is zero emissions and it's not an EV. Instead, it's powered by hydrogen.
Within a few days, we knew this was the vehicle for us to move our fleet beyond fuel.
Why didn't you go for an EV?
EVs we trialled, so we trialled a few EVs and we need to be able to refuel at a moment's notice and be able to have a car on the road within minutes. If we had to plug in and go down the lines of recharging the car, we're looking at 8 hours off the road.
Instead, Grant's workers take their cars down to this refueling station that's owned by Toyota.
So you're only doing half the refuel, so maybe 1 to 5 minutes, a little bit shorter.
The hydrogen comes out as a sub-zero gas. It is made here on site using solar as well as power from the grid and water.
Just like an EV, there is no tailpipe on this car. Toyota says that all that's emitted is water vapour, which comes out somewhere under here, and apparently is so clean you could water the garden with it.
Despite their advantages, hydrogen cars are not taking over.
The refueling infrastructure is limited. So, of course, we can't introduce a car to market that can't refuel.
Energy economists believe the real issue that is holding back these cars is the price of hydrogen.
To get it down to a level where it starts to compete with battery electric vehicles, you do need to push it down to about $2 per kilogram of hydrogen. To get hydrogen at $2 per kilo, you need to be able to make electricity to make the hydrogen really, really, really cheap. And the thing is that when electricity gets really cheap, it becomes even cheaper to run your electric car.
And she says that installing fuel stations doesn't boost uptake.
They really need to think about where's the hydrogen going to get used, because a lot of that general infrastructure may well end up as a stranded asset.
Just 6 hydrogen cars were sold into the Australian market last year. That compares to 87,000 electric cars.
Toyota is trailing behind when it comes to EVs. It's only producing its first one in Australia this year. The company, which also sells a lot of hybrids, maintains that all sorts of cars will be needed to bring down emissions, although its bet on hydrogen isn't even working out in Japan.
There are only 420 fuel cell cars sold in Japan last year, and that's in a market of more than 7 million vehicles.
Back home, Grant is leasing 3 hydrogen cars off Toyota, which includes all the gas he wants, servicing, rego, and insurance.
It's basically the one-stop package for us that we get away with $25,000 per car.
And does that work out on what you're paying on petrol?
it's even cheaper for us.
Toyota admits its leasing package isn't a moneymaker, but as long as it's on offer, Grant is happy and he hopes to have an entire fleet of these cars by 2025.
And that's all from Close of Business. For more on those stories, go to our website and catch The Business Monday to Thursday evenings at 8:45 Eastern Daylight Time on the ABC News channel and after the late news on ABC TV. I'm Rachel Papazoni. Thanks for watching.
The Prime Minister needs strong lieutenants so he may survive.
Can't you have the vaccine on the nut, as in away you go? And I thought, surely not.
It unleashed a lot of blood. Good old-fashioned knives in the back, or the front. We could hear laughing, cursing about this person or that person. Nothing Turnbull brought himself up. He's a free man. Maybe one day we will be again. Is there a good Malcolm and a bad Malcolm? There's only one me.
Nemesis, Monday at 8, ABC TV and ABC iView.
I don't want to dig no more. What the? We're here to dig. What's wrong with you? I found out that Chloe is going to unsubscribe from the streaming service we are on. Since when? Since it's getting too expensive having multiple subscriptions. One of them has got to go. How's she going to get a fix of greedy crime dollar? ABC iView. They have crime shows, dramas, comedies, and stuff for the little ones too. And it's all free. 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 And I'm free.
Your positions on climate change, there was an inevitable backlash.
In my opinion, it's a loud minority, and that's not a good thing.
I don't know what kind of democracy we ever going to be. Can we ever do good things again?
It took an art professional to tell you what you were doing was art.
Yes, it was not looked at as art.
What were you most afraid of? Never see filming again?
When they say you can make a film your master, it's not really, because you're always learning the damn thing.
7:30, Monday to Thursday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Today, the US begins retaliatory strikes on Iranian targets in Iraq and Syria as the bodies of 3 American soldiers are returned home. A man dies after his boat capsizes at Barwon Heads at southwest of Melbourne. Evacuations have begun in Chile as wildfires rage through the country's central areas, killing 10. And the Socceroos slip away in the Asian Cup quarterfinals after a costly last-minute mistake. Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Dan Borsha. The US has begun carrying out retaliatory strikes in Iraq and Syria, targeting Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated militia groups. Here's North America correspondent Barbara Miller.
The hearing from senior administration officials is that 85 targets were struck at 7 facilities. Now, 3 of those facilities were in Iraq, 4 were in Syria. And the administration officials say that they were targeting Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force, and affiliated Iranian militia. Now, the U.S. blames Iranian proxies for that deadly attack in Jordan, which 3 service members were killed, and for a series of attacks that have really been ramping up on U.S. forces in the region since the start of the war in Gaza. Now, administration officials are saying that they believe the strikes were successful. They're still doing damage assessment, but they say they believe they were successful, and they say that all of the U.S. aircraft, some of them flown from the U.S., long-range bombers flown from the U.S., are now out of harm's way. The U.S. officials really stressing that this is just the start of their response. In the words of one official, it began tonight, but it will not end tonight. Now, we've also heard in a statement from the U.S. President Joe Biden also stressing that this is just the start of the response, which would continue at times and places of our choosing. Joe Biden saying the United States does not seek conflict in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world, but let all those who might seek to do us harm know this: if you harm an American, we will respond. We saw the caskets containing the remains of those 3 service members brought back to an air force base in Delaware, the president's home state. The Americans call that process a dignified transfer, and we saw Joe Biden and the First Lady attend that. It was a very solemn occasion. Joe Biden looked to be visibly moved during the occasion. It's only the second time in his presidency that he's had to attend such a ceremony, the first being after the deaths in a suicide attack of service members during the very messy withdrawal of the US from Afghanistan. Now, the timing is interesting. It was literally very shortly after that ceremony that we started getting the first reports that these strikes, which the US had said it would respond to the deaths of those 3 service members. So we started getting reports that those strikes had begun. But US officials briefing the media on these attacks, I guess, played down to some extent the timing and said that the attacks were designed around the weather. So suggesting that that was the timing, that was the reason for launching these attacks now. But we would expect, they wouldn't comment on whether we could expect any more attacks today or tonight US time, but certainly they're telegraphing pretty loudly and clearly that they don't think that this is the end of their response, that facilities like that will be targeted in the coming days, we assume.
And the Australian government has issued a statement about the strikes. This is from the office of the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister, Richard Marles. Australia condemns attacks by Iran-backed militant groups on US service members in Jordan. The United States has made clear it carries out these strikes in response. We know Iran has been a malignant actor in the region for some time, including by supporting Hamas and other terrorists. More than 800 high-ranking officials from the United States and Europe have signed a statement criticising their government's policies on the Israel-Gaza war. The civil servants say their administrations risk being complicit in one of the worst human catastrophes of this century. They warn there's a plausible risk their policies are contributing to grave violations of international law, ethnic cleansing, or genocide. The letter is the first instance of officials in allied nations across the Atlantic coming together in open criticism of the war. Meanwhile, UN aid agencies say they're deeply concerned that fighting in Gaza could spread to the territory's southern city of Rafah, where more than 1 million people have fled. This comes after Israel's defense minister announced his country's forces will advance into the area once they've completed their mission in Khan Yunis. Over half of Gaza's 2.3 million people are now crammed into Rafah, many in makeshift shelters, some out in the open.
Like a pressure cooker of despair. People living in the open industry, our vehicles can hardly move simply because there are tents all over the place. So what I can say about that is we fear for what comes next. If we look at what has happened in the past, when evacuation orders have been given, people move because of that. They also move because of the fighting moving closer. Then what happens next? Are they truly safe? No.
There have been 2 separate tragedies on Victorian waters today. Reporter Mike Lorigan has the latest at Ocean Grove.
Well, this is a hugely popular spot. We're southwest of Melbourne, just south of Geelong, and this incident happened just before 7 a.m. 2 men in a tinny set off from Ocean Grove, and it was just before 7 a.m. when they found themselves in trouble in the waters at the river mouth at Barwon Heads. Police say that a wave has capsized this boat. Both of those men have fallen into the water, and a short time later, around 7:15, members of the public have come to the scene, and they found a 61-year-old from Moriac nearby here. He managed to climb on top of the boat. He was later taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, but sadly they have also come upon a 66-year-old man from Anglesey who was unresponsive in the water and is believed to have been trapped under the boat. He was taken to shore by Surf Lifesaving and sadly was declared deceased a short time later. Police have spoken here at Ocean Grove this morning. Take a listen.
At this stage, all we can say is we believe he was entangled in some rope or possibly some anchor roping, and he wasn't able to free himself, and the surviving fisherman wasn't able to assist him to get in either. An absolute tragedy, especially, both men were wearing life jackets, but unfortunately in this case that didn't save the deceased male. It's just a reminder, obviously, this time of year, with the hot weather this weekend especially, that life jackets are, keep them at the forefront of your mind. Make sure you're wearing your life jackets. Look after your friends and family out in the water. If there's lifeguards on duty, swim between the flags. Be mindful of all those things. Safety around the water.
Now, unfortunately, there has been another tragedy in Victorian waters today on the Mornington Peninsula at Rye, another very popular spot at this time of year. A scuba diver was found unresponsive in waters at Rye Pier by other scuba divers. That person was brought to shore. CPR was performed, but unfortunately, that person was unable to be revived. An investigation into that incident, of course, is now ongoing as well. So, two separate tragedies in waters across Victoria today.
A basic internet search that would have revealed the criminal convictions of paedophile Dean Carlsay was never done when he was screened for a job as a children's lifeguard at the UK Family Fun Park, the ABC has confirmed. The South African national pleaded guilty to nearly 20 charges, including possessing child exploitation material and grooming a 13-year-old boy for sex after a police raid on his home on the Sunshine Coast in 2021. Jessica Black reports.
Dean Carlson was a teacher and water polo coach at a private school on the Sunshine Coast in the late 2010s. He was jailed in Australia and deported to South Africa in late 2022. This week, an ABC investigation tracked him to Butlins Minehead, a family resort in England's southwest, where he'd been working as a children's lifeguard for the past 10 months, and he was fired with immediate effect. Carlson's arrest and trial were widely reported in Australia and South Africa, and South African media had also reported on historic allegations against Carlson in the months before he was hired around March last year. Asked about their recruitment process, Butlins said it was in line with government guidance and that their policy for staff checks had now changed. The international HR company hired to carry out Carlson's criminal check said the screening Butlins requested was limited to convictions in the UK. Overseas offences are not routinely disclosed on DBS checks, according to the UK's Disclosure and Firing Service, which is an agency of the UK's Home Office. The service strongly recommends that if an applicant has spent a significant amount of time overseas, the checks from those countries also be obtained.
The Department of Agriculture has allowed several hundred healthy cattle to be unloaded from a livestock export ship that's stuck in Western Australia under strict biosecurity measures. Reporter Tabarak Eldred has the detail.
The majority of the 15,000 Australian sheep and cattle remain on board the MV Bahija, which arrived off WA's coast last Monday and is currently docked at Fremantle Port. The Department of Agriculture has allowed several hundred cattle to be unloaded from the ship under strict biosecurity measures, and it's understood the animals were healthy. The live export ship was on its way to the Middle East before it was ordered by the Department of Agriculture to turn back amid regional security concerns. So the animals have been on board now for about 4 weeks while the department assesses its options. It's not known right now whether any more animals will be unloaded today, so we are waiting to hear back from the department whether more will be unloaded or whether they will be re-exported soon.
Yeah, and Tabarak, is there any sense of what those other options for the animals may be?
Well, Dan, the exporter wants to send the animals back to the Middle East, and that means another journey of 33 days for the animals on board. But the ABC understands a new option to process the animals in Victoria has emerged. Agriculture Minister Murray Watt said while he can't influence the regulator, the length of the journey is a key consideration, and especially since the animals have been on board for about a month already now. However, two Israeli animal rights groups say they have launched legal proceedings in Israel to prevent the MV Bahija from being re-exported.
The two rights groups, Let the Animals Live and Animals Now, are seeking an injunction on the import permit for the ship's livestock if it makes a return voyage to the Middle East, saying it's unacceptable and against international animal welfare guidelines to keep the animals on board for another month-long journey. And we've also heard those kind of similar remarks from the RSPCA, who say it's unacceptable to keep those animals on board for another long journey back to the Middle East. So, like I said, we are still waiting to hear back from the Department of Agriculture on whether the animals will remain on board or what the future looks like for the animals on the ship.
There's some breaking news now, and a mother and her son have been found dead at a home in Adelaide's northwestern suburbs, and a man who lives on the same street has been arrested. He's expected to be charged with murder. Police were called to a home in Rosewater this afternoon and found a 76-year-old woman and her son, a 55-year-old man, dead inside. Officers have arrested the 43-year-old man who SA police say was residing at a home across the road. The man is currently being interviewed by police and is expected to be charged with 2 counts of murder. Police say the motivation for the crime is unclear. Bringing more on this as it comes to hand. Emergency services in New South Wales are today conducting the country's largest ever flood preparedness operation. They say they're implementing key learnings from recent flood disasters and are confident they'll be ready for the next. Here's Sean Tarrant-Goodwin.
SES teams are being bombarded with over 1,800 calls for help simulating a real flood disaster. With another La Nina weather pattern likely this year, they're hoping they'll be ready for any major flood events. Here on Sydney Harbour and in waterways around New South Wales, the New South Wales State Emergency Service is leading the country's largest flood preparedness exercise. Now, their teams are being bombarded by more than 1,800 calls for help to simulate a real flood disaster. Now, the exercise involves more than 750 people and 9 organisations, including the State Emergency Service, New South Wales Police, Surf Lifesaving New South Wales and Marine Rescue. Emergency services say they're implementing key learnings from recent flood disasters.
After all floods, we do an after-action review. So we look at like a debrief, we look at what we've done really well and can keep doing, and also what we can improve. And those learnings go into my people that are writing these exercises to test how we're going.
With another La Nina weather event this year, and with it could bring further flood disasters, emergency services say they're confident exercises like this will mean that they're well prepared.
Recurring power outages are crippling a small community northwest of Gympie, with residents saying they've experienced a dozen blackouts since December. A long-awaited substation plan for the growing suburb of Curra still hasn't come to fruition, a decade after land was purchased for the project.
There's been a call to arms in the suburb of Curra in Gympie.
35 years and nothing's changed, it's got worse. We're paying for service, we're not getting it. For no reason.
The rural residential area has a growing population of more than 2,000 residents. Since December, they've had a dozen blackouts. Palliative care nurse Sharon Wood says one of her patients died in hospital on Thursday instead of at home because they couldn't power medical equipment or air conditioning.
We are all absolutely gutted here today, knowing that they were not able to fulfill their place of preference to end for the end of their life.
Ergon Energy says its records show 5 recent outages were caused by storms or network faults.
When I called Ergon last Tuesday from work asking about the power supply, to be told by the worker that, oh well, if they can't stay at home, then they're going to need to call emergency services.
Kay Walker says when there's no power, locals can't shower or use toilets, which are supplied by tank water.
It feels like we're stuck in the Middle Ages.
A petition to Parliament is calling for action.
The lights flicker. Air conditioning units go out. The generator doesn't kick in because it's brown out.
Ergon Energy says an electricity network upgrade is currently underway in the Curra region and will be complete in the next 6 months. But residents want to know when this future substation site, purchased a decade ago, will finally be complete. Energy Queensland says the site is listed for anticipated future development. Residents say they won't be kept in the dark. Amy Sheehan, ABC News, Gympie.
10 people have died in wildfires in Chile as the country swelters through a heat wave. The fires have forced the evacuation of 9 regions in central areas of the South American nation, while in the Valparaiso region in the west, fires have burned through 480 hectares of land. Aircraft have been deployed to help control the blazes, which are being fanned by strong winds.
We have winds of close to 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. The wind is hard because it carries lit leaves, branches or pieces of wood, and each creates a new little fire that grows into more fires. That's the complicated part of this fire.
Hundreds have flocked to beaches to escape the heat wave. Authorities warn that extremely hot weather is becoming increasingly frequent. It climbed to 35 degrees today, and the scorching temperatures are expected to continue for the next several days. Meanwhile, locals in the inland capital of Santiago have to seek shelter in the shade.
The heat is very intense. You can't be out in the streets. I'm dying of thirst. I can't even go out to the park, not even to the square, because only 2 minutes outside and you could end up fainting.
European farmers have blocked the border between Belgium and the Netherlands after rioting outside the European Parliament in Brussels. They're protesting against high costs, falling profits and climate policies. In Paris, convoys of tractors have gridlocked the city centre for the past week, but were lifted after government concessions were announced. Europe correspondent Catherine Diss has more from London.
The streets of Brussels, which is the home of the European Parliament, were last night in chaos as farmers rioted across the city. They had descended on the heart of the European Union earlier in the day in tractors and in their hundreds. But as the hours rolled on, the protests became more and more destructive. They pelted eggs at the Parliament building and they lit bonfires across the city. We saw riot police come out in large numbers. They used water cannons to try and quell the protesters. And the farmers deliberately timed their activism for yesterday when the 27 European Union leaders were meeting inside the Parliament building to vote on a critical aid package for Ukraine, some $82 billion worth, which is designed to help prop up the economy as it enters its third year of war with Russia. They argue that the focus of the EU leaders is on Ukraine and not on the issues facing the agricultural sector. They're angry over rising costs, falling profits, the taxes, the high and rising taxes that they are facing, but also climate policies which they say are hitting their bottom line. So they came out in numbers to protest those, but as the hours rolled on, the protests did spread across the European continent. We saw farmers come out in Ireland, Poland, Malta, and also in the Netherlands, where Dutch farmers joined their Belgian counterparts to blockade the border between the two countries. But in France, where this week of protests started, where we have seen blockades right across Paris, there was a reprieve. The protests there were suspended after the government came to the table promising tax concessions and also cash handouts. So a reprieve in France, but little progress elsewhere.
A fortnight after Taiwan elected a new pro-sovereignty president, its military has been conducting drills to show it will be on alert over the upcoming holidays. Chinese ships and planes operate around the island on a near daily basis, and it's expected activity could increase as the presidential inauguration in May approaches.
From the skies to the sea, Taiwan's military says it won't let its guard down. On an army base in the south, under a cloud of smoke, soldiers fight a mock enemy attack.
The ROC armed forces have to prepare ourselves
very well in order to defend our hometown.
This exercise simulates what it might look like if one of China's regular drills around Taiwan turned into a sudden assault. It's taking place at a key time, only weeks after the island's elections, but also just before most Taiwanese go on holidays for the Lunar New Year.
Today's exercise includes tactical mobility, assault, and urban warfare.
On the opposite side of the island, sailors practice dropping sea mines. This naval base would be a key target in an invasion.
Our Navy and Marine Corps have already done all types of preparation work to be combat ready. People can feel safe to go on their holidays.
In the face of China's claims over the self-governed island, Taiwan buys billions of dollars worth of equipment and weapons from its most important military ally, the United States.
The training for the modernizations, as well as the interoperabilities and the communication with other friends and allies in open water like Taiwan. Those are all very important aspects we need to improve.
While these exercises are centered on the island's defences over the Lunar New Year holiday period, the reality is the military is going to have to stay alert for many months yet, with Beijing expected to ramp up pressure on Taiwan ahead of the inauguration of the new president. Chinese state media warning recently that unless President-elect Lai Ching-te abandons the Taiwan independence path by May, the 4 years of his presidency will be precarious and unpredictable. A sign there is no rest on the horizon for these troops. Kathleen Coldwood, ABC News, Kaohsiung, Taiwan.
Officials in Kenya's capital are being questioned over a massive explosion at a gas plant in which at least 3 people died and 200 others were injured. The incident occurred when a truck carrying gas cylinders exploded near several blocks of units in Nairobi. Kenya's energy regulator says the gas filling depot was illegal due to its proximity to the residential area. The Socceroos have crashed out of the Asian Cup after a heartbreaking 2-1 extra-time loss to South Korea in the quarterfinals. Australia led late into stoppage time and dominated possession for most of the match, but couldn't land the winning blow.
Devastation, heartbreak from a Socceroos side that would be left to wonder what if.
Disappointment at the moment, we're 1 minute away from going through.
With a place in the semi-final on offer in Qatar, the Socceroos found the scoreboard first. And it wasn't their only opportunity on goal, Australia generating shot after shot.
Brilliant chance. It's down to the individual to put the ball in the back of the net. And if you don't take those chances, you get punished.
That's exactly what happened 4 minutes into stoppage time. The equaliser sending the match into extra time where South Korea's captain stepped up.
The top quality players that they've got ended up getting the job done for them.
A late red card didn't help Australia's quest to force it to penalties, with South Korea avenging their 2015 Asian Cup final loss.
It's the first time in 17 games that we've lost after going up 1-0.
Arnold's young Socceroos bundled out in the quarterfinal for the second consecutive time in the tournament.
That's the big thing at this moment is what's next, who's next, and that's what I'm trying to do, to find, as well as trying to win games.
South Korea will play Jordan in the semis. Jessica Stewart, ABC News.
On the satellite, a cloud band across the Northern Tropics, Eastern Northern Territory and Western Queensland is generating rain showers and storms. On the synoptic, merging troughs will draw inland heat into South Australia, Victoria and New South Wales, and another trough could bring gusty showers to Tasmania. Looking around the country for tomorrow, for Queensland, showers in the northeast, windy with showers in the northwest, mostly hot for the rest of the state. To New South Wales and the ACT, mostly cloudy in the northwest, and windy on the Alps, mostly dry and sunny in the east and the south. In Victoria, very warm in the south, hot in the north, and mostly sunny for the rest of the state. Turning to Tasmania, and showers clearing in the southeast, warm in the north, and cool in the southwest. For South Australia, fog then sunny in the southeast, hot inland, windy in the west, and sunny in the northern parts of the state. To Western Australia, mild to warm in the south, very warm in the northeast, and windy in the northwest. Meanwhile, in the Northern Territory, isolated showers in the north, cloudy in southern parts of the state, and it'll be very warm over the interior. Looking ahead to Monday's forecast for the capital cities, mostly cloudy for Brisbane and Sydney, showers in Canberra. Melbourne will have clearing showers, mostly sunny for Hobart and Adelaide. Similar conditions in Perth, and Darwin will be dry and sunny with a top of 32. And that's the latest from ABC News. I'm Dan Walker. Thanks for your company right across the day.
Remember your ABCs this summer.
Action plan. Start preparing now.
Be safe. Visit our emergency website for tips.
Connect with us. Tune into ABC Radio.
I never quite know whether you've done it or what you're doing or you do.
The battle for power.
You want a top job first.
The cost of control.
You could dream of power. Has it been worth it?
Total Control. Tomorrow on ABC and ABC iView.
We are entranced by the beauty of our planet.
A story over 4.5 billion years in the making.
What happened next will ultimately define the entire living world.
Discover the remarkable transformation of our unique planet.
The truly staggering thing is that until recently, none of this existed.
Earth, Tuesday 9:05 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Mondays in 2024 on ABC.
I felt like I just lost control of not football, but things that were happening in my life.
She said, Mum, I'm pregnant. I went,
I just remember the feeling of nothing can stop me now.
Are Australians paying their dual tax?
Oh, there's no doubt it's aimed at reducing competition.
Are growers scared of Coles and Woolworths?
It's like they've got their hand on your throat and just letting you breathe.
But wait, there's more. It is getting harder and harder to know what's genuine. Why on earth does this stuff make the news?
We'll be back on Monday, February the 19th. Put it in your phones now, put it in your diary. Mondays on ABC, the best of Australia's current affairs. Where are the dream builders, the daring travellers, the joy givers, the heartbreakers, the thrill seekers? They're here. ABC iView. Always free, always inspiring.
Hello and welcome to The World This Week. I'm Beverly O'Connor. Coming up, warnings a key aid agency in Gaza is about to run out of money as tensions rise across the Middle East after a fatal drone strike on troops in Jordan. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan handed lengthy jail terms as the country heads into a general election. And could the mystery of what happened to Amelia Earhart nearly 90 years after her disappearance finally be solved? Well, this week has seen tensions in the Middle East further strained. At least a dozen countries have suspended funding for the UN's refugee agency after claims by Israel that some of its employees were involved in the October 7 attacks. Possible progress on a ceasefire and hostage release has raised hopes after fresh talks in Paris suggested an agreement could be in the works. But promises of retaliation by the US after a deadly strike killed 3 of its forces in Jordan has thrown this into doubt. Meanwhile, Israeli families hope and pray that their loved ones being held hostage will return home soon.
Fierce fighting on the streets of Khan Yunis. This Hamas released video showing militants striking Israeli army and ambushing soldiers from inside homes. In the desperate search for hostages, IDF troops rushed between city blocks. and inside Hamas tunnels underneath Gaza. But it's diplomacy which could soon bring more captured Israelis home, with a possible breakthrough on a 6-week pause and the release of more than 100 hostages.
I believe the proposal is a strong one and a compelling one that, again, offers some hope.
The pressure to bring the hostages home builds every day. Amit Susana was released after 55 days. She's just returned to the ruins of her home, where she was taken captive by Hamas gunmen on October 7.
The kidnapping was very violent. I was beaten up really badly. All the guards were heavily armed and abused me and the other hostages. I'm here today to ask you to speak on their behalf and to do everything in your power, even more, to bring them all back home as soon as possible.
Fears of this war sparking a regional conflict are growing as the US prepares a response to a deadly drone strike which killed 3 of its troops. A preliminary report suggests a mix-up could be to blame. A US drone was returning to Tower 22 at the same time the enemy drone was approaching, the confusion leading to air defences letting the hostile drone through. The Pentagon says the attack was carried out by a proxy militia that claims Iran was behind it. Tehran has denied it's involved.
This could be the defining moment of Joe Biden's presidency. His opponents are demanding that he strike at the heart of what they say is the problem and target Iran. In an election year, he can't afford to look weak, but striking too forcefully could risk retaliation from Iran and trigger a wider war.
We are not looking for a war with Iran. We're not looking to escalate here. This attack over the weekend was escalatory. Make no mistake about it. And it requires a response. Make no mistake about that.
Inside Gaza, people continue to flee south from the fighting. They go any way they can, even though there's little place safe to go. John Lyons, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan has been sentenced to 14 years in prison for selling state gifts, just a day after receiving a 10-year term in another case. The ruling has come as Pakistan heads towards another general election. His lawyers are vowing to appeal.
Imran Khan is already in jail serving a 3-year sentence. On Tuesday, his supporters gathered outside after what they've called a sham trial saw the ex-Prime Minister sentenced to 10 years for revealing state secrets. Khan's lawyers are appealing the decision.
It is actually a violation of the fundamental rights. It is a violation of the fairness and the free and fair trial.
Supporters of the 71-year-old say the judges refused their right to produce evidence and that members of his legal team were denied access to the court. I would like to say that this verdict against Imran Khan is a very bad decision because the whole nation knows he's an honest person. Whatever is happening with him is not fair. Already deemed ineligible to run in next week's general election due to last year's corruption conviction, Khan's party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, is still on the ballot.
We have asked our workers to stay calm. They want to divert our attention and divert our efforts from the upcoming elections. We are just focusing on that.
Hours after Khan's Tuesday sentencing, a roadside bomb at a PTI party rally in Balochistan killed 4 and injured 6, according to local authorities. In Wednesday's case, Khan's wife also received the same 14-year sentence for the selling of state gifts. All this in the lead up to the February 8 election, with another former PM, Nawaz Sharif, considered the frontrunner. Just days before the 2018 elections, he was convicted and jailed over graft allegations, which analysts say helped Khan win. It looks like Khan's conviction might help Sharif this time around. Madeline Lobooth, ABC News.
Thailand's most popular political party could be forced to dissolve after a court ruled its key policy was illegal. The Move Forward party won the most seats in last year's election on a campaign to amend the royal defamation laws, but the Constitutional Court ruled that this was an attempt to overthrow the constitutional monarchy. Here's Southeast Asia correspondent Lauren Day.
This will be a disappointing moment for the Move Forward party for Peter Linduranrat, its former prime ministerial candidate.
And for the millions of Thai people who voted for them, they were hugely successful at last year's election. They won almost 40% of the popular vote, the most seats in Parliament, and most of that electoral success centred around this controversial policy to amend the country's lèse majesté laws, the royal defamation laws, which are some of the strictest of their kind in the world. They carry penalties of up to 15 years jail for insulting or criticising the monarchy. And the Constitutional Court has now ruled that that policy is effectively dead. They found that the Move Forward Party had violated the Constitution and that they effectively had sought to overthrow a democratic regime with the king at its head. They said it was a national security threat and that the lèse majesté laws, or Section 112 as it's known here in Thailand, was important to protect the honour of the monarchy and to protect the honour of the Thai nation. It's not clear what the Move Forward Party's next move will be. They have expressed their disappointment and dismay, although they say they're not too worried about the party being dissolved because the party is now a movement. It's an ideology and it's an extremely popular one at that. But it's possible there could be protests out of this. This whole movement started with protests, student-led protests back in 2020, although many of the leaders of that protest movement have subsequently been arrested and prosecuted with lèse majesté offences, including just a fortnight ago, one of the pro-democracy activists was handed down a record 50-year sentence for comments that he made on Facebook. So this will be an extremely disheartening and upsetting day for many people who wanted this change. They voted for this change, or at least to have this discussion about lèse majesté and being able to discuss the monarchy more publicly, more openly. And when asked what his message would be to the voters who wanted this change, Peter Limjaroenrat simply said, "We tried our best."
Well, it's not yet clear just what impact Tuesday's Hong Kong court ruling will have on the world's most indebted developer, the Chinese property giant Evergrande. The court ordered the company into liquidation, owing nearly $500 billion after multiple failed attempts to restructure its crippling debt.
Evergrande, once China's biggest real estate firm, overbuilt and overpromised. Developers powered the real estate boom that boosted the Chinese economy, but now it threatens to stall the country's economic recovery.
A winding up order has been issued.
All other assets have been suspended.
Evergrande was believed to be a strong investment for middle-class families, hoping property was a safe place to keep their money. But it was not safe. Property prices fell and Evergrande came under pressure as the Chinese government cracked down on the enormous amount of borrowing in the property sector. A huge number of apartments remained vacant. These 14 buildings in southern China, constructed by Evergrande, were never completed.
The worry is hundreds of thousands of Chinese families not getting the flat they thought they were to live in.
Evergrande first defaulted in 2021. It gained the notorious title of most indebted property developer in the world, owing to mind-blowing debts of around $500 billion, sending shockwaves through global financial markets. It tried to seek a new debt restructuring plan with creditors, 2 years in limbo until today. A Hong Kong court has ordered the company be wound up, the judge declaring it was time to say enough is enough.
If you were holding on to one of these big property companies thinking that the government somehow was going to step in and underwrite issues, the reality is they're locked.
Evergrande can appeal this order, a move that would drag out an already long and complicated process. Kathleen Collingwood, ABC News.
The UN's top court has delivered a legal blow to Ukraine, rejecting its claim for reparations from Russia. The World Court found that Russia had violated various treaties over its actions in Ukraine, but stopped short of ordering payments to Kiev. The case related to the downing of the MH17 aircraft and Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. Yes, your correspondent, Isabella Higgins.
Ukraine filed this case against Russia at the International Court of Justice in 2017. It often takes the Hague Court years to make a final determination due to the complexity and scale of matters. Kyiv's claim relates to incidents which happened in 2014 before Moscow launched its 2022 full-scale invasion. Ukraine's case accused Moscow of breaching a UN anti-terrorism treaty by supporting armed pro-Russian separatists in the east of the country, including those responsible for the downing of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17. The Kremlin's legal team told the court this was all lies. But now the 16-judge panel found Russia partially breached the treaty by not investigating how money was being used by these groups, but it did not rule on whether Moscow bore responsibility for this crash, which killed 298 people, including Australians. Ukraine was seeking reparations for the victims of the plane crash and other hostilities linked to the separatists, but the World Court rejected this. The ICJ also found Russia partially breached a separate human rights treaty for failing to support Ukrainian language in Crimea, but rejected other claims of discrimination following Moscow's annexation of the peninsula in 2014. Ultimately, much of Ukraine's case was knocked back, but Kyiv's legal team says this was an important ruling that highlights Russian breaches of international law.
In front of an audience of sports stars, musicians, television personalities, and even a cosmonaut, Vladimir Putin launched his presidential re-election campaign. Though he's not running unopposed, the 71-year-old's victory is widely seen as a foregone conclusion.
For Vladimir Putin, a standing ovation was all but guaranteed. From an audience packed with supporters who want him re-elected Russia's president. We were allowed in to watch the campaign event. Mr. Putin used the occasion to claim that it was a US-made missile that had shot down the Russian military transport plane last week in southern Russia.
The Ukrainian authorities had mentioned that they want an international investigation into this. That's what we're asking for. And we insist that an international investigation is carried out. That there are no international organizations willing to do this.
There were pop stars and cosmonauts, VIPs for Vladimir. Their chance to praise Putin.
He's extraordinary leader. Extraordinary.
And an opportunity to attack the West.
Stop picking on us, trying to dissolve Russia, trying to destroy Russia.
The West is not trying to destroy Russia, and the West did not invade Ukraine. It was Russia that took the decision to attack Ukraine. The West doesn't want bad relations with Russia.
You are so old, you're so naive, or you're lying.
I suspect that the idea behind all of this, and all this celebrity support, is to show us that candidate Putin is in a league of his own, Premier League Putin. Now keep in mind, he runs the league. This is his political system, his rules of the game. Vladimir Putin's most vocal critics have long been relegated. They're either in exile or in prison. He isn't the only candidate in this election, but it's widely believed that it's the Kremlin that decides who can run and who can't. Little wonder then that a Putin landslide seems all but inevitable.
South Korea's president has vetoed a bill to open a new inquiry into the deadly 2022 Halloween crowd crush. A police investigation had found poor preparation and inadequate response were to blame for the tragedy that killed 159 people. But there have long been calls by some of the victims' families for an independent inquiry.
The move had been expected, but families of the Itaewon Crush victims voiced their anger over President Yoon Suk-yeol's decision to block a bill looking to re-examine the 2022 disaster.
The government decided on covering up the incident without probing the truth.
How can the government ignore the responsibility of finding out the truth and insult the victims and family members of the victims by using money? Beyond feeling miserable, I feel indescribable anger.
The tragedy happened on October 29, 2022, when crowds of young people descended on Seoul's Itaewon suburb for Halloween celebrations. The narrow alleyways became packed with people, leading to the deadly crush.
A tragedy and disaster that should not have happened took place in the heart of Seoul during Halloween celebrations last night.
The special bill included a panel appointed by the ruling party, the opposition, and relevant groups to lead a fact-finding investigation. It was supported by opposition parties, but criticised by the ruling People Power Party.
The pain caused by a tragedy cannot serve as a means to justify political strife or the potential of danger. As a government with the duty to uphold constitutional values, there is no choice but to carefully consider whether to promulgate the current special act.
The government has instead announced new financial aid for survivors and victims' relatives.
We will expand the financial and psychological support to help the bereaved families and victims so that they can swiftly recover their daily lives.
A police inquiry released last year found that a lack of preparation and an inadequate response were the main cause of the deadly incident. No senior government figures have been sacked over the tragedy. Madison Watt, ABC News.
Whistleblowers are warning production defects on Boeing planes have not been addressed by the company, putting travellers at risk of being involved in an incident. The aviation giant is facing intense scrutiny after 2 fatal crashes in 5 years and a mid-air emergency just this month.
Breaking news, an Ethiopian Airlines flight has crashed shortly after takeoff.
In a Lion Air flight, all 189 people on that flight were killed.
After 2 fatal crashes and a recent mid-air emergency involving its 737 MAX planes, Boeing is under more scrutiny than ever. Former US employees have told the ABC this latest incident was horrific, but no surprise to them.
When I heard it was a MAX plane and I knew it was built in our factory, that plane shouldn't have been built. We should have stopped production. Everything was being rushed.
This is shocking because the plane wasn't even 3 months old yet.
John Barnett worked on the Boeing factory floor in South Carolina as a quality manager for 3 decades before retiring in 2017. He said he raised multiple safety issues but says they were ignored or minimized.
I've seen how they're built. I'm not going to fly it.
Former Boeing manager Ed Pearson also raised concerns corners were being cut in his factory that built 737 MAX aircraft.
The company has taken shortcuts across all aircraft programs.
Currently, no Australian airline has the 737 MAX 9, but Virgin and Bonza have the MAX 8s. Neither wanted to comment.
For a company that was once considered the gold standard of commercial aviation, Boeing's reputation has clearly been compromised. Its share price fell by 20% in a month.
For Ed Pearson, there's a bigger question facing the US aviation watchdog.
Where the hell was the FAA? Where is the FAA?
The Federal Aviation Administration declined to comment, but last week it pledged to ramp up oversight of the plane maker with a focus on its factories. Nadia Daly, ABC News.
Donald Trump has been ordered to pay more than $100 million in additional damages to the writer E. Jean Carroll. The columnist sued the former president for defamation after he was found guilty of sexually assaulting her, but then continued to call her a liar.
An extraordinary victory for the woman who twice took on Donald Trump and won. A jury in New York awarded E. Jean Carroll the equivalent of more than 126 million Australian dollars in her second defamation case against the former president. A separate civil trial last year had already found Mr. Trump liable for sexually abusing the writer in the 1990s and then defaming her by calling her a liar. This case focused on statements he made while he was president in 2019, which she argued made her the target of online abuse and death threats. Ms. Carroll's lawyers successfully asked for unusually high damages to try to stop Donald Trump's continued public attacks against her. This is a great victory for every woman who stands up when she's been knocked down, she said in a statement, and a huge defeat for every bully who has tried to keep a woman down. The former president described the verdict as absolutely ridiculous.
Donald Trump is still facing another civil case in New York over fraud allegations, as well as 91 criminal charges in 4 prosecutions. But nothing has stopped his march towards again becoming the Republican nominee at this year's presidential election.
Overcoming the political costs,
while the legal bills add up. Jane McMillan, ABC News, Washington.
Some of the world's leading social media companies have been accused in a fiery US Senate hearing of having blood on their hands. 5 tech bosses have been grilled on whether they are doing enough to protect children on their platforms. Behind them sat families whose loved ones have taken their own lives after being victimized online.
The faces of the young and vulnerable held up as tech chiefs from 5 of the biggest social media companies took the oath.
This is my daughter Olivia.
This is our son Matthew.
Look at how beautiful Marion is.
Republicans and Democrats want big tech to answer for the abuse and exploitation of children on their platforms.
I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
The boss of Facebook and Instagram, Mark Zuckerberg, came under the most scrutiny.
Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
The CEOs defended their business practices, including child safety features.
We make careful product design choices to help make our app inhospitable to those seeking to harm teens.
It is time for a federal standard to criminalize the sharing of non-consensual intimate material.
There is a proposed law to rein in tech companies and hold them accountable for what's shared on their platform. In a Congress paralyzed by partisan divides and political infighting, even agreement on this issue hasn't been enough to change the landscape yet. Carrington Clark, ABC News, Washington.
Well, it's a story that sounds like complete fiction. A group of friends start a local football team in England and rise to stratospheric heights. But as Elias Clear reports, the Dorking Wanderers are showing the world just how it's done.
30 kilometres from the centre of London, a football fairy tale in the making.
5 pounds to go. Go now. Like that.
This is Mark White and his unlikely, rough around the edges success story, the Dorking Wanderers.
Me and my mates, we were going to Trinidad football and we got a bit bored of it and we just thought we'd start playing, have a fun side on a Saturday.
The affable Londoner working a 9-to-5 job started what's known as a park team, social football anyone can play. Dorking kept winning, being promoted to higher and higher leagues, right up to the semi-professional National Conference League.
Well, that's what promotion. We've done pretty well. I've learned an awful lot as I've gone along.
Despite having no experience in coaching, Mark's colourful management style has not only been successful, it's earned him a worldwide following. Dorking's behind-the-scenes TikTok has over 17 million likes.
You must be bored. You must be bored. Whatever, mate. Not in a store or something.
As Dorking grows into a formidable football force, Mark continues to own, run and coach the club. So Dorking's gone from playing on a park to a relatively impressive field, but its next step will be its biggest run yet, the EFL, which is home to the biggest and richest clubs in England.
We've got to keep driving forward and embracing people on our journey, you know?
Wanderers are daring to dream, one day reaching the Premier League. Elias Clear, ABC News, Dorking.
Well, the enduring mystery of what happened to Amelia Earhart, the American woman who disappeared during an attempt to fly around the world, may have been solved. Nearly 90 years later, a company in the US says they are confident that they have found the wreckage off the coast of Papua New Guinea.
On the last lap of the magnificent flight around the world by way of the equator, Miss Amelia Earhart was lost in midair.
The disappearance of American pilot Amelia Earhart has captivated the world for 9 decades. In 1937, the 39-year-old was on a quest to become the first woman and the second person to fly around the world. Earhart and her navigator Fred Noonan were on their way from Papua New Guinea to Howland Island in the Pacific Ocean when contact was lost. The wreckage was never found.
She made 6 radio calls on the way there. And each one of those radio calls gives us a really important clue as to what she was doing, what she was thinking. Dissecting all of that, we kind of came up with an area and divided it into sectors.
It led Deep Sea Vision's 16-member team to a location around 160 kilometers from Howland Island. They searched an area spanning close to 13,500 square kilometers over 100 days, using an unmanned submersible. They say these sonar images match Earhart's Lockheed 10E Electra aircraft.
The size of the aircraft and the dimensions are very close to what we'd expect of an aircraft.
News of the discovery has been greeted with some skepticism from aviation experts, but the team believes new pictures taken in the coming months will convince the non-believers. Deep Sea Dive hope to retrieve the wreckage and bring it back to the US, completing Earhart's 87-year journey home. Angelique Liu, ABC News.
Well, that is the program. You can watch the show on iView, and there are more world news and interviews at the ABC's YouTube channel. And do join me on the World Weeknights at the new time of 9 o'clock. I'm Beverly O'Connor. Thanks for your company. Bye-bye.
The Prime Minister needs strong lieutenants so he don't survive.
Can't you have the vaccine on an earth as in away you go? And I thought, surely not.
It unleashed a cool of blood.
Good old-fashioned knives in the back, or the front.
We could hear laughing, cursing about this person or that person. Nothing Turnbull brought himself up.
He's a friend. Maybe one day we will be again. Is there a good Malcolm and a bad Malcolm?
There's only one me.
Nemesis, Monday at 8, ABC TV and ABC iView.
For a decade, Charlie Pickering has watched the news. All the news. From everywhere.
A rescue mission all the time.
And after 10 years immersed in the 24-hour news cycle, there is no one better place to bring you the events of 2024.
Good. Good to go.
The Weekly returns Wednesday at 8:30.
They're planning to attack us from the north.
What is wrong?
I don't feel like testing today. Sanjay's cancelling his subscription to the streaming service for says it's too expensive having so many.
This must be some kind of new jest. Tell me, how will he stay entertained?
ABC iView, my queen. It's got dramas and comedy. It's stuff. It's all free.
Free?
And I'm free too.
You are the worst jester ever.
Yeah, Catherine. Whatever.
Today, a man is expected to be charged with murder after a mother and son are found dead in an Adelaide home. The US begins retaliatory strikes on Iranian targets in Iraq and Syria as the bodies of 3 American soldiers are returned home. A man dies after his boat capsizes at Barwon Heads, southwest of Melbourne. And mass evacuations in Chile as deadly wildfires rage. Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Meredith Sheehan. A mother and her son have been found dead at a home in Adelaide's northwestern suburbs, and a man who lives on the same street has been arrested. He is expected to be charged with murder. Police were called to the home in Rosewater this afternoon and found a 76-year-old woman and her son, a 55-year-old man, dead inside. Officers have arrested a 43-year-old man who SA police say was residing at a home across the road. The man is currently being interviewed by police and is expected to be charged with 2 counts of murder. Police say the motivation for the crime is unclear.
We're in the early stages of the investigation. It's unlikely that we are looking for what other offenders related to this matter.
But I do ask for the public support and public assistance with any information that any person may have relative to this event, or any dash cam or other footage that other people may also have. That's not only for events for today, but also for events that were in the days leading up to these tragic circumstances.
The US has begun carrying out retaliatory strikes in Iraq and Syria, targeting Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated militia groups. Here's North America correspondent Barbara Miller.
The hearing from senior administration officials is that 85 targets were struck at 7 facilities. Now, 3 of those facilities were in Iraq, 4 were in Syria. And the administration officials say that they were targeting Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force, and affiliated Iranian militia. Now, the US blames Iranian proxies for that deadly attack in Jordan, in which 3 service members were killed, after a series of attacks that have really been ramping up on US forces in the region since the start of the war in Gaza. Now, administration officials are saying that they believe the strikes were successful. They're still doing damage assessment, but they say they believe they were successful, and they say that all of the US aircraft, some of them flown from the US, long-range bombers flown from the US, are now out of harm's way. The US officials really stressing that this is just the start of their response. In the words of one official, it began tonight, but it will not end tonight. Now, we've also heard in a statement from the US President Joe Biden also stressing that this is just the start of the response, which would continue at times and places of our choosing. Joe Biden saying the United States does not seek conflict in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world, but let all those who might seek to do us harm know this: if you harm an American, we will respond. We saw the caskets containing the remains of those 3 service members brought back to an air base, an Air Force base in Delaware, the president's home state. The Americans call that process a dignified transfer, and we saw Joe Biden and the First Lady attend that. It was a very solemn occasion. Joe Biden looked to be visibly moved during the occasion. It's only the 2nd time in his presidency that he's had to attend such a ceremony. The first being after the deaths in a suicide attack of service members during the very messy withdrawal of the US from Afghanistan. Now, the timing is interesting. It was literally very shortly after that ceremony that we started getting the first reports that these strikes, which the US had said it would respond to the deaths of those 3 service members. So we started getting reports that those strikes had begun. But US officials briefing the media on these attacks, I guess, played down to some extent the timing and said that the attacks were designed around the weather, so suggesting that that was the timing, that was the reason for launching these attacks now. But we would expect, they wouldn't comment on whether we could expect any more attacks today or tonight US time, but certainly they're telegraphing pretty loudly and clearly that they don't think that this is the end of their response, that facilities like that will be targeted in the coming days, we assume.
And the Australian government has issued a statement about the strikes. This is from the office of the Deputy PM and Defence Minister Richard Marles. It says Australia condemns attacks by Iran-backed militant groups on US service members in Jordan. The United States has made clear it carried out these strikes in response. We know Iran has been a malignant actor in the region for some time, including by supporting Hamas and other terrorists. There has been 2 separate tragedies on Victorian waters today. Reporter Mike Logan has the latest at Ocean Road.
Well, this is a hugely popular spot. We're southwest of Melbourne, just south of Geelong. And this incident happened just before 7 a.m. 2 men in a tinny set off from Ocean Grove. And it was just before 7 a.m. when they found themselves in trouble in the waters at the river mouth at Barwon Heads. Police say that a wave has capsized this boat. Both of those men have fallen into the water. And a short time later, around 7:15, members of the public have come to the scene and they found a 61-year-old from Moriac nearby here. He managed to climb on top of the boat. He was later taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, but sadly they have also come upon a 66-year-old man from Anglesey who was unresponsive in the water and is believed to have been trapped under the boat. He was taken to shore by Surf Lifesaving and sadly was declared deceased a short time later. Police have spoken here at Ocean Grove this morning. Take a listen.
At this stage, all we can say is we believe he was entangled in some rope or possibly some anchor roping, and he wasn't able to free himself, and the surviving fisherman wasn't able to assist him to get him out either. An absolute tragedy, especially, both men were wearing life jackets, but unfortunately in this case that didn't save the deceased male. It's just a reminder, obviously, this time of year, the hot weather this weekend especially, that life jackets are, keep them at the forefront of your mind. Make sure you're wearing your life jackets. Look after your friends and family out in the water. If there's lifeguards on duty, swim between flags. Be mindful of all those things. Safety around water.
Now, unfortunately, there has been another tragedy in Victorian waters today on the Mornington Peninsula at Rye, another very popular spot at this time of year. A scuba diver was found unresponsive in waters at Rye Pier by other scuba divers. That person was brought to shore. CPR was performed, but unfortunately, that person was unable to be revived. An investigation into that incident, of course, is now ongoing as well. So, two separate tragedies in waters across Victoria today.
A basic internet search that would have revealed the criminal convictions of pedophile Dean Kelsey was never done when he was screened for a job at a children's lifeguard at a UK family fun park, the ABC has confirmed. The South African national pleaded guilty to nearly 20 charges, including possessing child exploitation material and grooming a 13-year-old boy for sex, after a police raid on his home on the Sunshine Coast in 2021. Jessica Black reports.
Dean Carlson was a teacher and water polo coach at a private school on the Sunshine Coast in the late 2010s. He was jailed in Australia and deported to South Africa in late 2022. This week, an ABC investigation tracked him to Butlins Minehead, a family resort in England's southwest, where he'd been working as a children's lifeguard for the past 10 months, and he was fired with immediate effect. Carlson's arrest and trial were widely reported in Australia and South Africa, and South African media had also reported on historic allegations against Carlson in the months before he was hired around March last year. Asked about their recruitment process, Butlins said it was in line with government guidance and that their policy for staff checks had now changed. The international HR company hired to carry out Carlson's criminal check said the screening Butlins requested was limited to convictions in the UK. Overseas offences are not routinely disclosed on DBS checks, according to the UK's Disclosure and Firing Service, which is an agency of the UK's Home Office. The service strongly recommends that if an applicant has spent a significant amount of time overseas, the checks from those countries also be obtained. The Department of Agriculture has allowed several hundred healthy cattle to be unloaded from a livestock export ship that's stuck in Western Australia under strict biosecurity measures. Reporter Tabarak Al-Jaroud has the details. The majority of the 15,000 Australian sheep and cattle remain on board the MV Bahija, which arrived off WA's coast last Monday and is currently docked at Fremantle Port. The Department of Agriculture has allowed several hundred cattle to be unloaded from the ship under strict biosecurity measures, and it's understood the animals were healthy. The live export ship was on its way to the Middle East before it was ordered by the Department of Agriculture to turn back amid regional security concerns. So the animals have been on board now for about 4 weeks while the department assesses its options. It's not known right now whether any more animals will be unloaded today, so we are waiting to hear back from the department whether more will be unloaded or whether they will be re-exported soon. The exporter wants to send the animals back to the Middle East, and that means another journey of 33 days for the animals on board. But the ABC understands a new option to process the animals in Victoria has emerged. Agriculture Minister Murray Watt said while he can't influence the regulator, the length of the journey is a key consideration, and especially since the animals have been on board for about a month already now. However, two Israeli animal rights groups say they have launched legal proceedings in Israel to prevent the MV Pager from being re-exported. The two rights groups, Let the Animals Live and Animals Now, are seeking an injunction on the import permit for the ship's livestock if it makes a return voyage to the Middle East, saying it's unacceptable and against international animal welfare guidelines to keep those animals on board for another month-long journey. And we've also heard those kind of similar remarks from the RSPCA, who say it's unacceptable to keep those animals on board for another long journey back to the Middle East. So, like I said, we are still waiting to hear back from the Department of Agriculture on whether the animals will remain on board or what the future looks like for the animals on the ship.
10 people have died in wildfires in Chile as the country swelters through a heat wave. The fires have forced the evacuation of 9 regions in central areas of the South African nations. While in the Valparaiso region in the west, fires have burnt through 480 hectares of land. Airport has been deployed to help control the blazes.
We have winds of close to 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. The wind is hard because it carries the leaves, branches or pieces of wood, and each creates new little fire that grows even more places. That's a complicated part of this fire.
On the satellite, heavy cloud cover is bringing storms and showers across Queensland, the Northern Territory and northeast New South Wales and parts of WA. On the synoptic, a high-pressure system will see clear weather across the rest of the country. And looking around the country for tomorrow for Queensland, storms across the east, a clearing shower in the southwest and mostly sunny in the northwest. To New South Wales and the ACT, rain across the northeast, fog clearing to a sunny day in the southeast, clear in the southwest, mostly sunny and very hot in the north. In Victoria, some morning fog in the south, clearing to a warm, dry and mostly sunny day across the state, tending hot in the northwest. Turning to Tasmania, a windy day in the southwest and across the highlands, mostly cloudy in the northwest and mostly sunny elsewhere. For South Australia, clearing fog in the southeast, clear and warm over central, mostly sunny in the west and hot winds across the north. To Western Australia, sunny and warm in the west, some light cloud over the south and northeast. And in the Northern Territory, storms across the northwest top end, isolated showers in Arnhem, mostly sunny and hot over the interior. Looking ahead to Tuesday's forecast for the capital cities, storms and heavy rain for Brisbane, possible showers in Sydney, Canberra, showers clearing, mostly sunny for Melbourne, a sunny day for Hobart, Adelaide will be partly cloudy, a hot and sunny day for Perth, a chance of a thunderstorm for Darwin with a top of 31. That's the latest from ABC News. Thanks for your company.
Hello there, welcome to Pan America's Fireside Chat. I'm John Barron, I'm Jacob Sky. This week, an update for you on the presidential campaign of 2024 with a bunch of new polls, some offering clues to Trump and Biden's respective strengths and weaknesses.
One of Biden's biggest weaknesses is the situation on America's southern border. We're going to talk to a migration policy expert about what's currently happening and what could fix things. But first,
a new poll from South Carolina offers fairly modest encouragement for Nikki Haley as she campaigns to claim her home state primary coming up in 3 weeks from now. According to this Monmouth poll, Haley has jumped 14 points since their last poll in the Palmetto State back in September. Bad news for Haley is that Trump is up by almost as much as the field has narrowed. He's up 12 points, 26 points ahead. And after months of gloomy national polls for Joe Biden, a few signs of hope this unpopular incumbent this week. A poll from Quinnipiac had Joe Biden opening up a 6-point lead over Trump nationally. Biden up 3 in a month and Trump down 2. Interestingly, driving that poll bounce for Biden, a 5-point increase in support for Biden among women voters. give the Democrat a 22-point advantage on that score. The majority of men, though, continue to back Donald Trump. He's picked up another 2% of the votes. And the same poll showed Nikki Haley would beat Joe Biden by 5 percentage points. And yet, Donald Trump still leads Haley in a head-to-head national primary poll by a cool 56 points. That's up another 10 points from last month. Haley has also scooped up another 10% support there, Chaz.
That's all very interesting, but let me add to the Quinnipiac poll, something else that's interesting. That's the one where Biden was ahead by 6 points.
Yes.
When you throw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. into the mix,
and he gets in the mix.
He is in the mix. That 6-point margin becomes a 2-point margin, 39 to 37, and RFK gets 14 points. The reason why I keep on going on about him, even though at the moment he's only on the ballot, Utah and New Hampshire. New Hampshire is swing state, Utah not so much. And you need to be on the ballot for people to vote for you. The reason I keep on going about it is this week he hinted he might join the Libertarian Party and run with them. If he runs with them, he's on all 50 states ballots.
Yeah.
So those 14-point margins in national polls become very relevant very quickly.
Yeah.
Now we're going to find it out in the next couple of weeks. That alone might be the biggest issue for the entire election, whether RFK gets on 50 states.
Yeah, and of course, cast our mind back to 2016, Gary Johnson, as a Libertarian, along with Jill Stein as a Green, who is also running again in 2024, they were a significant factor in Trump's victory over Hillary Clinton. I want to, though, hark back a little bit, Chaz, to that poll of female support for Joe Biden going up. There's no proof of this theory yet, but I want to keep an eye on this because the longer that the Trump-Haley primary goes, we know that Nikki Haley is attracting lots of more independent voters. The anti-Trump Republicans, so mainly only 20% of Republican voters are anti-Trump at this stage. She's got them. But seeing more women now supporting Joe Biden over Donald Trump, I suggest that maybe Donald Trump referring to Nikki Haley as bird brain, unqualified to be president, is adding to this drive of female voters away from Donald Trump and into the hands of both Haley and Joe Biden. And if that is true, the longer this primary continues, the more Donald Trump is seen to be beating up on a female candidate, the better it is going to be for Joe Biden in the long run.
That well could activate female voters. I should point out, at least so far, in Iowa and New Hampshire, there's been no gender gap for Nikki Haley over Donald Trump amongst Republicans.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean this won't happen, like you just said, especially if it keeps on going on with it. So we'll see about that. While we're both talking polls, another one which is interesting, the Quinnipiac one, positive for Joe Biden. Another one wasn't so positive. That's the Bloomberg Morning Consult poll.
State by state.
State by state polls. And the critical stats. I'm actually going to quote Dean Phillips here, in one of Biden's Democratic opponents. He tweeted out, swing states Trump leading, according to this poll. Wisconsin +5, Pennsylvania +3, Nevada +8, Georgia +8, Michigan +5, North Carolina +10, Arizona +3. Swing states Biden leading, dash. That's not a good result for Joe Biden. I will say this, that's not the only poll he's looking at. He's looking at economic polls. In particular, the polls on economic approval, because so much of running for re-election as an incumbent is the economy. We talked about this on previous shows. Gallup had their own poll, their economic confidence index, and if you have a look at that right now, you can see it's up by 6 points from last month, 14 points since November. Still not great, -26, but that's the highest it's been since January 2022 and going up. Largely so far to the Democrats, not independents or Republicans, but it starts somewhere. Joe Biden will be watching that very closely. And I'll tell you why that's not spin. You know, that sounds like Democrats spin. It's just Democrats. No, it's not spin. I'll tell you why. Look at Trump. This is what he had to say recently, this week. This is the Trump stock market because my polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win. And that will drive the market up. So Trump is now trying to claim
the economy is so good in anticipation of how great it's going to be when Trump's back.
Exactly. When Trump's trying to spin the great economy as he's doing in advance, you know he's seeing the economy slipping away from him as an issue.
Yeah.
So I think this is a real thing.
Yeah, and these state-based polls are fascinating. We talked late last year about those quite devastating New York Times Siena polls for Joe Biden that had him losing 6 of the 7 swing states that didn't have North Carolina in amongst those. There have been some other state-based pollsters, though, in places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that have Joe Biden a couple of points in front, and some more of those economic indicators are looking better for Joe Biden. very interesting that that national poll has swung towards Biden just in the last couple of weeks. That could be an outlier, of course, but it is significant because
it might be true.
Yeah, all these things can be true once, and we do know that even if Donald Trump wins the Electoral College and the presidency in November, Joe Biden could still have 3 or 4% higher national vote just because of the way that the popular vote works out in those big blue states like New York and California. That's where Biden's going to rack up the score. So once again, this is an election that's going to come down to maybe 50,000 voters in suburban Atlanta and Pittsburgh and a few of these crucial swing districts in swing states.
So often say 3 states is coming down to. I'm not going to say what those 3 states are yet, and give it a little more time, but that's what they're saying.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. This weekend is the first official Democratic presidential primary. It is in South Carolina. Last week's New Hampshire primary was technically unofficial for the Democrats. It was in breach of party rules because they were not supposed to go first in the nation. There were no delegates awarded as a result. Even though Joe Biden easily won that, just as a write-in candidate, not even on the ballot. Well, this weekend, Joe Biden is on the ballot. And the polls, well, they've been pretty thin on the ground because nobody really thinks that Joe Biden's in trouble in this primary, so they're not bothering to pay for polls. But it does look as though Joe Biden is set for another easy win this weekend. An Emerson poll, which came out a month ago now, so it's a little bit mouldy. It had Biden 64 points ahead of his nearest rival, that's Congressman Dean Phillips of Minnesota. Self-help author Marianne Williamson is on just 3% in that poll. South Carolina, of course, was crucial to Joe Biden's win back in 2020 in the primaries after he had performed rather poorly in Iowa and New Hampshire and Nevada as well. His big comeback was in South Carolina. South Carolina, it's a much more diverse state. 30% of the population there are African Americans, about 80% of them are Democrats. Iowa, on the other hand, which has been up until now first to vote for Democrats as well as Republicans, it's about 4% African American. Although you can also argue, well, New Hampshire, it's a swing state. Iowa used to be a swing state, it's become very Republican in the last decade. South Carolina is actually a solidly Republican state overall. So this doesn't really tell us anything except about that African American vote. Is Joe Biden still able to motivate that 30% of the population in South Carolina who are African Americans, which will tell us whether he's able to motivate African Americans nationally in November, because his numbers have softened significantly there. And this is the first real world test of, okay, you can tell a pollster you're going to vote, you're not going to vote, you're not enthusiastic, whatever. Are they going to come out to vote this weekend when nobody really thinks it's a contested primary? Are they going to want to show a force, or if they stay at home, does Biden start sounding alarm bells?
Yeah, especially amongst young African Americans. There's a question mark about that. Talk about young voters, we've talked about them obsessively, like how the Democrats and how they've softened recently. There was an interesting bit of data which I want to share with you guys. From New Hampshire, for the Democratic primary in New Hampshire, like John said, not a very important primary, it was official, whatever, but there was a move for people to fill in the writing candidates, not just Joe Biden, but ceasefire instead of Joe Biden. Yeah, ceasefire. And the idea was, if you're a liberal Democrat, they knew the primary didn't matter. That's a way of registering as a protest to write in ceasefire as their vote. Now, I can't find the full state writing results because they don't publicise them a lot. But they did publicise the results from Nashua, which is a very liberal enclave, white liberal enclave, the kind of place you would expect there to be a lot of anti-war people.
Yes.
And the results of the write-in votes, I've got for you right here. Joe Biden had a million, don't worry about that. But there were 47 votes for ceasefire in Nashua. There were 264 votes, write-in votes for Nikki Haley.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 177 writing votes for Donald Trump in the Democratic primary. So I don't think there was a huge groundswell support for the ceasefire writing vote. Yeah. So we'll see how this plays out over the next little while. But it's possible that people are protesting without necessarily not following through with their vote. We'll find out. South Carolina will be the first test.
Yeah, indeed it will. This week, the full cost of the failed presidential campaign of Ron DeSantis was finally revealed, while the DeSantis campaign itself spent a relatively modest $28.3 million last year. The pro-DeSantis Super PAC, the Political Action Committee, known as Never Back Down, managed to burn through eye-watering $131 million, all for that distant second-place finish in Iowa before DeSantis dropped out of the race. Still, must be said, the DeSantis campaign is far from the first high-profile in American politics.
That's Giuliani, then mayor of New York, in drag.
You know, you're really beautiful. It's hard to believe now, but there was a time when Rudy Giuliani was the Republican frontrunner for the presidency of the United States.
This may be the best of all.
And let's not forget this.
She's 15, she's too old for you. She's my daughter. Please, take me instead.
Running to succeed George W. Bush in 2008, Rudy led rivals, including John McCain and Mitt Romney, by double digits in national polls. The former New York City mayor was one of the best-known politicians in the country.
America needs a leader who's ready.
I'm Rudy Giuliani, and I approve this message.
Rudy was generally moderate and pro-choice on abortion, which helped him in those national polls, but not with the conservative base of the Republican Party. Giuliani gambled on winning big states and largely skipped Iowa's caucuses, where he finished 6th, and 4th in New Hampshire, 6th in Michigan, Nevada, and South Carolina. He put all his chips on winning Florida on January 29th.
Florida should count, Miami should count. These people have made a very big state today.
Not big enough. Rudy finished 3rd, and it was all over. Rudy had spent over $65 million and failed to win a single state.
So you don't think your biggest mistake was bypassing your other primaries and betting everything on Florida?
No, the Florida plan was a solid plan.
It was a disaster, but not the most expensive disaster in recent decades. A long shot. In 2000, publishing billionaire Steve Forbes ran for the Republican presidential nomination for the second time in a field led by George W. Bush and John McCain.
I think we'll make a very credible showing in Iowa.
Forbes spent $86 million of his own money, and like Rudy, he failed to win a single primary.
We were nosed out by a landslide.
Yeah, Mitt Romney hasn't gotten a very good return on his investment during this presidential campaign.
In 2008, Mitt Romney spent $114 million on his primary campaign. About $35 million of that came from his own pocket. In return, he won 11 states, finishing 3rd behind John McCain and Mike Huckabee.
This isn't an easy decision. I hate to lose.
But Romney's decision to make an early exit did set him up to win the nomination 4 years later.
I'm Ted Cruz, and we approved this message.
In 2016, Ted Cruz spent $142 million coming second to Donald Trump. Along the way, Cruz won 11 states, including first to vote Iowa. He stayed in the primary through until May.
We gave it everything we got. But the voters chose another path.
The same year, Jeb Bush had burned through $152 million, a substantially less effect. The early poll leader had no answer to Trump's brash style of anti-politics, and Jeb failed to win a single state.
I love you all. God bless you.
Would you like some water? Fellow Floridian Marco Rubio spent even more than Jeb on his 2016 campaign, $165 million. He won 3 states and finished 3rd behind Trump and Cruz. So far, all of the big spending campaign failures have been Republicans. Now we come to Democratic socialist Bernie Sanders, the independent who ran twice the Democratic presidential nomination.
So you guys ready for a radical idea?
In 2020, Sanders was the frontrunner for a time until the party closed ranks behind Joe Biden. Bernie won 8 state primaries before dropping out as COVID swept America. But he still managed to spend over $200 million on that second place finish. Well, in 2016, Sanders had proved to be a surprisingly strong challenger to Hillary Clinton. He spent a whopping $223 million for a second place finish in the primaries, carrying 22 states. A good performance, but still the third most expensive flop in history.
In the event of an unexpected drop in poll numbers, this plane will be diverted to New Hampshire.
The second costliest campaign to fall short was Hillary Clinton's drawn-out battle for the 2008 Democratic presidential nomination against Barack Obama.
Could a woman really serve as commander-in-chief?
Clinton stayed in that campaign until June 7th, when all of the votes had been cast. She won 23 primaries and caucuses and just 42,000 fewer votes overall than Obama out of 35 million cast.
From now on, it will be unremarkable for a woman to win primary state victories.
The final bill for Hillary's campaign, $250 million.
I've been very lucky, made a lot of money, and I'm giving it all away.
But the prize for the most expensive and least successful presidential campaign goes to Mike Bloomberg, and it's not even close.
We cannot afford 4 more years of President Trump's reckless and unethical actions.
Another billionaire publisher with high hopes for high office, in a 2020 campaign lasting just 101 days, Mike Bloomberg spent,
Drumroll, please.
$935 million. That's more than Hillary, Bernie, and Marco's flops put together, all to finish fourth, winning just one contest in the territory of American Samoa.
No campaign has ever accomplished as much as you did in such a short period of time.
Well, that is kind of true, and at least it was his own money that he wasted. Now to probably the hottest topic of the week in the United States, that of immigration, Chaz, and there has been a lot of seemingly over-the-top talk about an invasion across the southern border and civil war breaking out. Now, in a sense, this is more than just rhetoric, because there is kind of a legal basis for what is happening now, which is essentially a standoff between federal authorities and state authorities in Texas all over border security. And it's centered around, I want you to have a look at this. It's an aerial view of Shelby Park, in a small part of Texas called Eagle Pass. That's the Rio Grande River you can see there. The border runs down that. And as you can see, it's kind of in a suburban area on both sides of the US-Mexico border there. So this is a riverfront park which has now become kind of the battlefront, not literally, but certainly in terms of the effort to stop illegal arrivals across the river.
Yeah, I'm going to try and cover this as quickly as I can. Essentially, the feds have been using Shelby Park as the place where they process migrants when they cross the river. This is a place where migrants want to go through a lot. Now, Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, he basically seized the park, covered it with concertina wire, which is like barbed wire.
Reservoir,
yeah. So that migrants can't get into the park. And also, so the feds can't get into the park. He's actually sealed off and didn't let the feds in. Now, there's been all sorts of sort of finding about that. It's going to take too long to do now. But the important thing is, the Supreme Court, at some point in time, the feds wanted to cut the wire to potentially rescue people, but at least to get access to potential migrants. Which
and this is a very real concern, because a mother and daughter drowned in the river earlier in January because they could not be rescued. And
to put it up on that, there's a lot of confusion about that. They actually drowned before the signal went out. But what happened then was that there were some other people other migrants who were in trouble,
yes,
who were struggling, and then the feds tried to help them.
Yes.
And the Texas Guard would not let them in.
Yep.
Mexico saved them, and they were fine.
And
it was died before.
Right, okay, good. This is important because the boat ramp is in the park.
Yes.
So for Customs and Border Protection who want to put their rubber ducks into the river, that's the point they use in this stretch of the river.
That's correct. Now, it's been going to and from the Supreme Court. Who has access? Whether Texas can build the wire, whether the feds can cut the wire. The Supreme Court the other week ruled that, they get a temporary ruling before they listen to a problem in the case, that the feds have the right to cut the wire. They did not say anything about whether Texas has the right to put the wire there in the first place. Okay? Yeah. So at this point in time, there was no ruling for Texas at all. It was just about the feds being allowed to cut the wire. The feds did not try to cut the wire. Now, that was just where we were at. And then Greg Abbott went feral. He put out a statement basically asserting the right to defend Texas and implying that the Supreme Court was stopping him defend Texas, even though they had not said he can't put the wire on, right? And he cited, this is where the invasion comes from, he cited the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, where it says, no state shall engage in war unless actually invaded. And he said, we're being invaded by migrants, so therefore, we now get to defend ourselves over the top of the fence, even though the fence should have the rights to control any area within 25 miles of the border. Our self-defense takes precedent because we're being invaded. So that's where all the invasion talk comes from. Okay?
Yeah.
I want to emphasize, the Supreme Court did not rule against Texas. The Supreme Court said nothing about Texas. This is all a fiction. He's building it up, and Republicans bit. For instance, Clay Higgins then said, feds are staging a civil war and Texas should stand their ground. Supreme Court has done nothing. Right? 25 Republican governors sent their support, staying in solidarity with Greg Abbott. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt actually suggested that the Republican interpretation of the Constitution should take precedence over the Supreme Court.
We all agree that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. I think the Constitution supersedes somebody in Washington, D.C. telling them.
So he's talking about overturning the Supreme Court,
which hasn't ruled.
Meantime, Democrats were trying to escalate at the same time as well. Beto O'Rourke tweeted out, Abbott is using the Texas Guard to defy a Supreme Court ruling. He was not defying the Supreme Court ruling. And he said that Biden should federalize the National Guard to ensure compliance with the law. So now they're fighting over whether the Texas National Guard is going to be national, controlled by Biden, or controlled by Greg Abbott, and other states are starting to send their National Guard down. And there could be a battle between National Guards and National Guards. It's all very confusing. It's all completely unnecessary. The Supreme Court did not rule anything. It's just complete posing.
Yeah, and it's also important to point out here that in no way does even 300,000 asylum seekers and illegal immigrants and people arriving at the border in a month, that does not constitute, under a legal definition, an invasion. So for Texas to say, well, we're being invaded, the federal government is doing nothing to protect us, therefore we have a constitutional right to protect ourselves. Migrants are not an invading army. There's no justification to that. They're going further and saying, that this is the compact argument. They say that basically this was used as a justification for the original Civil War in 1860, that the federal government is not living up to its obligations to we as a sovereign state. Therefore, we are going to express our sovereignty and ignore anything that, whether it's the Supreme Court or the federal government might say or do, including wanting access to this Riverside Park. So there's rhetoric that has become sort of a reality for some, and the potential. We've got two armed groups who are taking orders from different masters here, which, in a nightmare scenario that nobody really thinks is going to happen, could actually lead to American on American fighting.
But meanwhile, there's a bunch of truckers coming down, a convoy, to quote, defend the border as well. So getting so worked up about this. Vigilantes are not going to help this situation. Someone could get hurt.
Vigilantes, including General Michael Flynn, one of the top election deniers, and the whole thing has been largely promoted by Alex Jones of InfoWars. So yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right, by the way, about the law. That Greg Abbott has no leg to stand on. But it hasn't come to that. At this point in time, it's just agitating for an election, because they want to allow immigration, and there might be real consequences. So let's have this.
Yeah. Meanwhile, as all of that nutsiness is going on down in Texas, in Washington, D.C., details of the bipartisan Senate National Security Supplemental Bill are expected over the weekend. Importantly, this includes new border and immigration measures, including, we understand importantly, a mandatory shutdown of the border if daily crossings exceed 5,000. Back in December, it was exceeding 10,000 many, many days. They want to reform the asylum seeker system to make it harder to claim asylum. They expedite the processing of asylum seekers, and they also plan to end the so-called catch and release of migrants. Easier said than done, of course. The Democrat Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer wants to have a vote by the middle of the week next week, and that is likely to pass the Senate. There's probably already more than enough votes for this to pass the House of Representatives as well, but it is far from certain that it will ever get to a vote in the House of Representatives. The Speaker, Mike Johnson,
has basically indicated that it is dead on arrival. They're not even going to hold a vote on this.
Yeah, once again, I'm going to circle this on, Pep. This takes the evidence all through. But in summary, there are three major problems with immigration in America, and there are some serious problems. The first of which is the asylum situation is just wrecked. The way the law is at the moment, if someone sets foot on American ground and goes to a port and just says, I'm claiming asylum, they use the magic words, they immediately have to be processed. And it takes a long time to process them. It takes a long time to evaluate those claims. There are currently 2 million people in the queue. Look at this graph. 2 million people in the queue for their asylum claims is going up rapidly. And that's just asylum claims. And the other immigration court claims, look at this graph. You can see the first line I'm drawing there are the ones that have been resolved. The second line is the ones that are pending. It's going through the roof. It's becoming exponential. And the reason for that is once they're stacked up, you have to, the law says you have to go through them properly. If you don't go through it, take a shortcut, they can sue you. Okay, so that's the first problem. Okay, the second problem is gotaways, which are people who don't get stopped at all. We don't know who these people are. They could be security risks. The fact is, they know that anyone can just claim asylum, and they choose not to do that because they don't want to be caught.
And they're called gotaways because they are detected by cameras and other sensors crossing the border. They know that they're there, they go out to find them, they can't find them, so they got away.
There have been 1.7 million of them under Biden, and we don't know who they are. They just got, right? And the thing about them is that the tougher you are on the border, the more gotaways there are because it squeezes people out of regular migration and into irregular migration.
Yeah, they've tried to get asylum perhaps in the past and they've been sent back, they've been deported for some other reason. That's it.
Under Trump, with all his hard talk and hard initiatives, gotaways went up. He couldn't stop gotaways. They're hard to stop. And the third thing is, you never hear about this. There are 11 million migrants in America who are undocumented. They've been 11 million for the last 20 years. It never goes up. It never goes down. Trump did nothing. He didn't even put a pinprick in it. It's really, really hard to know what to deal with these people because they only give them amnesties. They only encourage more to come over. There's just 11 million just sitting there. The more that come, the more go off. So there's a little trade-off, but there's still no. So they're the problems. And this bill you just described does a couple of really critical things. The first one is it makes it harder to claim asylum. So it helps to close the asylum loop. Real, genuine applicants should get through. Now, people who aren't genuine applicants will be harder for them to get through, which will reduce that queue. That's important. The second thing you described was the shutdown of the border. This is actually the first time in history that there has been a proposal for a law where they, at one point in time, just say, no more applicants. Even if you're an asylum applicant, we will not listen to you. We will not process you. That's a huge change. And if it keeps the numbers down, it allows them to use their resources a bit more effectively, because at the moment they don't have enough resources. They can't put them in detention because there's only 28,000 detention spots. They get 300,000 a month. They can't process them. They can't listen to their claims. There's too many of them. So they need to limit the number at some point. Then they'll be more effective. So that's what this bill does essentially. It's actually a very good bill in terms of making, it's not going to do everything, but it'll do something. Now, what's happened is Trump has said, I don't want anything to do it. I've got a quite right here, or I'm going to residential. The illegal aliens are pouring into our country and taking over our cities and attacking our police. They're forming gangs. They're tough. Close the border. You do not need a ridiculous border bill that will allow 5,000 people in our country a day. Call it the stupid bill and make sure it doesn't get passed. You'll make things much worse. Close the southern border, no bill necessary. He's wrong. Everything that he did would not work now. 33 out of 35 things he tried were ruled illegal. Many of the things after he tried, right, after his administration. If Trump got in now, he would not be able to do what he thinks he can. We need legal reform.
Yeah. The thing to say as well about this bill, it is a bipartisan bill. It has the support of Democrats and Republicans. They've been working on this literally for months. But if anything, it is a Republican bill that Democrats have been going along with. It gives Republicans a lot more than the Democrats want out of all of this.
It has nothing but Ukraine funding.
Right, and it was the Republicans who linked this to Ukraine funding in the first instance. So this isn't, it's kind of Lucy in the football. The Republicans have said, we want this, we want this, we want this. They found this moment where Democrats are like, 300,000 arrivals in December. Yes, we better take a deal. We better do something here. And now Republicans are pulling the football away, essentially saying, well, if Trump says he's against it, that means most House Republicans are going to be against it. They might be able to pass a majority, taking on a few people that aren't running again for re-election this November with the Democrats to have it pass the House. If Johnson would let it go to a vote, but he doesn't look like he's going to let it to a vote. Therefore, if you're a Senate Republican right now, and even if you think this is a pretty good bill, as you suggest, well, why would you vote against the presumptive nominee of your party and his wishes when he says this is a good bill and it's not going anywhere in the House anyway? So why would I cut my own throat by supporting it? So that's where this whole thing has started to fall apart. And it's clearly a matter of politics because Donald Trump does not want this problem fixed this year because he wants to have a claim to fix it next year with some even more draconian measures.
The problem is those draconian measures won't work. For people who say, just close the border down, zero, you don't need 4,000 or 5,000, zero. If you do zero, I'll tell you what will happen. First of all, you'll be in breach of the Refugee Convention. Now, maybe America will pull out of the Refugee Convention, but you'll be in breach of that. That's the first thing. The second thing is, the gotaways will go through the roof.
Yeah.
The tougher you get, the higher the gotaways. You need to have a system that makes sense. That's tougher than the current system, but actually makes sense. Otherwise, the gotaways, you will not control it. The war will not stop it.
And if you close down the border, and already they're seeing this because of just the sheer number of people trying to get through border crossings now, but if you shut down that border, then you're shutting down cross-border commerce, which includes a lot of Mexican workers whose job every day is over the border in Texas, and then they go home at night. And there's importation, exportation, and not just fentanyl, but a lot of cross-border commerce between the two countries. Billions and billions of dollars worth of trade every month.
And the final thing is that if Trump thinks he'll get this deal in a year's time, he's wrong. Because the Democrats have completely bent over for Ukraine funding. A year's time is too late.
Yeah.
They will want their pound of flesh if we revisit this in a year's time. They have not reformed immigration in 44 years.
Yeah.
This is not perfect, but this is the first time they've done anything that might make a dent in immigration, in illegal migration. In 44 years, they really shouldn't pay this away.
We need Neil and Ronald Reagan back to get this sorted out. But while Republicans are, it seems, in no danger of passing this bill through the House, they are looking very, very seriously at the impeachment of the man responsible for America's border policy, Alejandro Mayorkas. But at this stage, it seems that there's a bit of pushback there because they can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes in order to have an impeachment in the House. It does not look like they're going to get those votes right now, in large part because there is no impeachable offence here. Just because you don't agree with how somebody is handling their job, there's no high crime and misdemeanor in having policy differences, and there are enough reasonable Republicans who are saying, we are not going to go down the path of impeaching cabinet secretaries just because we don't agree with them because they're from the other party. There's been, I think historically, back in the 1870s, one cabinet secretary was impeached, and he was a crook. Yeah. He was selling military contracts in the post-Civil War Reconstruction period. He already resigned in disgrace, but even when they impeached him, as was literally going out the door. So to impeach Mayorkas would be quite an extreme measure, to say the least.
I'm going to be even shorter now. The 2 articles are, number one, not complying with the law, they say. They're talking about not detaining people. There are 28,000 positions in detention centres. There are 11 million illegal immigrants, and there are 300,000 coming every month. They can't do it. If you want that many detention centres, you need to pay for them. There are no resources at the moment. That's the thing this bill does most of all. I can't believe I forgot that. This bill provides resources for detention centres, for translators, for removing people. You can't deport people unless you pay for the planes.
Yeah.
This provides resources that they can do. So if you want him to not break the law, then fund him to not. He's filling up every single spot in detention center. He's not breaking the law. And the other thing is false statements saying that the border is secure when it's not. They say, here's a fact. Biden has removed or expelled a higher percentage of the apprehensions on the border than Trump did. You might not realize that. Most people don't realize that. Biden has removed or expelled 51% of the migrants in his term that came to the border. Trump removed or expelled 47% before COVID. Interesting. Okay, so Mayorkas is not doing any worse, is not any less secure than Trump was, despite the PR.
So the evidence is that after that spike of arrivals in December, that counts on the border had fallen by as much as 50%. We've yet to see the data on that for the month of January. But Joe Biden needs to do something here. If he's not given the money and the new laws from Congress, then there are some things he can do in terms of executive action, and he can find pots of money to do certain things, but it's certainly not going to be, it's not going to be big. The question is whether he's going to be seen to be doing enough to at least neutralise this with swing voters, if not your kind of far-right border security numbers.
This year is deporting more people than Trump has.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference. If people know that as soon as they step over the border or sneak in, they can just claim asylum and they'll be here for 10 years, and then they won't be able to be deported because their country is going to take them back at that point in time. They'll do it. And so, yeah, so you need to change the law, otherwise it's not going to happen.
Well, for more, we're joined by Ariel Ruiz-Soto. He's a senior policy analyst at the Nonpartisan Migration Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. Ariel, welcome to Planet America's Fireside Chat.
Thank you for having me.
So, December last year, over 300,000 interceptions on the border. That is a threefold increase from Donald Trump's final month in office in December of 2020. So is this all Joe Biden's fault?
Well, not precisely. I think we are seeing a very different migration flow today than what we saw at the end of President Trump's tenure in office. One of the key differences that makes it significant today is that we're seeing migration from many more places farther away from Mexico, Central America, and as migrants from other places come to the Mexico border, it's more difficult to remove them or to repatriate them because the United States does not have the same type of repatriation in those countries. For example, someone comes from China, from India, from Turkey, from Ecuador. Returning migrants to those places is more difficult than it was in the Trump administration to remove migrants from or to El Salvador, to Guatemala, to the rest, for example.
So if a migrant comes from, say, China or Russia or Africa, and the Border Patrol assesses them as not qualified to apply for asylum, what happens to that person?
At the border, when the migrant presents themselves to Border Patrol, the first thing they're going to do is refer them to a USCIS officer for an interview, whether they'll determine if they're eligible for protection or not. If they're not eligible for protection, they'll still be released into the United States and then go to a court hearing to begin their removal proceedings with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is ICE. That process can take some months for that to happen if there's a situation in for example, in China. In the event that there is none, the ICE really doesn't have any other opportunity to remove those migrants unless they have citizenship or legal status in the country. So, for example, in the past, there may have been migrants who had a protection or refugee or similar criminal status in another country in South America, and then potentially, if there's an agreement with that country, just make an example, for example, Colombia, that person can be returned to Colombia. But returning migrants to Russia, China, Nicaragua is difficult because there's not a lot of repatriation agreements between the United States and these countries.
Now, Republicans have said that Joe Biden can close the border with a stroke of a pen. There's no new legislation required, but if he did do that, if he just said, no more asylum seekers, nothing, that's it, closed border, would that be legal?
Well, see, it depends on what we mean by closed border. In fact, it's been very rare, only in very limited instances has there actually been the border closed. Back in 9/11, with the terrorist attacks, there was a period of days in which the border was actually closed by Islam. But even then, migrants were able to cross between those countries. It just meant that people would not be processed for entrance as they would normally. In this kind in what we're seeing at the Mexican border, it's much more difficult to say that somebody can just close out the border for two reasons, and we pointed out them that's important. There is a law or authority that allows the President of the United States to determine when to close for different reasons the border. They have to be very specific. It can't just be stopping all traffic migrants from legal or irregular to the Mexican border. But even if they did that, they have to be very careful about the agreement so that they would not essentially break up or reject the current international law that the U.S. assigned on asylum. So it is about trying to figure out how to do both. There is the possibility for the person to do so, but it cannot violate asylum claims in the United States. I'm going to be very clear on this. Any person currently in the U.S. asylum law in the United States, any person that touches U.S. immigration soil is allowed and has the right to seek, to at least apply for asylum in the United States. Whether they do it lawfully, that they reach the territory or not, that is secondary to their right to do so. And so, like, for example, people in Congress are debating today is how to scale back that right and in what cases would that make sense.
Daryl, the only thing we hear more these days than the immigration system is broken is that American politics is broken. So in light of that, what do you make of the current efforts in the Senate to try and do something about the situation on border?
There's been a lot of debate and a lot of controversy about how to implement what negotiations are happening and which components are more important to the border and what will in the long term look the efficiency of all of these borders. But there are some nuggets of what's happening that are important that I think we should tackle. Perhaps the most important thing that Congress can do is to help increase the funding for Border Patrol, for ICE, and for USCIS, so that these agencies have more, not just manpower, but also infrastructure and, for example, space, planes, trucks, and other infrastructure that's important for people to actually custom equipment. The problem that we have at the U.S. border today is not so much that migrants are coming in large numbers, but that the current system does not have enough capacity to process the number of people that are coming. If we had more capacity, migrants would more likely or more quickly at very be determined whether they can come to the United States to seek protection or whether they need to be, in this case, be removed or seek protection in another country. If we had that, with those resources, that would be helpful. So Congress can do that. The other things that are being talked about include, for example, increasing the way the country provides more quickly the moves to the world. There's some conversations about or having a new authority that will trigger once there's more than X amount of border patrol or X amount of migrants trying to work the border in one given day, that then it automatically triggers an expulsion for anybody else. Say that's 5,000 people that run in one day. That means that for the 5,001 person will not have the same access to resources or protection and the people. But it is really, at this point, more about politics than about policy. And we will look to see what comes out of the negotiation and whether it does have any next span once it reaches the House or the Senate.
Finally, if you had 2 minutes on Fox News to correct one misapprehension, migrants, immigration, what would you say?
So currently, the very minimum the United States must do is allow the opportunity for a person who is on U.S. soil to seek asylum in the United States. It is a discretionary function in some cases, that the U.S. has to approve that application. But current law says that no matter how the person reached the U.S. soil, that they have to have the right to seek asylum. They could be denied, and if they're denied, they could be removed. But again, this is a problem that's bigger of process capacity. If we can process people more quickly, more transparently, then when migrants their protection claims are rejected, then they're more likely to be returned. And for the migrants in cases, once they're approved, they in fact they actually move into integrate into things like this.
Ariel Bruce Soto, thank you for having the Fireside Chat.
Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for tonight's Fireside Chat. Plan America back Wednesday night, 9:30 p.m. on ABC TV.
Both programs are up on ABC, iView, YouTube, and Facebook. And then there's the Pet Podcast. Well, immigration for sure. There's all the official pod places right there. Bye-bye.
Tonight, the United States fails further attacks against Iranian-backed militants following strikes in Iraq and Syria. A man to be charged with murder after a mother and son are found dead in an Adelaide home. At least 10 people killed in Chile as wildfires rage across the country.
Australia throw out at the quarter-final stage for the second Asian Cup in a row.
And heartbreak for the Socceroos as they are knocked out of the Asian Cup. Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Anne Chin. Nearly a week after 3 American soldiers were killed in a drone attack, the US has responded with military force. The United States has launched a series of retaliatory strikes against Iranian and proxy forces
hitting dozens of targets in Syria and Iraq. It's a sharp escalation that Joe Biden had sought to avoid since the war in Gaza broke out.
Unverified footage captures America's response to a deadly drone attack. This among 85 targets at 7 facilities said to have been hit.
3 of the facilities are in Iraq, 4 of them are in Syria. Numerous aircraft, including B-1 bombers dispatched from the United States, were involved in this operation, firing more than 125 precision-guided munitions over the course of about 30 minutes.
The US says the sites are used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force and their affiliates, who they say are involved in a recent surge of attacks on US personnel. Officials say they're still assessing the damage, but believe the operation has been a success. The strikes are retaliation for last weekend's attack on a base in Jordan. At the time, the president said it would not go unanswered. And he's warning there's more to come. Our response began today. It will continue at times and places of our choosing. Let all those who might seek to do us harm know this. If you harm an American, we will respond.
The White House is trying to strike a delicate balance here. It wants to send a clear message to Iran that attacks by its affiliates on US troops won't be tolerated. Yet it doesn't want to hit with such force that Tehran feels compelled to retaliate.
3 service members were killed in the Jordan attack. Today, their remains were returned home. These ceremonies have become infrequent as the US seeks to extract itself from foreign wars. The reverberations from the war in Gaza now threatening to change that. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Washington.
The Iraqi government has described Washington's retaliatory strikes as a violation of its sovereignty, while Syria is reporting a number of people have been killed. Here's more from Global Affairs editor John Lyons in Jerusalem.
This is certainly a major escalation in the Middle East. 85 different strikes in 2 different countries. This is the first time that the US has struck both Syria and Iraq simultaneously. The significance of this is that Washington has not hit Iran itself. It's hit Iran's proxies in Syria and Iraq. It's hit facilities connected to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. They're the enforcers of the regime in Iran. The US is wanting to say to Iran, if you jeopardize any of our facilities in the Middle East, there will be reprisals. Both Syria and Iraq have said it's a breach of their sovereignty, and they've expressed their great concern about this. However, it's almost certain that in coming days there will be more reprisals by America, more strikes.
A mother and son have been found dead at a home in Adelaide's northwestern suburbs, and a man who lives on the same street has been arrested. He is expected to be charged with murder. Police were called to the home in Rosewater this afternoon, finding a 76-year-old woman and her son, a 55-year-old man, dead inside. Officers have arrested a 43-year-old man, who authorities say was residing at a home across the road. The man is currently being interviewed by police and is expected to be charged with 2 counts of murder. Police say the motivation for the crime is unclear.
We're in the early stages of the investigation. It's unlikely that we are looking for other offenders related to this matter, but I do ask for the public support and public assistance with any information that any person may have relative to this event, or any dash cam or other footage that other people may also have. That's not only for events for today, but also for events that were in the days leading up to these tragic circumstances.
2 of Victoria's most popular summer holiday destinations are grappling with separate drownings. The first happened early this morning at Barwon Heads when a simple fishing trip turned to deadly.
A boat upside down on the shoreline of Raps Beach at Ocean Grove. Emergency services workers are on the sand. This is the scene of a summer tragedy.
That's really sad. We saw the boat up to it earlier on. Yeah.
It's tough. They're our people.
It's an absolute tragedy.
Two mates going for a fish took off in this tinny from Ocean Grove at 6:30 a.m. Less than 30 minutes later, they were in trouble.
They've headed out through the river mouth at Barwon Heads and come across some large waves. Unfortunately, the boat has capsized as a result.
Both men were in the water. A 61-year-old Moriac man managed to get on top of the boat. His mate, a 66-year-old from Anglesey, was trapped under the tinny.
We believe he was entangled in some rope or possibly some anti-roping, but he wasn't able to free himself, and the surviving fisherman wasn't able to assist him to get in there either.
3 members of the public on jet skis arrived a short time later. They brought the younger man to shore with only minor injuries. Sadly, the 66-year-old was unresponsive. He died at the scene, the 19th fatal drowning this summer.
Ocean Grove is a very safe, family-friendly beach, and for this to happen here, it's a tragedy all round.
Today, surf lifesavers were patrolling the river mouth at Barwon Heads. Conditions early this morning were choppy, and the swell was larger than normal.
Because the water pools with the tides, it can get hard to negotiate at times.
It's a good shooting area that they have out here, so there's a lot of boats that were going out through the heads, but a lot of boats didn't want to go out because of the size of the waves.
Hours later, a scuba diver was pulled from the water at Rye on the Mornington Peninsula near the pier at 10 a.m. He was given CPR but couldn't be revived.
As thousands are enjoying the warmer weather at Victoria's beaches, popular holiday spots, authorities are again at pains to emphasise you can never be too safe around the water.
That's just a reminder, obviously, this time of year, make sure you bring your life jackets, look after your friends and family out in the water. There's lifeguards on duty swim between the flags.
A plea for safety first. Mike Lorigan, ABC News, Ocean Grove.
The Federal Department of Agriculture is being urged to make a decision on the fate of thousands of Australian cattle and sheep stuck on a live export ship in WA. The animals have been on board for 4 weeks after it was ordered to return from the Middle East amid security concerns in the region. The ship arrived back in Fremantle earlier this week. At the request of the exporters, several hundred cattle were unloaded from the ship last night and are being quarantined. But the department is still deciding whether to allow the remaining animals to be re-exported back to the Middle East via a different route, sparking concern for the welfare of the livestock.
Our concern is the cumulative effect on those animals' health. Sometimes there may not be overt signs of illness, but those animals are suffering, and the longer they're on that ship, the longer they suffer, more days, more deaths.
I have every confidence that that decision will be made in the right lens of protecting animal welfare and making sure that we protect our international reputation.
A Sydney man has suffered burns in a house fire which police believe was deliberately lit. Fire crews rushed to the Canley Heights property in Sydney southwest early this morning, where they found the home engulfed in flames. A man in his 60s was rescued from inside before being rushed to the Royal North Shore Hospital's burns unit. He arrived in a critical condition but is now stable. Witnesses reported seeing multiple people fleeing the scene when the blaze broke out. Police believe at least one of them may have sustained burns themselves.
There's a possibility that there's several people involved or more than one. At this stage, we're appealing to the public if they've got any dash cam footage or have any CCTV footage to contact the police.
The wanted Sydney property developer, Jean Naziev, could be facing further criminal charges over potential fraud. The top lace founder is believed to be overseas, with his last known whereabouts in Lebanon. Sandy Gregory has the details.
Administrators appointed to Jean Nassif's company Top Place last year have revealed the fugitive used millions of dollars to invest his land in Lebanon and warehouses in Nigeria and to loan money to his brother before his business empire collapsed. The company claims to have developed 30,000 properties in Sydney, but its building license was revoked because it failed to address defects across numerous sites. New South Wales Police put out a warrant for his arrest in July last year for alleged fraud relating to a $150 million loan. The administrator's report estimates creditors are owed more than $400 million, while the company's assets are now worth less than $4 million.
3 teenage girls have been seriously injured in a fiery high-speed crash in the southwest. The Subaru collided with a Lexus on King George's Road in Roselands just before 9:30 p.m. before losing control and crashing into a tree. The car burst into flames while bystanders frantically pulled 3 teenage girls out of the wreckage. The 18-year-old driver and an 18-year-old passenger were both taken to hospital in a stable condition, while a 17-year-old passenger is in a critical condition with leg and chest injuries. The driver of the Lexus was not injured. The Tasmanian Premier's ultimatum to independent MPs remains unanswered tonight, with John Tucker yet to speak on the matter. Jeremy Rockliff has threatened there could be an early election if Mr Tucker and Lara Alexander strike a new agreement with him. The Deputy Premier has suggested the new agreement is open to negotiation, but some think the Premier has made up his mind on going to an early poll.
A day after the Premier issued his election threat, it's business as usual for the government. The Deputy Premier backing his leader's decision to attempt to reach a new, stricter agreement with former Liberal backbenchers Lara Alexander and John Tucker.
The Premier's been quite clear that he'll now enter into an agreement-making phase with the 2 independents. We hope it's fruitful and successful.
A conciliatory approach taken towards the 2 independents, but not the Labor opposition, with the whiff of an election in the air.
The biggest troublemaker in the Tasmanian Parliament is in fact Rebecca White and the Labor Party. They create mischief. They're constantly trying to create stunts and waste of time activities.
There is one common factor here, and that is Jeremy Rockliff's leadership. His leadership caused the defectors to leave the government.
It's a waiting game for the public, the opposition, and apparently the Premier, with Mr Tucker still considering his response to the demand for a new agreement. And while there's talk of negotiations, some say there's little chance it will resolve.
They've made the point that they would like to be independents and they don't want to be former Liberals into the necessarily Liberal agenda on which they were elected.
And as much as the Premier insists he doesn't want an early election, he's now ready to pull the trigger.
Well, I think this is the off-ramp that the Premier has finally decided he needs to take.
Perhaps it's no longer a matter of if, but when. Lucy MacDonald, ABC News.
A boy has been treated in hospital after being bitten by a dingo on Gari off the southern Queensland coast. The incident happened last night at the Bowell Creek camping ground. He suffered injuries to his lower abdomen and was taken from Kingfisher Bay to Harvey Bay in a stable condition. He's the 3rd child to be bitten by a dingo on the World Heritage listed island since the start of the year. Ex-tropical cyclone Kirrily is continuing to bring heavy rainfall and damaging wind gusts in northwest Queensland. More than 150 millimetres fell near the Northern Territory border overnight, while extensive flooding has isolated communities. The system is expected to weaken in the coming days as another low intensifies in the Coral Sea and potentially developing into a cyclone late next week. It could make landfall between Mackay and Cairns.
If we do get a 3rd coastal crossing over the Queensland coast, it will be the first time in about 5 years or so. So from 2018 to 2019, we had 4 coastal crossings.
At least 10 people have been killed and hundreds have been evacuated as bushfires burn through central Chile. Strong winds are fanning rapidly expanding blazes across several regions, prompting the president of the country to declare a state of emergency. Dramatic footage posted online shows dense smoke blanketing beaches in the popular Vinal del Mar region. It comes as a heatwave and drought sweeps across the country. Farmers protesting high costs and climate policies have blocked the border between Belgium and the Netherlands as demonstrations spread across Europe. Convoys of tractors have gridlocked the centre of Paris for the past week, but after government concessions, blockades have now been lifted.
Steamrolling the heart of the European Union.
It's not just environmental measures, it's the pressure which is on the backs of farmers.
As EU leaders voted to throw Ukraine an $82 billion lifeline, farmers angry over rising costs, falling profits and climate policies took their protest to the streets of Brussels.
No, it was not a success. They didn't say anything to us. They did like we don't. We're here. But I think it was clear that we are here.
As night fell, chaos erupted. Eggs were pelted at the European Parliament and bonfires lit. As the hours rolled on, the protests spread to Poland, Ireland, Malta and the Netherlands, where farmers blocked the border with Belgium.
We protested in the Netherlands last year, and the Belgians came to assist us. Now they are protesting, and we are in solidarity with them.
But in France, where the protest kicked off, a breakthrough after a week of blockades through the centre of Paris.
It's not our job to go and demonstrate, to block the roads, so we're really happy to be going back.
The French government agreed to concessions, including cash handouts and tax cuts.
I'm not completely satisfied. I'm a little sad. I still have big expectations for the coming weeks, months, to be sure that these are not empty promises.
A reprieve in France, but little progress elsewhere. Catherine Deese, ABC News, London.
A fortnight after Taiwan elected a new pro-sovereignty president, its military has been conducting drills to show it will be on alert over the coming holidays. Chinese ships and planes operate around the island on a near daily basis, and its expected activity could increase as the presidential inauguration in May approaches.
From the skies to the sea, Taiwan's military says it won't let its guard down. On an army base in the south, under a cloud of smoke, soldiers fight a mock enemy attack.
The ROC armed forces have to prepare ourselves very well in order to defend our hometown.
This exercise simulates what it might look like if one of China's regular drills around Taiwan turned into a sudden assault. It's taking place at a key time, only weeks after the island's elections, but also just before most Taiwanese go on holidays for the Lunar New Year. Today's exercise includes tactical mobility, assault, and urban warfare. On the opposite side of the island, sailors practice dropping sea mines. This naval base would be a key target in an invasion.
Our Navy and Marine Corps have already done all types of preparation work to be combat ready. People can feel safe to go on their holidays.
In the face of China's claims over the self-governed island, Taiwan buys billions of dollars worth of equipment and weapons from its most important military ally, the United States.
The training for the modernizations, as well as the interoperabilities and the communication with other friends and allies in the open water like Taiwan. Those are all very important aspects we need to do.
While these exercises are centered on the island's defenses over the Lunar New Year holiday period, the reality is the military is going to have to stay alert for many months yet. Beijing is expected to ramp up pressure on Taiwan ahead of the inauguration of the new president. Chinese state media warning recently that unless President-elect Lai Ching-te abandons the Taiwan independence path by May, the 4 years of his presidency will be precarious and unpredictable. A sign there is no rest on the horizon for these troops. Catherine Calderwood, ABC News, Kaohsiung, Taiwan.
Actor Carl Weathers, who played Apollo Creed in the Rocky movie franchise, has died aged 76. Weathers shot acclaim for his role as the cocky heavyweight champion opposite Sylvester Stallone. He is being remembered as an extraordinary athlete by his Predator co-star Arnold Schwarzenegger, while Adam Sandler, who Weathers appeared his son in the film Happy Gilmore, says he was truly a great man. In recent years, Weathers earned acclaim and an Emmy nomination for his role in the Mandalorian series. The Socceroos have crashed out of the Asian Cup after a heartbreaking 2-1 extra-time loss to South Korea in the quarterfinals. Australia led late into stoppage time and dominated possession for most of the match, but couldn't land a winning blow. Devastation, heartbreak from a Socceroos side that will be left to wonder what if.
Pure disappointment at the moment, we're 1 man away from going through.
With a place in the semi-final on offer in Qatar, the Socceroos found the scoreboard first. And it wasn't their only option. Australia generating shot after shot.
Down to the individual to put the ball in the back of the net, and if you don't take the chances, you get punished.
That's exactly what happened 4 minutes into stoppage time. The equaliser sending the match into extra time where South Korea's captain stepped up.
The top quality players that they've got ended up getting the job done for them.
A late red card didn't help Australia's quest to force its penalties, with South Korea avenging their 2015 Asian Cup final loss.
It's the first time in 17 games that we've lost after going up 1-0.
Arnold's young Socceroos bundled out in the quarterfinal for the second consecutive time in the tournament.
That's the big thing at this moment is what's next, who's next, and that's what I'm trying to do to find, as well as trying to win games.
South Korea will play Jordan in the semis. Jessica Stewart, ABC News. Bottom of the table, Western United has held Sydney FC to a 2-2 draw in round 15 of the men's A-League at North Hobart Oval. Sydney's Fabio Gomez struck first, capitalising on a handball penalty before a check for offside from the video referee kept everyone waiting for almost 4 minutes. Western United's Noah Botic narrowed the margin just before the break, and an equaliser early in the second half put the game back on level footing, seeing the two sides share the points. Sydney FC sits 7th on the A-League ladder. While the Adelaide 36ers winning run shows no signs of ending, it does face Tasmania in a critical matchup tomorrow. The 36ers' latest victim was the ladder-slipping Sydney Kings, who lost by 7 points in Adelaide last night. That's despite visitors being in front going into the last quarter, with Jalen Adams leading the scorers. But Adelaide centre Isaac Humphries and guard DJ Vasiljevic rallied late to help propel the home side to victory. The 36ers are now just 1 place out of the top 6.
The week's not finished, we've got to play on Sunday, so once we get on, if we can get a win on Sunday and come back and Adelaide that night, and then I'll call it a great week.
Surf lifesaving volunteers play a vital role in keeping Australian beachgoers safe, but over the past few years there's been a shortage of qualified rescue boat crew. Now, a new program is encouraging more female surf lifesavers to take on the complex and physically demanding role in a more inclusive environment.
Surf lifesavers use inflatable powercraft to patrol beaches across the country and perform searches and rescues. The volunteers who operate them are highly trained, fit, and dedicated.
It's really exhausting on the body, like really taxing things us. I guess the skills that we're teaching them, and some pretty great responsibility they have once they are competent crews.
But Surf Lifesaving Australia says it doesn't have enough qualified crews and drivers, especially amongst its female volunteers.
Nationally, there was roughly 50,000 male crews qualified and 5,000 female IRB crew.
A new program designed for women and non-binary surf lifesavers has made these participants feel more supported and comfortable than in some mixed-gender courses.
Mixed powercraft courses don't always have that culture that is super supportive of everyone in the group. So to be able to offer this course is very exciting, and the girls loved it, which has been great. Sometimes it is like we do get a bit up close and personal, so we feel so much more comfortable knowing that it is a female.
By the end of their training, this group of 9 will be qualified to perform complex rescues on board the inflatable watercraft. It's hoped the program will grow in size over the next few years and inspire more female-focused training interstate. Grace Utter, ABC News.
On the Saturday, cloud cover is bringing showers across Queensland, the Northern Territory and northeast New South Arctic, a high-pressure system will see clear weather across the rest of the country. And looking around the country for tomorrow for Queensland, storms across the east, a cloudy shower in the southwest, and mostly sunny in the northwest. To New South Wales and the ACT, rain across the northeast before clearing to a sunny day in the southeast, clear in the southwest, mostly sunny and very hot in the north. In Victoria, some morning fog in the south, clearing to a warm, dry and mostly sunny day across the state, changing hot in the northwest. Turning to Tasmania, a windy day in the southwest and across the highlands, mostly cloudy in the northwest and mostly sunny elsewhere. For South Australia, clearing fog in the southeast, clear and warm over central, mostly sunny in the west and hot winds across the north. To Western Australia, sunny and warm in the west, some light cloud over the south and northeast. And in the Northern Territory, storms across the northwest and top end, isolated showers around, mostly sunny and hot over the interior. Looking ahead to Tuesday's forecast for the capital cities, storms and heavy rain for Brisbane, possible showers in Sydney, Canberra, showers clearing, mostly sunny for Melbourne, a sunny day for Hobart, Adelaide will be partly cloudy, a hot and sunny day for Perth, a chance of a thunderstorm for Darwin with a top of 31. The New South Wales town of Yass is often overshadowed by the national capital down the road, but it's quickly gaining a name for producing young boxers. A gym hidden behind an unassuming home is not only developing athletes, but also changing lives.
From the outside, this looks like a regular country home, but as you walk down the driveway to the shed in the backyard, it quickly becomes obvious that it's so much more.
It's not just a boxing gym for me, it's a family.
The Valley Boxing Gym opened in 2020 and is now home to more than 70 boxers with varying levels of ability, from up-and-coming talent like Michaela Armstrong, who won the prestigious Jean Lewis belt in America late last year. Angle out.
I cannot die. He's like, do you want to go in the ring? Do you want to go in the Olympics? And I'm like, yes, I want to go to the Olympics. And he's like, well, I should go. And he's just like pushed me to my best.
To kids with confidence or health issues, the local sergeant, and parents who unexpectedly want to join in on the action, like Max Mioch's mum.
It threw me off a little bit. She's always been able to be a little bit skeptical of it, but yeah, she seems to have got something happy about that.
Max and his whole family, I had to walk in that house in the middle of the night.
The coach has breathed new life into a community that didn't know it needed it.
Bit of a character, but I love him. It's like a second dad. He's taught me things that I never would have known without him. So if it wasn't for him, I don't know where I would have been.
But the athletes have given him just as much.
I suffered. So, just thought, having something to give, you know, when you suffer from mental health, sometimes putting something above yourself gives you purpose. Not only am I helping them, they're helping me.
Anthea Moody, ABC News, Yes.
You've been watching a national edition of ABC News. If you'd like to watch a local edition, just go to ABC iView, where you can stream it live or catch up anytime. I'm Rhoda Chan. Thanks for your company.
Remember your ABCs this summer.
Action plan. Start preparing now.
Be safe. Visit our emergency website for tips.
Connect with us. Tune into ABC Radio.
This week on News Breakfast, we catch up with reigning Olympic canoe slalom champion Jess Fox to see how her preparations are going 6 months out from the Paris Games.
And we'll be serenaded by American singer-songwriter Chris Isaak ahead of his Australian tour.
We are entranced by the beauty of our planet. The truly staggering thing is, until recently, none of this existed.
Earth, Tuesday 9:05 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are advised that this program contains images and voices of people who have died. time. I'm in sugarcane country. Home Hill in North Queensland. Sugarcane is king in this part of the world. It's the reason the town of Home Hill exists, a community that grew up around the sugarcane mill. Those who came to cut the cane were mostly Italian, beginning a legacy that continues to this day.
Pop used to sell 12 tons of spaghetti a year. Unbelievable. It's huge, man.
Some nationalities came here less willingly.
They said to them, if you want these, you've got to come over to the big boat because they're all there. Then they shut the door and they couldn't come in.
And others, well, they've been here since the dream time.
Well, today we're out here doing what you call a turtle radio, where we look for turtles in the water, and when we spot one, we chase it and jump on.
I'm here to see for myself the impact of this mix of cultures and stories over generations, to find out how important the past is to the future of Home Hill.
So we're in sugarcane country, aren't we? The heart of it. Yes, this is the heart of sugarcane country. Oh, look at that river. What's down there? It's huge. The Birmingham. And it's dry at the moment, but it certainly lives up to its name in the wet season. When that feels, yes.
Nikki Bass is a primary school teacher in Home Hill and part of a fourth generation Italian family who originally came as cane cutters.
So you grew up here, Nikki? I grew up here, yes. I'm a boomerang. I came back with my partner and 2 children at 41 and to live the country lifestyle. What brought you back? Family and support, and why not grow up here and enjoy that childhood with your ears pinned back and you're in wild spaces. Well, it's certainly changed a lot since when I was a young child. All of these shops used to be full with things like furniture stores, hardware shops, and my favourite, the material shop. And we loved it. My sister and I loved it. Now, where are we headed now? Oh, we're going to the showgrounds now because we'll go and have a look at the first fire for tonight. Thanks for that. Pleasure. I'll see you there. We'll have a good time.
I will. This Sweet Days Hot Nights Festival is a celebration for the start of the sugarcane harvest. And right in the middle is a single block of cane.
This is a block we grow specifically for the festival.
Where one of Nicky's 3 brothers, Mark Bass, is preparing to create the biggest spectacle of the night.
So, sugarcane's a bit dry, basically. And inside the stalk, it's full of sugar. They call that stuff trash. And that there is where all the goodness comes out. Bite in, you gotta bite that part.
I don't like that part.
And it's hard. Don't make it sick.
It's very hard.
Yeah,
Sweetness.
it is.
So once your relatives would have cut all this by hand.
Yeah, so I have relatives on both sides. I'm 4th generation farmer, and both sides. One migrated from Italy, one from Germany, and they all cut cane by hand once.
What's going to happen with this now?
So we're going to burn it this afternoon, then it'll get going. Once it goes, it just roars.
The Burlington region is one of the only places in the world where they still burn the sugarcane crop, clearing away unwanted foliage, making it easier to cut.
For the Burlington Culture Fair 2023.
From June to December every year, the air is sweet.
We are smoking Saturday and the will because we decided.
is what the festival is here to celebrate. As it leads up to the final triumphant act, the first official bird of the season. It might only last a few minutes, but it's symbolic of so much of Home Hill's past.
The colours live stretch in the sun, and the work begins.
In the early 1900s, thousands of Italians on immigrant labour schemes were employed by hand.
The sugar industry of Queensland is one of the most efficient in the world.
Long, hot days of grueling work. That's had a huge impact on the identity of the area. And in Home Hill, that's something they celebrate. It's the next morning. The ash has settled. And locals are doing it the way many of their ancestors did.
Very even.
At the town's hand cane cutting competition. Including Nikki.
Why did you do it? Well, it's a family tradition. We've been doing it for a while, and there's plenty of us, like a big brood of labourers. And a bit of competition. Then we go to strain our family.
It's a rite of passage and a mark of respect to those early immigrants who built this town. People like Alfie Musumeci's father.
So how did your family get to be here, Alfie?
Well, Dad migrated from Italy in 1930, middle of the Depression, and he came here to Home Hill on the 17th of February 1935, cut cane, and then he grew tomatoes. Made a lot of money in 1946, so he bought this shop. It was called the Pacific Fish Bar, which is just here. It kept us all busy for another bloody 60 years. Our shop was the centre for all the Italian migrants. And Pop used to sell 12 tonnes of spaghetti a year.
That's huge.
It's huge, man.
Alfie Musumeci's father's shop is no more. But in its day, it provided a taste of home for the newly landed cane cutters, as well as employing the whole Musumeci family.
Usually my wife, when we got married, she worked in the business, and we were a family business, and we did well. Never made any money, but we made a lot of friends.
I mean, groceries are groceries, cornflakes are cornflakes, everywhere. But we specialised in so many things that people come to want.
Friday nights, we used to have people used to come to the entertainment because the shop was full of people. Unbelievable.
Do you think Home Hill has changed a lot since you were married and you were living together?
There's nothing left of it. It's so sad. This town, you would not believe. Well, every night, the people used to come to town just to park in Centre Park. And they'd bring their flash new cars, especially in town. And the buggers wouldn't go home.
Well, the shop is no more, but you two are still going strong.
I should do. We have a good marriage. Maybe because I'm very understanding.
Definitely, would you agree?
Most of the time. we understand each other.
No, it's my best friend.
Alfie's father brought with him a passion for food and Italian cooking, and passed on those skills to Alfie's Australian wife, Leslie. And she's still passing them on, as well as learning new ones in a monthly cooking group.
Sometimes 4 of us and sometimes 10 of us.
just depends who can come on a day and what we need.
Look, some of the recipes that our grandmothers had, if they're not passed on to the future generation, those recipes are going to die with them. So we have to pass our knowledge on to younger people to learn how to do it.
I learned from my nana. My nana would always make cannolis at all our big events, and then now I can do it myself.
Are you learning lots?
Yes, we learn from each other.
And there's a lot of recipes that I would never have tried on my own if we hadn't made them in a group.
We've done French, we've done Greek, Indian.
When you try new things, you don't have any flops.
We do, and that's why the group's called Pandemonium, because sometimes it is.
What about when we were over here and Vicky was making, what was she making?
And she lifted the mixer.
And she lifted the KitchenAid mixer up and the batter went all up onto the ceiling.
It went everywhere. On the roof.
Everywhere. And I was on the groove on the floor.
Like so much in Home Hill, the reason this cooking group exists at all is because of sugar. Because of the people who came to cut cane and stayed. But sugar plantations only started in Australia in the 1860s, which means that for thousands of years before that, the Birigala Juru people were doing fine without it. I'm heading about 10 minutes out of town to see how the very older stories are being shared with a new audience. A school group taught by my friend Nikki.
Way back in the day, they used to all meet. They used to come from down west, up north, south, and meet down here at a place called Gutha Lumbra.
Jim Gaston is a Birigala Juru man and part of the Gujita Land and Sea Rangers, a group that helps keep the local Aboriginal language and culture alive.
Yeah, this here is the safe bush tree. How you tell? It's green on the outside and silver underneath. And when you crush it up and add some water, it will froth up and it will clean your hands.
Oh, you look at the lather up. I know.
Well, when I first went to school, it was always Captain Cook. And when I went to high school, our teaching was French. And I said, well, why can't we be taught our language? And I had to pay for that. So that made me more worried that wanting to get up there and promote our culture and who we are, you know.
It should be familiar to you. Lots of people have it growing under the tank stand.
Oh, that smells good, doesn't it?
That's what I wanted to share my knowledge with, because it's, it's been passed on to me, so I'll pass it on to the next ones, next generation.
It looks like a goldfish. Look at that. How's an octopus?
Everything we're learning in the classroom about Australian First Nations people and how long they've lived and inhabited this beautiful country means that plenty of people before them have become experts in their field and they know exactly what trees we can use and what to stay clear of. That's entrenched knowledge, that's expert knowledge.
It's all been handed down to us by our elders.
First Nations people would look up in the sky and whatever way the emu was facing would be where the emu were collected. Yeah, so Ranger Jim told us, when you look up somewhere up there, you'll see a turtle with its little flippers and stuff. He said if you look over that tree at night, there'll be a turtle and the stars.
The Gujita Rangers conservation work is well known, and they're internationally famous for one activity, something that happens on the coast about 100 kilometres away. And Jim's invited me along.
Whoa. Jim, what are we looking for out here?
Well, today we're out here doing what you call a turtle rodeo, where we're going to jumper. We look for turtles in the water, and it's not very deep. And when we spot one, we chase it and jump on it.
These expeditions off the coast of Bowen are part of the Gudger Reference Group's Sea Turtle Ranger Program, working in collaboration with James Cook University, monitoring population numbers and migration.
And with us, mainstream science and Aboriginal science, we put them together and then move one way forward.
Do you think you've taught them a thing or two?
Oh, we've learned both ways. Because we've been here for 40,000 years, and they're going to be here for another 40,000, as long as we monitor and get all the data, collect all the data. But today we'll just tag it, measure it, and let it go.
But first, Will, on the front, has to catch one. Easier said than done in these conditions.
So when he gets the turtle in the right position, he'll jump, and hopefully we'll have a captain. This time.
Normally, the university guides would be more helpful than me. But with a little bit of luck, Will finally gets a turtle on the boat.
He or she?
Short tail. She.
She?
The turtle is measured, tagged, and then released, with the data going on to an international database to help track the turtle's movements.
Whether they're born, if the turtle was hatched here in Bowen and it grows to an adult female, she'll come back to the same spot and lay its eggs. And then those ones that hatch there, they'll come back to the same spot. And they just like,
You're incredible.
yeah, incredible. There we go, there we go. Right. You ready? Great, let's go home.
It's the power of handed-down knowledge by the generations that's protecting the turtles for the future. But there are other handed-down stories in this area that are less positive.
Come in, Emma.
Oh, look at all your pictures.
Those nationalities whose ancestors came to Carcane against their will.
That is a picture of my father with his two brothers.
Ah.
And that's one of the churches that they built and went to. This here is a photo of the slavery.
Oh, look at them.
That's a photo of me when I was younger, playing football.
Oh, you look good looking fella.
My wife thought so.
Les Henaway is 83 and lives over the bridge in the town of Ayr with his wife Denise. He's a former sugarcane cutter, star football player, and church pastor. But the story of how his family came here reveals a little-known chapter in Australian history.
Well, my grandfather came from Vanuatu. There's an island called Tanna. And so he came over then as a slave to cut sugar cane here in Australia. And Robert Towns, he's a slave trader. He came with a big boat, and when they got off the boat, well, they were throwing cast nets, and they were using rifles to shoot birds and that. And they said to them, if you want these, you've got to come over to the big boat because they're all there. And when they got to the boat, they said, they're down there, the nets and the gun are down there, and we want you to go down there and pick which one you want. And so when they went down there, then they shut the door and they couldn't come out.
So they were tricked into getting onto these boats.
They were tricked.
From the 1860s onwards, thousands of South Sea Islanders, like Liz's grandfather, were conned or forced to come to this region to cut cane. It's known as blackbirding, the shameful practice that only ended in 1904, when the introduction of the White Australia policy saw most islanders deported, opening up the cane cutting to preferred white nationalities like the Italians. Only a few islanders, including Liz's grandfather, managed to remain, but they lived as outcasts.
But he stayed here. Did he marry locally?
Yeah, he married a full-blooded Aboriginal. And then she had 2 daughters, but they died because the black people back then wasn't allowed to go to the hospital to have their children. So that's how it was back then, and a lot of people are unaware of it.
And it took a long time for perceptions to change. Les has been subject to racism his entire life.
When I went to marry Denise, a man came and spoke to her mother and father and said, if you let your daughter marry that black man, Les Hemingway, just throw her to the dogs.
Do you think you shocked a lot of people? Certainly. Yes. As, you know, well, the day that we got married, there were so many people that came to have a sticky big, as they say, you know. Just, I don't know what they expected to see, because when you get married, it's just the same as everybody. Maybe they thought we'd do something different, you know, because they hadn't been connected with Indigenous people.
That's what made me always try to be better than everybody else. Yeah, cutting cane, playing football.
They haven't changed.
The discrimination was so bad that Les and Denise moved away to Mount Isa, where mixed couples were more common. They didn't return to Ayr for 23 years.
Does it feel to you as though things have changed now?
Yeah, it has changed now. I'm one of the main troubles in this town.
Les, do you forgive what happened?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Back then, that was sort of a culture, you know. And so, and none of them that were doing it didn't know any better. And so they carried on. But, yeah, I forgive every one of them, mate. I hold nothing against them. And I just say now, if somebody got something against me because of my colour, I just say that that is their problem, not mine.
From the few islanders who stayed, big families like Liz's have grown, forming a bond with this area. And from what I've seen, I think it's in family where the strength lies in Home Hill.
See, family's more than a word, more than being bound by blood. The person you hold close to your heart, someone you truly love. It's being there for each other, coming together when all else fails, working through those bloody hard times, as good times can only prevail.
The Bass family, including Nikki's brother Chris, who's a cane farmer and poet, are having their weekly gathering. And in the kitchen is matriarch Gloria Bass.
How many are you feeding here today, Gloria?
Well, 27 today, and yes, normally
Who also happens to be 2022 Burdekin Citizen of the Year.
we try to have a weekly that. And I just really believe that this is something that we have to do to keep the contact and also make them realise, especially the little ones coming through, how important it is to have family connections.
So, what's on the menu today?
Well, today we're having roast pork, and we're lucky because Chris has got the crackling and the pork going beautifully. I love crackling.
Now I am blessed and I am grateful with a mother that's firewood and sweet. She'd do everything for us day in, day out, bend over backwards, week after week. Now we talk a lot, which helps us through. She's an angel sent from above. Holds our family together with heart, honesty, respect, and with love.
There might be fewer people in Home Hill these days, but the human network seems stronger than ever.
Oh, big effort. Well done. Without everybody's help.
Sugarcane brought people here from vastly different backgrounds and countries. Its legacy today are the large, beautiful families who remain. The Mozamechis, the Henaways, and the Basses will keep growing.
More of a mango liqueur, isn't it? It's more of a really shine that one.
And that's the kind of thing that can survive the closing of a few shops.
You can see Home Hill is about more than sugarcane. No matter what their cultures or where people have come from, they've laid down firm roots here. And what's at the heart of it for all of them is family.
Yeah, just watch it and so it's listening and got a chance, simple as that. Now, my father's a strong, hard-working man. He's dedicated his whole life to us. Worked every day of his life on this farm, all just to earn some crust. And every family has their ups, their downs. At the end of the day, it's just not worth it. Because when you're 6 feet under, your money's all spent and your life's been nothing but live.
Next time, we're flying to Timber Creek in the top end. Finding love in the air.
2 kids later, 2 dogs and a donkey, and yeah, we're here and very much settled.
And landing at Hatch.
Pretty successful. You've got to be happy with that.
Did you have any idea about the Indigenous culture in Australia?
Absolutely not. Like, the only thing I knew about Australia is crocodile Dundee.
The Prime Minister needs strong lieutenants or you're going to survive. No, that's part of the game.
Malcolm Turnbull brought him someone.
Is there a good Malcolm and a bad Malcolm? There's only one me.
Nemesis, Monday at 8, ABC TV and ABC iView.
What is wrong?
I don't feel adjusting to that. Some days can't sneak a subscription to a streaming service for them. Says it's too expensive having so many.
How will you stay entertained?
ABC iView, my queen. It's got dramas and comedy. It's stuff. It's all free. And I'm free too.
You are the worst Chester ever.
Yeah, definitely. I know.
Tonight, the United States vows further attacks against Iranian-backed militants following strikes in Iraq and Syria. A man to be charged with murder after his son found dead in an Adelaide home. At least 10 people killed in Chile as wildfires rage across the country. Nearly a week after 3 American soldiers were killed in a drone attack, the US has responded with military force. The United States has launched a series of retaliatory strikes against Iranian and proxy forces, hitting dozens of targets in Syria and Iraq. It's a sharp escalation that Joe Biden had sought to avoid since the war in Gaza broke out.
Unverified footage captures America's response to a deadly drone attack.
This among 85 targets at 7 facilities said to have been hit.
3 of the facilities are in Iraq, 4 of them are in Syria. Numerous aircraft, including B-1 bombers dispatched from the United States, were involved in this operation, firing more than 125 precision-guided munitions over the course of about 30 minutes.
The US says the sites are used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force and their affiliates, who they say are involved in a recent surge of attacks on US personnel. Officials say they're still assessing the damage, but believe the operation has been a success. The strikes are retaliation for last weekend's attack on a base in Jordan. At the time, the president said it would not go unanswered. And he's warning there's more to come. Our response began today. It will continue at times and places of our choosing. Let all those who might seek to do us harm know this. If you harm an American, we will respond.
The White House is trying to strike a delicate balance here. It wants to send a clear message to Iran that attacks by its affiliates on US troops won't be tolerated. Yet it doesn't want to hit with such force that Tehran feels compelled to retaliate.
3 service members were killed in the Jordan attack. Today, their remains were returned home. These ceremonies have become infrequent as the US seeks to extract itself from foreign wars. The reverberations from the war in Gaza now threatening to change that. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Washington.
The Iraqi government has described Washington's retaliatory strikes as a violation of its sovereignty, while Syria is reporting a number of people have been killed. Here's more from Global Affairs Editor John Lyons in Jerusalem.
This is certainly a major escalation in the Middle East. 85 different strikes in 2 different countries. This is the first time that the US has struck both Syria and Iraq simultaneously. The significance of this is that Washington has not hit Iran itself. It's hit Iran's proxies in Syria and Iraq. It's hit facilities connected to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. They're the enforcers of the regime in Iran. The US is wanting to say to Iran, if you jeopardize any of our facilities in the Middle East, there will be reprisals. Both Syria and Iraq have said it's a breach of their sovereignty, and they've expressed their great concern about this. However, it's almost certain that in coming days there will be more reprisals by America, more strikes.
A mother and her son have been found dead in their home in Adelaide's northwest this afternoon, with a neighbour expected to be charged with their alleged murders. Police say the victims were found with significant injuries. Detectives are now calling for information from the public to assist their investigation.
Police were called to a home on Rosetta Street, Rosewater, just after 1 this afternoon, after a family member made the shocking discovery finding her 76-year-old mother and 55-year-old brother dead inside.
They were concerned, so she came around with her daughter, and as you can understand, were confronted with the horrific scenes that they were confronted with.
Officers arrested a 43-year-old man who lives across the road and expect to charge him with 2 counts of murder.
Both the deceased sustained significant injuries, but at this point in time I won't be speculating on weapons that were used.
Police say the motivation for the alleged attack remains unclear.
The relationship between the suspect and the occupants of that address is unknown. It is suspected that they were known to each other.
Detectives are now calling for public help for any information related to this tragic incident, including dashcam vision or footage taken today on the days leading up to this event. Neighbours say they're shocked by the alleged murders.
Really heartbreaking and scary. It'll take a while for people to feel safe in the community again.
I think it's disgusting. I can't comprehend it all.
A community shaken and a family in mourning. Musa Haidari, ABC News.
2 of Victoria's most popular summer holiday destinations are grappling with separate drownings. The first happened early this morning at Darwin Heads, when a simple fishing trip turned deadly.
A boat upside down on the shoreline of Raffs Beach at Ocean Grove. Emergency services workers are on the sand. This is the scene of a summer tragedy.
That's really sad. we saw the boat up to it earlier on. Yeah, it's tough. These are our people.
It's an absolute tragedy.
Two mates going for a fish took off in this tinny from Ocean Grove at 6:30 a.m. Less than 30 minutes later, they were in trouble.
They've headed out through the river mouth at Barwon Heads and come across some large waves. Unfortunately, the boat has capsized as a result.
Both men were in the water. A 61-year-old Moriac man managed to get on top of the boat. His mate, a 66-year-old from Anglesey, was trapped under the tinny.
We believe he was entangled in some rope or possibly some anchor roping, and he wasn't able to free himself, and the surviving fisherman wasn't able to assist him to get in there either.
3 members of the public on jet skis arrived a short time later. They brought the younger man to shore with only minor injuries. Sadly, the 66-year-old was unresponsive. He died at the scene, the 19th fatal drowning this summer.
Ocean Grove is a very safe, family-friendly beach, and for this to happen here, it's a tragedy all round.
Today, surf lifesavers were patrolling the river mouth at Barwon Heads. Conditions early this morning were choppy and the swell was larger than normal.
Because the water pools with the tides, it can get hard to negotiate at times.
It's a good tuning area that they have out here, so there's a lot of boats that were going out through the heads, but a lot of boats didn't want to go out because of the size of the waves.
Hours later, a scuba diver was pulled from the water at Rye on the Mornington Peninsula near the pier at 10 a.m. He was given CPR but couldn't be revived.
As thousands are enjoying the warmer weather at Victoria's beaches and popular holiday spots, authorities are again at pains to emphasise you can never be too safe around the water. That's just a reminder, obviously, this time of year, but make sure you wear your life jackets, look after your friends and family out in the water. There's lifeguards on duty, swim between the flags.
A plea for safety first. Mike Lorigan, ABC News, Ocean Grove.
The Federal Department of Agriculture is being urged to make a decision over the fate of thousands of Australian cattle and sheep stuck on a live export ship in WA. The animals have been on board for 4 weeks after the ship was ordered to return from the Middle East amid security concerns in the region. The ship arrived back in Fremantle earlier this week. At the request of the exporter, several hundred cattle were unloaded from the ship last night and are being quarantined. But the department is still deciding whether to allow the remaining animals to be re-exported back to the Middle East via a different route, sparking concern for the welfare of the livestock.
Our concern is the cumulative effect on those animals' health. Sometimes there may not be overt signs of illness, but those animals are suffering, and the longer they're on that ship, the longer they suffer, more days, more deaths.
I have every confidence that that decision will be made in the right lens of protecting animal welfare and making sure that we protect our international reputation.
A man has suffered burns in a house fire in Sydney's southwest, which police believe was deliberately lit. Fire crews rushed to the Canley student Royal North Shore Hospital's burns unit. That is now stable. Witnesses report in the scene when the blaze broke out. Police them may have sustained burn themselves.
There's a possibility that there's several people involved, or more than one. At this stage, we're appealing to the public, if they've got any dash cam footage or they have any CCTV footage, to contact the police.
The wanted Sydney property developer, Jazif, could be facing further criminal charges over potential fraud. The Top Lace founder is believed to be overseas, with his last known whereabouts in Lebanon. Sandy Gregory has the details.
Administrators appointed to the overseas company Place last year have revealed the fugitive used millions of dollars to invest land in Lebanon and warehouses in Nigeria and to loan money to his brother before his business empire collapsed. The company claims to have developed 30,000 properties in Sydney, but its building license was revoked because it failed to address defects across numerous sites. New South Wales Police put out a warrant for his arrest in July last year for alleged fraud relating to a $150 million loan. The administrator's report estimates creditors are owed more than $400 million, while the company's assets are now worth less than $4 million.
3 teenage girls have been seriously injured in a fiery high-speed crash in Sydney's southwest. A Subaru collided with a Lexus on King George's Road in Roselands just before 9:30 p.m. before losing control and crashing into a tree. The car burst into flames while bystanders frantically pulled 3 teenage girls out of the wreckage. The 18-year-old driver and an 18-year-old passenger were both taken to hospital in a stable condition, while a 17-year-old passenger is in a critical condition with leg and chest injuries. The driver of the Lexus was not injured. The Tasmanian Premier's ultimatum to 2 independent MPs remains unanswered tonight, with John Tucker yet to speak on the matter. Jeremy Rockcliffe has threatened there could be an early election if Mr Tucker and Lara Alexander don't strike a new agreement with him. The Deputy Premier has suggested the new agreement is open to negotiation, but some think the Premier has made up his mind on going to an early poll.
A day after the Premier issued his election threat, it's business as usual for the government. The Deputy Premier backing his leader's decision to attempt to reach a new, stricter agreement with former Liberal backbenchers Lara Alexander and John Tucker.
The Premier's been quite clear that he'll now enter into an agreement-making phase with the 2 independents. We hope it's fruitful and successful.
A conciliatory approach taken towards the 2 independents, but not the Labor opposition, with the whiff of an election in the air.
The biggest troublemaker in the Tasmanian Parliament is in fact Rebecca White and the Labor Party. They create mischief. They're constantly trying to create stunts and waste of time activities.
There is one common factor here, and that is Jeremy Rockcliffe's leadership. His leadership caused the defectors to leave the government.
It's a waiting game for the public, the opposition, and apparently the Premier, with Mr Tucker still considering his response to the demand for a new agreement. And while there's talk of negotiations, there's little chance it will resolve.
They've made the point that they would like to be independent and they don't want to be former Liberals committed to necessarily the Liberal agenda on which they were elected.
As much as the Premier insists he doesn't want an early election, is he now ready to pull the trigger?
Well, I think this is the off-ramp that the Premier has finally decided he
Perhaps it's no longer a matter of but when. Lucy MacDonald, ABC News.
A boy has been treated in hospital after being bitten by a dingo at Gunnery on the Queensland coast. The incident happened last night at the Barrow Creek camping ground with suffered injuries to his lower abdomen and was taken from Kingfisher Bay to Harvey Bay in a stable condition. He's the third to be bitten by a dingo on the World Heritage listed island since the start of the year. Ex-tropical cyclone Kirrily is continuing to bring heavy rainfall and damaging wind gusts. More than 150 millimetres in the Northern Territory overnight, while intensive flooding has isolated communities. The cyclone is expected to weaken in the coming days as another low intensity and potentially developing into a cyclone next week. It could make rainfall between Mackay and Cairns.
If we get the third coastal crossing on the Queensland coast, it will be the first time in about 5 years or so. So from 2018 to 2019, we had 4 coastal crossings.
At least 10 people have been killed in wildfires in Chile as the country swelters through a heat wave. The fires have forced the evacuation of 9 regions in central areas of the South American nation. Around 480 hectares of land in the Valparaiso region in the country's west has been burnt. At least 1,000 homes have been damaged, and there are at least 188 wildfires burning out of control across the country. Aircraft have been deployed to help control the blazes, which are being fanned by strong winds.
We have winds of close to 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. The wind is hard because it carries wet leaves, branches or pieces of wood, and each creates a new little fire that grows into more places. That's a complicated part of this fire.
Hundreds have flocked to beaches to escape the heat wave. Authorities warn that extremely hot weather is becoming increasingly frequent. It climbed to 35 degrees today, and the scorching temperatures are expected to continue over the coming days. Meanwhile, locals in the island capital of Santiago are being advised to seek shelter in the shade.
The heat is very intense. You can't be out in the streets. I'm dying of thirst. I can't even go out to the park, not even to the square, because only 2 minutes outside and you could end up fainting.
Farmers protesting high costs and climate policies have blocked the border between Belgium and the Netherlands as demonstrations. Convoys of tractors have driven in the past week, but after government concessions, are limited.
Part of the European Union.
It's not it's the pressure which is on the backs of farmers.
As EU leaders voted to throw Ukraine an $82 billion farmers angry over rising costs, profits and climate policies took their protest.
No, it was not a success. They didn't succeed to us. They didn't we were here. But I think it was clear that we are here.
Chaos erupted. Eggs were pelted and the and bonfires lit. As the hours rolled on, the protest spread to Poland and the Netherlands, where farmers blocked the border.
We protested in the Netherlands last year. Governments came to assist us. Now they are protesting and we are in solidarity with them.
But in France, where the protest kicked off, a breakthrough after a week of blockades through the centre of Paris.
It's not our job to go and demonstrate off the road, so we're really happy to be going back.
The French government agreed to concessions, including cash handouts and tax cuts.
I'm not completely satisfied. I'm a little sad. I still have big expectations for the coming weeks, months, to be sure that these are not empty promises.
In France, but little progress elsewhere. Catherine Deese, ABC News, London.
A fortnight after Taiwan elected a new pro-sovereignty president, the military has been conducting drills to show it will be on alert over the upcoming holidays. Chinese ships and planes operate around the island on a near daily basis, and it's expected activity could increase as the presidential inauguration in May approaches.
From the skies to the sea, Taiwan's military says it won't let its guard down. On an army base in the south, under a cloud of smoke, soldiers fight a mock enemy attack.
The ROC armed forces have to prepare ourselves very well in order to defend our hometown.
This exercise simulates what it might look like if one of China's regular drills around Taiwan turned into a sudden assault. It's taking place at a key time, only weeks after the island's elections, but also just before most Taiwanese go on holidays for the Lunar New Year. Today's exercise includes tactical mobility, assault, and urban warfare. On the opposite side of the island, sailors practice dropping sea mines. This naval base would be a key target in an invasion.
Our Navy and Marine Corps have already done all types of preparation work to be combat ready. People can feel safe to go on their holidays.
In the face of China's claims over the self-governed island, Taiwan buys billions of dollars worth of equipment and weapons from its most important military ally, the United States.
The training for the modernizations, as well as the interoperabilities and the communication with other friends and allies in open water like Taiwan. Those are all very important aspects we need to improve.
While these exercises are centered on the island's defenses over the Lunar New Year holiday period, the reality is the military is going to have to stay alert for many months yet. Beijing is expected to ramp up pressure on Taiwan ahead of the inauguration of the new president. Chinese state media warning recently that unless President-elect Lai Ching-te abandons the Taiwan independence path by May, the 4 years of his presidency will be precarious and unpredictable. A sign there is no rest on the horizon for these troops. Catherine Calderwood, ABC News, Kaohsiung, Taiwan.
Actor Carl Weathers, who played Apollo Creed in the Rocky movie franchise, has died aged 76. Weathers shot to fame for his role as the cocky heavyweight champion opposite Sylvester Stallone. He is being remembered as an extraordinary athlete by his Predator co-star Arnold Schwarzenegger, while Adam Sandler, who Weathers appeared beside in the film Happy Gilmore, says he was a truly great man. In recent years, Weathers earned acclaim and an Emmy nomination for his role in the Mandalorian series. The Socceroos have crashed out of the Asian Cup after a heartbreaking 2-1 extra time loss to South Korea in the quarterfinals. Australia led late into stoppage time and dominated possession for most of the match, but couldn't land a lead blow.
Devastation, heartbreak from a Socceroos side that would be left to wonder what if.
Pure disappointment at the moment, we're 1 minute away from going through.
With a place in the semi-final on offer in Qatar, the Socceroos found the scoreboard first. And it wasn't their only opportunity on goal. Australia generating shot after shot.
Brilliant chance. It's down to the individual to put the ball in the back of the net. And if you don't take those chances, you get punished.
That's exactly what happened 4 minutes into stoppage time. The equaliser sending the match into extra time where South Korea's captain stepped up.
The top quality players that they've got ended up getting the job done for them.
A late red card didn't help Australia's quest to force it to penalties, with South Korea avenging their 2015 Asian Cup final loss.
It's the first time in 17 games that we've lost after going up 1-0.
Arnold's young Socceroos bundled out in the quarterfinal for the second consecutive time in the tournament.
That's the big thing at this moment is what's next, who's next. And that's what I'm trying to do, to find, as well as trying to win games.
South Korea will play Jordan in the semis. Jessica Stewart, ABC News.
Australia has thrashed South Africa by 8 wickets in the first women's one-day international at Adelaide Oval. The Proteas were bowled out for just 105, with star all-rounder Marizanne Kapp making 50 before she retired hurt after being struck by a ball while running between wickets. Alana King was the pick of Australia's bowlers, claiming 3 wickets. Beth Mooney then smashed an unbeaten half-century off just 34 deliveries as Australia reached its target in just 19 overs. Bottom of the table, Western United has held Sydney FC to a 2-2 draw in round 15 of the Men's A-League at North Hobart Oval. Sydney's Fabio Gomez struck first, capitalising on a handball penalty before a check for offside from the video referee kept everyone waiting for almost 4 minutes. Western United's Noah Botic narrowed the margin just before the break, and an equaliser early in the second half put the game back on level footing, seeing the two sides share the points. Sydney FC sits 7th on the A-League ladder. Of Adelaide 36ers' winning run shows no signs of ending and is facing Tasmania in a critical matchup tomorrow. The 36ers' latest victim was the ladder-slipping Sydney Kings, who lost by 7 points in Adelaide last night. That's despite the visitors being in front going into the last quarter, with Jalen Adams leading the scorers. But Adelaide centre Isaac Humphries and guard DJ Kasijavic rallied late to help propel the home side to victory. The 36ers are now just 1 place out of the top 6. And a quick check of the weather around the capital cities tomorrow. Brisbane, partly cloudy. Sydney, also partly cloudy. Mostly sunny in Canberra, sunny day in Melbourne, showers about for Hobart, sunny in Adelaide, partly cloudy in Perth, and a possible shower in Darwin, reaching a top of 32. And that's the latest from ABC News. I'm Revashi, and stay with us. Nemesis is up next.
Contains coarse language.
Australia, this is your new Prime Minister.
Tony Abbott has officially become our 28th Prime Minister.
Leadership changes, especially in government, leave serious scar tissue. And many people never get over such a thing.
Australia has its 29th Prime Minister. Malcolm Turnbull was today sworn in after toppling Tony Abbott in a late-night coup.
Politics is a team game. So when you decided that you're going to change the capital, it's a very big deal.
Scott Morrison is tonight set to become Australia's 30th Prime Minister after a dramatic day in the Liberal Party room.
Friendships are broken, people tell each other lies, and look, it's very deeply traumatising.
Scott Morrison, why did you want to run for federal politics?
Service.
Malcolm Turnbull, why so determined to enter politics?
It was genuinely a commitment to public service.
To my party, which has given me the privilege to serve my heartfelt thanks.
In looking at the 9 years in power and our 3 prime ministers, the playing of politics was always the number 1 game, number 2 game, and number 3 game. It's not productive and it's not edifying.
The prime ministership of this country is not a prize or a plaything. When enmity, when ambition, and when distrust take hold, it can be very damaging.
This is my leader.
And I'm the biggest fan.
While that internal war was going on, it was like being strapped to a suicide bomb. Someone and the finger was going to turn. You can see it coming. You wish they wouldn't do it, but they do it anyway.
What one word springs to mind when I say the name Tony Abbott?
Determination.
Strong.
Indefatigable.
Energy.
Negativity.
Clever.
Familiar to solve.
Robust. Aggressive.
Leader. Team player.
Tenacious. Relentless. Disciplined.
Conservative.
Genuine.
The word that springs to mind is nice guy.
Pugilistic and give you a hug. A good little bud.
A decent guy.
Vocation.
Sigma.
I am feeling a bit overwhelmed and there'll be a press conference shortly. Obviously, it's been a big day for me. It's been a tough day for some of my colleagues.
When Tony Abbott took over the leadership of the Liberal Party, we were at a low point. We had lost direction, and Tony Abbott albeit getting the leadership by one vote soon galvanised the team because he was absolutely relentless in keeping the government to account.
Don't yawn, Prime Minister. Answer the question. Don't stare at your notes. Listen.
Tony was a brilliant opposition leader. He stuck to a message and he was just merciless in how he applied. He picked up a brick and he just went after the Labor Party.
These are people's lives at stake, and you show no remorse, you show no concern about anything except saving your own hide.
Tony had come very close in 2010 to winning that election.
Congratulations. Labor limped to the magic number of 76 with the backing of just 2 of the 3 country independents.
So he was very focused on doing absolutely everything that was needed to be done to make sure that we were going to win in 2013.
The Prime Minister, 6 days before the election, stood up before the Australian people and she said,
There will be no carbon tax under the
government I lead.
He spent 3 years on the attack against Julia Gillard.
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
And then Labor panicked and put Kevin Rudd back in at the last minute.
Prime Minister Kevin Rudd has ended weeks of speculation by naming the first Saturday in September as the date for the federal election.
The time has come for the Australian people to decide on our nation's future.
I am ready. My team is ready. You've watched us for 3 years.
Well, Tony Abbott is focused on his mission, which is generally one of destruction, to defeat something, to stop something. And he always boils it down to some crisp slogans, and like a Dalek goes out and says the same thing again and again.
We will scrap the carbon tax. We will get the budget back into the black. We will build the roads of the 21st century, and we will stop the votes.
I remember the world was telling me that Abbott was unelectable, Captain Catholic, unelectable, no chance, forget it. And I was in the street in Melbourne and met an old friend, Labor, strong Labor operative. He said, he's killing us, Russell. I said, what are you talking about? And look at the bubbles, he said, he's killing us. He's one-liners, I'm going to stop the boats. And the 4 things he kept saying.
Stop the votes. Stop the votes. Stop the votes. Repair the budget.
Stopping the votes, removing the carbon tax.
People in 3 words understood exactly what he would do.
Pay back the debt, stop the votes, stop the votes, stop the taxes. Pretty much it.
I will scrap the carbon tax, scrap the mining tax, end the waste, cut red tape.
We'll build a stronger economy, stop the votes, and build the roads of the 21st century.
Bang, 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 bang. And he just bashed it and bashed it and bashed it. Didn't matter what you asked him, that's what he did.
Stop the votes.
I can inform you that the government of Australia has changed for Please enjoy hearing it, so let's say it again. The government of Australia has changed.
Clearly, it was a very strong victory. 90 seats were one of the most emphatic election results of the last 50 years.
And from today, I declare that Australia, under new management, Australia is once more
Anthony Johnson, do swear that I will well and truly serve the people of Australia.
One of the most important things in politics, when you go from opposition to the government, is that the leader has got to manage the transition. There are different skills needed to govern. I think Tony's difficulty once he got there, he didn't make the transition as effectively as others have done, and you are required to do.
Mr. Abbott unveiled his frontbench lineup this morning, but he's being criticised for including only one woman in cabinet.
You're a cabinet now, like 20. So after our election win, we had dinner here in Canberra. It was really the inner sanctum. And somebody did raise the issue about only one woman, Julie Bishop. The thing is, look, Tony Abbott, as the new Prime Minister, he took very badly to being given that advice.
I think it said to all of us that really valued enough to be selected into particularly into cabinet. It certainly didn't send the right message.
Plainly, I am disappointed that there are not at least 2 women in the cabinet. Nevertheless, there are very good and talented women of the cabinet.
Did it send a message that it was a very masculine environment?
Well, it was a very masculine environment, and I think, as we know in any workplace, if you have a workplace full of men, and in particular an environment of politics, it gets very testosterone-y very quickly. When I first started in Parliament, the level of alcohol in the building was beyond anything that I had ever seen. I mean, it was a workplace. A lot of it was the males that would get together in each other's offices. Now, that meant that a lot of things were discussed, talked about, strategised, without the women even being part of those discussions.
Looking back, I can see that the absence of women other than Julie in the cabinet at the time, and the commentary around that, of course, was a symptom of problems that were to come to dog us more fundamentally in an electoral sense in years to come into this very day.
Well, the mood's very jubilant. I mean, we saw ourselves as bringing back some stability and order to federal politics, you know, after the chaotic period of the Rudd government and the adults being back in charge, which was the line that was often used.
Madam Speaker, the election was a referendum on the carbon tax. The people have spoken. They want it gone.
He absolutely hit the ground running. There's no doubt about it. And he went hard. But it was absolutely relentlessly focused on implementing the things he promised at that election.
Today, the useless, destructive tax that you voted to get rid of is finally gone.
He took out the carbon tax and the mining tax very quickly. We saw the boats being stopped.
Stopping the boats was very important. The situation seemed to get out of control. Scott Morrison, in opposition, developed this policy proposal called Operation Sovereign Borders.
Operation Sovereign Borders is the government's response to stopping global illegal boat arrivals to Australia that commenced and occurred under the previous government and sadly led to more than 1,100 deaths at sea.
There are no simple answers to a border crisis, and not all of your solutions will be popular. Probably the least popular was turning boats back. But I knew it was, without it, you could not succeed.
Confirmation of the latest turnback emerged hours after the United Nations Committee Against Torture in Geneva slammed Australia's treatment of asylum seekers.
The world is watching in horror of how Australia is treating vulnerable people who are fleeing war.
Scott Morrison did an incredible job. You look at what people thought, right? They thought there's no way you can do this, there's no way it'll work. And yet it did work. It worked in a really short period of time.
own future ministerial ambitions. And while Scott Morrison.
What was your analysis of Scott Morrison's performance as Minister for Immigration and Border Protection?
Harsh, calculating, and political. There was no compassion, in my view, or consideration at all for them as human beings.
Do you think he had ambitions at that point?
Everything was calculated to becoming Prime Minister. Well, he didn't. Scott was, like all politicians, ambitious from the start. I think he saw this as an opportunity to shine, and to give him his credit, he did. I did think that he was also thinking, well, this gives me political prominence and sets me up later on pretty well. And that's also politics.
Tony, well, he's very bright and hard-working and can be tremendously fun.
I played a couple of hours of rugby for family up on the weekend, and wasn't so great for the facial good looks,
But he's also, in some ways, rough and ready, which kind of grates in some respects against his more sophisticated Jesuitical academic Oxford University graduate. So I think he's a great conundrum.
He's a Rhodes Scholar, a boxing champion, a monarchist, and now the new boy in the Federal Liberal Party. Nicknamed the Mad Monk, Mr. Abbott remains a staunch Catholic and defender of traditional family values.
if he ever got to that position, I think he'd make a very fine Prime Minister.
Tony is a person who's incredibly intelligent at times. My personal view is people have three quadrants of their brain. They have academic intelligence, social intelligence, and sporting intelligence. Well, Tony's brain here, a lot of the intelligence stuff, created a bit of a social IQ.
And I work on the drop 6 line to make ends meet.
Tony's clunky. His character's clunky. I mean, this is a guy. Could you describe him as charismatic? Yes, he's clearly articulate and all that, but he's not smooth.
No one, however smart, however experienced, is the suppository of all wisdom. And I think that Canada,
Okay, well, tell me, what's the context? If it's out of context, what is the context? You're not saying anything, Tony.
We can get it off in time,
Very good. Eating the onion.
that wasn't a deer problem.
Believe you me, there are a lot of stuff that haven't made me which is vastly more essential than that.
Oh, we're so glad to have you today. Thank you for coming. That's great.
Credlin helped in that, and things that Tony might have thought were funny, Peter would say, please do not say that in public.
Well, clearly, Peter Credlin was a very influential part of the government, which is very unusual for an unelected person, and it is unusual for a chief of staff to have that level of profile.
I'm proud of my Chief of Staff, Peter Credlin, does an extraordinary job as, in some ways, the de facto deputy leader.
She was a player. She was in the room. She had a lot of opinions, and you knew what they were. So she was in the discussion in a way that I haven't seen other chiefs of staff in my time. Other ministers, you could see from the looks on their faces that they didn't always welcome her input into decision making. But it is also fair to say they all listened to her.
I've never known a person in a leadership position as dominated by another as Tony Abbott was by Peter Credlin.
Peter was a gatekeeper. It was a major issue, and I know backbenchers were totally cheesed off with Tony not being accessible, having to go to Peter first and then Tony.
I say this as a person that has a deep respect for Peter Credlin. Her interpersonal skills were suboptimal from time to time, and that occasioned unnecessary discontent amongst her colleagues.
Ms. Credlin has been criticised for overstepping the mark in dressing down backbenchers and ministers alike. This example, reading the Riot Act to now Minister Stuart Robert, caught by our cameras during the last election campaign.
Do you think she's being demonised? Of course she's being demonised. A powerful woman in Australia is still an unusual thing to a lot of people.
Do you really think that my chief of staff would be under this kind of criticism if her name was Peter as opposed to Peta?
The one Peter was his call is a PM, and so I think that was an issue in his prime ministership, but it was nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to the first budget. After all the goodwill and the success, there was, hundreds of pages of political suicide.
The 2014 budget, why did that go so wrong?
Joe Hockey had too much coffee.
We are a nation of lifters, not leaders. The age of entitlement is over.
To bring in your first budget in such a strong way has a sense of arrogance.
We know that for some in the community, this budget will not be easy. But this budget is not about self-interest. This budget is about the national interest.
In a word, ouch. The government's calling it pain with purpose, and there's pain aplenty.
Spending has been slashed by cutting family benefits and tightening welfare rules. The deepest cuts are to health and education.
A whole lot of policy got dumped that night. The cabinet had not been consulted at any stage, which is just unforgivable. There were colleagues who were crying. They were crying because they were saying, how can I explain this to people?
It had some good things in it, like the Medical Research Future Fund, the defence spending, but it also had a lot of controversial measures in it with respect to pensions, bulk billing, unemployment benefits, and ultimately that was too much for the public to embrace at one time.
We must always remember that when one person receives an entitlement from the government, it comes out of the pocket of another Australian.
I think Joe Hockey thought this was really the chance to end what he perceived and others in the Liberal Party as a period of handouts, almost a bit of dole bludgers are dole bludgers by definition, right?
And then there was Joe Hockey and Matthias Cormann with their cigars, they were congratulating themselves on bringing down a budget, which in the public perception was exceptionally harsh. Seriously, did you have to do that where you could be seen?
We cannot go on paying our mortgage on the credit card.
The country, I think, was ready to tackle some reform. It was not as well executed as it could have been. And there was a concern that commitments that had been given by Tony on election night were now being reversed in a very ham-fisted way. Literally hours before the polls closed, Abbott did an interview with SBS.
No cuts to education, no cuts to health, no change to pensions, no change to the GST, and no cuts to the ABC or SBS.
Look, SBS doesn't have a huge audience, but you know what? Everyone in Australia saw it again and again and again after the budget.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Good morning. And you're a bit embarrassed that you had to break so many election promises.
Koshi, this is a fundamentally honest budget.
Look, everybody that knows me knows that I love Tony Abbott, but yes, I think they were things that are under pressure he need not have said.
No cuts to health, there'd be no cuts to education, there'd be no increase in taxes, and all three of them appeared in the budget.
Well, I'm not sure that that's true.
So, post the budget, we're in this meeting, we go around, and I felt like we were living in an alternative universe where everyone's saying, it's so fantastic, it's so great, we're going so well, everything's great. And, I got to there and I very politely, but honestly and directly said, well, the truth is, we're not living up to what we said before the election. And I said, what we should kind of do is say,
The community didn't share our solution.
front up, say, this is what we've got to do. I'm sorry that this is the case, and get about fixing, which the public really respects that honesty and directness. And unfortunately, the Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, saw that as a very personal attack, a very visceral and angry response. He sort of smashed his hands on the table and said, we can't admit that we fucking lied. There's been no fucking lies in this. And I mean, it was just a very strange response to what was sort of a pretty clear and respectful statement of the obvious.
I mean, I think I was silly enough but to stand up and say, well, look, you said there'd be no new taxes, and there is. I don't think he liked that much. I don't think he spoke to me for 6 months.
Taking to the streets, voicing their anger about the federal budget.
We had a disastrous reception back in our electorates. That had shaken a lot of people. There really was a lot of phone calls happening between backbenchers saying, hey, how's it going where you are?
It's brutal, it's cruel, it's inhuman, it's un-Australian. I'm furious.
Post-budget rankers filled
After the 2014 budget, the opportunity began to emerge for those who didn't necessarily support Tony's leadership to begin to explore other options, and the only other option was Malcolm.
Tony never had it right. And that was Malcolm Turnbull. As Tony often said, Malcolm didn't go into politics to serve in somebody else's government. He wanted the glittering prize of the Prime Ministership.
Malcolm Turnbull cut his teeth as a young journalist with the Bulletin. He shifted to a legal career in 1980. But it was as a trailblazing tech investor that he made his fortune with the Australian company Aussie Mail.
I suppose I first locked horns with Tony Abbott over the Republic issue.
The Australian Republican movement believes that Australians should not be barred from any public office in our country, least of all that of head of state.
I was the chairman of the Australian Republican movement, and he was the leader of Australians for Constitutional Monarchy, and so we had plenty of debates together.
You see, what makes our constitution forever? What makes stuck with the British monarchy forever? Is that right? Right.
Does Tony ever dislike Malcolm Turnbull?
This is a good question. I've never asked Tony Abbott about that, but Malcolm has this capacity. If Tony Abbott could walk on water, then Malcolm Turnbull would articulate very effectively that this was proof positive that Tony Abbott can't swim.
They disliked each other. So let's clear that one up. They disliked each other, and it was hard because I like Abbott, and at the start of it, I like go along with Turnbull. And I used to bring up, so you got to bend the bench, bend the bridges. But it'd be like going to Fidel Castro and saying, look, Reagan's not such a bad guy. You guys should go have a beer together. It's just not going to happen.
I'm interested to know if you still hold to your excellent assessment of Malcolm Turnbull was arrogant, rude, obnoxious, a filthy rich merchant banker out of touch with real Australians.
I can't remember myself ever saying anything not as concise as that. Malcolm's probably said worse about me.
You can see they didn't like each other. It was like two banded roosters. Well, there were two bulls in the one paddock, and it was never going to be an easy match.
Tony Abbott is very much a centre-right, and Turnbull is very much a centre, some would even today say centre-left. So I think when it did come to the big policy debates, you're probably not going to have a meeting of two minds.
How debilitating was that rivalry between these two men?
I thought it was shocking. I thought we'd be better off without both of them. They were damaging the party.
This was Shakespearean. You had two extremely talented men who couldn't have been more different from one another as personalities, who occupied the same inch of time in Australian political history. And because of that, they destroyed each other's governments.
July 2014, MH17 is shot down by Russian-backed separatists in Ukraine. What were your thoughts on how Abbott handled that particular tragedy?
I do want to assure the families of those who have died that our thoughts and prayers are with them. We believe for them, we grieve for them, and we will do everything we can to ensure that the perpetrators of this are identified and, as far as is humanly possible, brought to justice.
Look, I thought Abbott and Julie Bishop responded well to that.
We have an overriding objective.
I thought Julie in particular did very well.
And justice for those killed on MH17.
You know, she went to the UN, she got a resolution from the Security Council.
Our resolution demands that armed groups in control of the crash site provide safe access immediately to allow for the recovery of the bodies.
She was a very, very good foreign minister.
We will not rest until we bring them home.
Abbott's response was strong, but it looked overly pugnacious.
Look, I'm going to shirt front, Mr. Putin. You bet you are. You bet I am.
Saying you're going to shirt front the president of Russia does sound, you know, a little childish, really.
International bullies need to be shirt-fronted immediately because they become emboldened by each extra activity.
Given that 37 Australians are amongst the dead, it is imperative that we get a properly secure site.
Tony Abbott really activated a war cabinet style of approach to the incident. So Australia is certainly prepared for this whole incident to escalate. That we may need to send troops.
You obviously discussed this with the Prime Minister Tony Abbott. Can you describe what was on the table?
Well, I got a phone call 4 o'clock one morning, and it seemed to me it was going to be quite a large military deployment. I was concerned that the military option would be provocative because the crash site was only a short distance from the Russian border. And already I was aware of a huge build-up of Russian forces on the border. We had a very sensible discussion about all the factors at play. At the end of it all, we said, okay, Angus, I accept your advice. It will be a police-led option.
Well, he was talked out of it by our military leadership. You know, basically this was a thought bubble that was quickly punctured, but it showed, if you like, the elements of Tony that started to make me feel that we had a very dangerous Prime Minister, and nowhere more so than in the way Tony Abbott was talking about terrorism.
This is the grim reality that the world faces now. as far as the Daesh death cult is concerned, it's coming after us.
Earlier this morning, a joint New South Wales Police counter-terrorism operation took place. Police believe that this group had the intention to commit violent acts here in Australia.
What appears to be a hostage situation unfolded at the Link Cafe on Martin Place. A black flag with white Arabic writing was being waved behind the hostages.
He was amping up the rhetoric in a way that was calculated to frighten people.
We have been saved from an imminent terrorist attack inspired by the Islamist death cult, which is now stalking so much of the Middle East.
He would do press conferences not just with generals and admirals, but with more and more flags. I think the highest number we got to was 10, 5 on each side. It was right over the top.
Some time ago, we raised the threat level from medium to high, and that regrettably means that attacks are expected.
Every decision that Tony Abbott made in relation to national security was informed by the advice of the national security agencies. Now, I understand some people might quibble about some of the rhetoric that Tony used, but in terms of decision making, the decisions were always professionally informed.
Look, I think from my conversations with Tony, he clearly understood what he was against. But I mean, there were many occasions when I said to him, what is your vision for Australia and where do you want to take the country? And he treated that as a trick question almost and did struggle to answer that question, which I think for me was a very disappointing situation because fantastic to have the clear sense of what you were against. But you do, as Prime Minister, I think, have to have a sense of what you are for and where you want to take the country.
I was very positive about Tony. I thought he was a very authentic guy. And from a conservative perspective, he was certainly my guy. There was no doubt about it. He was a guy that lived and breathed the mission and to make this country a better place. While others talk about Indigenous issues, he was the guy that was out there a week a year working in Indigenous communities, and that wasn't just leading up to elections, that was for years and years.
Tony certainly had fire in his belly. He certainly had drive and he had a passion. The Indigenous issues had a singular ambition to try and improve things, but not through consultation, co-design or co-deciding with Aboriginal people. It was Tony's way.
If you want to close the gap, what you've got to do is get the kids to school, the adults to work. If people choose to live where there's no jobs, fine, by all means live in a remote location, but there's a limit to what you can expect the state to do for you if you want to live there.
Well, it was a challenge being an Indigenous person in the coalition government. But I even had a couple of staff say, "You're our token Aboriginal."
It is with deep and mixed emotion that I, as an Aboriginal man with Noongar, Yamatji and Wongai heritage, stand before you and the members of the House of Representatives as an equal.
What frustrated me is I'd had all this experience in health, education, land issues, and in whole of government approaches, including the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody. And when meetings occurred, I was never invited to participate or give feedback into those because I was a first termer. And so I was on the outer in Indigenous issues. And I used to hate the missionary approach in the way that we did things under Tony. He couldn't see the value of doing some things differently. Doing things with Aboriginal people, not to them.
By the end of 2014, Abbott was not travelling well in the opinion polls.
While Mr Abbott acknowledges polling today shows he and the government are on the nose, he's trying to sound positive.
This is not the first government to have a rough patch in the polls.
So the Turnbull supporters, I think, were already well and truly on the nerves.
Once we started losing news poll after news poll, that was when Malcolm was able to quietly slip in and basically start that narrative that under an Abbott-led government we probably wouldn't be successful. His poll out today, which is not good news for the government.
It was clear that, barring some miraculous turnaround, we were headed for a very ignominious one-term government with Tony as leader.
It does seem that the Abbott government is struggling.
Yes, it does. And Newspoll has a 10-point lead to Labor. That dovetails.
Scott was keen to get moving against Abbott. We had a series of meetings around that period. He was very concerned about Abbott's prospects. I don't know whether he shared all of my concerns, but Scott is a former state director, right? He is a very professional political tactician, and he can count.
Malcolm Turnbull told me, and I'll quote him, he was very concerned about Abbott's prospects, so Scott was keen to get moving against Abbott. What do you think? The conclusion, people have discussions that can take different conclusions. Responded at that time, and there were assessments that things were not true. The 14% budget hadn't gone, and we needed to turn things around. That's what we needed to do, and I was keen to sort of deal with that in the cabinet.
Scott would have liked me to challenge Abbott and fail. Look, I know the guy, right? I've known him for years. I know how he operates. Scott's dream sequence was, his first dream sequence was for me to challenge Abbott, to lose, to be discredited as the disruptor, the challenger, and then when Abbott continued to underperform, for Scott to come through the middle as the compromise candidate. I was resisting the invitations to climb over the top of the trench and charge, because I could see what that agenda was.
Turnbull says that you were encouraging him to run. Tell me your version of that.
I think I already have.
You weren't encouraging him to run?
We shared a view that the government needed to turn things around. Malcolm was a very enthusiastic candidate.
Well, at the beginning of 2015, everyone's always cheerful at the beginning of the year. It's Australia, so it's summer. I knew that there was tension, in the party room with certain people, of course, but I thought that would dissipate until, of course, Australia Day.
Today we celebrate all that is good in our country. We acknowledge the finest citizens.
I was on my way to my first citizenship ceremony, and to my horror, at about 7:45, the news came over the radio that we'd made Prince Philip a knight on Australia Day. And I won't say what I said because it's on television, but I thought, this is going to be a really bad day.
I'm really pleased that the Queen has seen fit to award knighthoods in the Order of Australia to Prince Philip.
Prince Philip. Oh, God. Yeah, that was just a shocker.
I thought it was a fake news. I thought it was a gag. He was, at least on this occasion,
quite crackers.
A warning, Will Robertson, warning, danger, danger. His pick brought ridicule, disbelief and isolation.
This was not a decision of the government, it was a decision of the Prime Minister.
Tony Abbott was very honest about the fact that this was a captain's pick.
Just radio, not a bunch of times, let's get it right.
I thought it was a terrible decision. It seemed to me to be very out of tune with what the rest of the members of the government thought and frankly the Australian people.
Every city's paper flayed Tony Abbott's decision to give Prince Philip a knighthood.
People were in the car park yelling at me about knights and dames and what on earth do you think you're doing?
This is where you press off on your mobile phone and jump down a wombat hole.
This is something that never cost anyone's job, never cost any money, but it's the one thing I think that more than anything that actually set more people against Tony because they thought his radar was broken.
Really? Giving an honour to Prince Philip, supposed to be the undermining of the Prime Minister, talk about first world problems. What it really was certain people getting in to find an opportunity to undermine Prime Minister Abbott. And we got sidetracked on whether or not somebody got a knighthood. So what?
Australia 2015 was the straw that broke the camel's back for me personally.
Yeah, I guess for many of us, that is the moment where we just thought, this has got to stop. What are we going to have thrown upon us next time? I basically stepped from being a forgiver of these issues to being, there has to be another way. I then called Steve Hines and later Alex Hawke. My recollection was that they'd been saying they were talking to Scott and pushing him that he should run if it came up.
It's not uncommon when governments are going through difficult times that colleagues will talk about what those difficulties are and what we're facing. But at that time, I'd just been made social services minister. And I knew I had an important job because this is what Tony had asked me to do, to join the economic team of the government. That, we had a job to do in the next budget to turn things around. So that's what I went and did.
I, Scott John Morrison, do swear that I will voluntarily serve the people of Australia in the office of the Minister for Social Services.
This system will pay for itself by giving those who work in our system to crack down on welfare fraud the sort of tools they need to be an effective welfare cop on the beat.
Robo-debt was a catastrophic failure in policy and delivery. Victims were sacrificed on the altar of surplus.
We're going after the cheats, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we're going to stop those cheats, and we're going to stop those orders. This will deliver $1.7 billion in gross savings returned to the government.
The onus of proof had been reversed. Then you had to prove that you were not a fraud. It lacked compassion for the vulnerable.
Jennifer Miller's son Reese took his life after being chased by debt collectors claiming he owed almost $18,000 to Centrelink. She was one of many to be never known.
Reese was in a real state. Like, how can I even prove that I don't actually owe any money? And Robo-debt was the straw that broke his back. It really was. I'm happy.
Good evening. The final report into the Robo-debt scheme is scathing. Scott Morrison is among those being slammed.
And what would you say to the people who are affected by Robo-debt? Policy decisions you make from time to time won't go. And so, cause harm to by the department that they had legal advice which said this was not lawful. It would never have been taken forward. So there was a very rapid sequence of events in early 2015. There was the Prince Philip knighthood on Australia Day, the 26th of January. Only 5 days later, there was the Queensland state election, in which a first-term government, with a huge majority, lost the election.
My political career is over. It is over.
The result has been described as catastrophic by some coalition MPs, with some claiming it has irreparably damaged Mr Abbott's hold on power.
Is Tony Abbott the man to lead the Liberals to the next federal election?
Well, that's a discussion, isn't it? We need to look at where we're going.
Queensland election sent a shiver up the spine about what was coming for us unless we got our act together.
The polls are terrible. Why? Because you're such a popular opposition leader. Why is the electorate lost faith in you as a Prime Minister? Koshi, I'm not looking at polls. I'm focused on.
And then only 9 days after that, there was the empty chair spill.
To Tony Abbott, there was trouble afoot. I'm not sure Tony Abbott fully understood the strength of the feeling in the idea that he had brought so many people into the parliament was delivering on everything. Now, surely nobody would be as foolish as to want to undermine the government.
I did say to people internally, the Prime Minister's office and Tony, that I felt that there was movement at the station, so to speak, and we should be prepared for that. But I must admit, the Prime Minister's office didn't feel that was going to happen at all.
It became concerning to myself that nobody was actually doing the numbers for the Prime Minister, and so I garnered the support of a few colleagues and we divided the parliamentary list. And there was a particular name, Scott Morrison's, that was on my list. I had a discussion with Mr. Morrison, which also left me cold. He lost his disinterest in what was happening. Until at the time, Scott, we're talking about the country, we are cabinet colleagues. And this offers being of no real interest.
I was getting phone calls from various warlords from New South Wales who were pushing the need for Tony to go. There's no way that I would be receiving phone calls from those individuals in New South Wales unless they were doing that with the approval of their political master. It's as simple as that. And that master was Scott Morrison. I assume that there's not Scott Morrison.
I don't run a faction in the Liberal Party. My colleagues, and they all made their own decisions. There was a lot of disgruntlement. And when Don Randall and Luke Simpkins came forward out of the West, that brought that to a head.
Have you called for still motion against the PM?
Yes, I have called for still motion.
The hand grenade lobbed after midday Eastern Time from the West. WA Liberal MP Luke Simpkins emailed the entire Liberal parliamentary wing, saying he'd been flooded by complaints from his electorate since Australia Day.
This is what the people of my electorate want, and this is what the people of Australia want. Thanks very much.
Well, look, this is not exactly my style to call a spill motion, but I'd really sort of had enough at that point, and I probably also had enough with talk and no action. And so I spoke to Tony and told him I was going to do it, and he said he wished I wouldn't do it. He said that would damage the country, and I said, well, I think this has got to go to the party room for a judgment. And at this point, I didn't particularly want Malcolm as leader. First preference is Scott, but I called Scott Morrison, and he told me that he was definitely not going to run.
We all set? They are asking the the party room to vote out the people that the electorate voted in September 2013. We are not the Labor Party, and we are not going to repeat the chaos and the instability of the Labor years.
Malcolm was being told by people that he could win. And he rang me and said, "What do you think?" And I said, "You don't have the numbers. When we've got the numbers."
One of my colleagues said to me, "There's no need for you to do anything. Let him just burn down to the borderline."
Well, it did come as a surprise to many of us who, in the party room and this bill occurred. It seemed to be quite ill-advised, particularly when there was an empty chair there.
It was called an empty chair spill because the motion was simply to declare the position of leader, and there was no actual challenger.
Good morning.
The empty chair was Malcolm. Everyone knew that.
It was, a really weird murmur in that room. The murmur of whispers was actually quite deafening. Donnie Randall, God bless his soul, there were no airs or graces with Don. He just got up and declared it on. So the whips do what they do, and everyone's trying to sneak a look at what someone's writing on their paper.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? That my party, after all they've seen the Labor Party tear themselves to pieces and do, I'm watching them do exactly the same thing.
The whip stands to his feet and says, "Tony Abbott's got 61 votes, and the empty chair's got 39.
There was a hush, and there was a ghostly look. It was just awful on the Prime Minister's face when those numbers were revealed to him.
There was this stunned rabbit in the headlights response. He leaned against the front of the desk, and then he said, "There will be change. There will be greater involvement. Backbenchers will be included, and I will listen, and I will make the changes that you've signalled that I need to make."
All of us are determined to lift our game, and the fundamental point I make is that the solution to all of these things is good government, and good government starts today. Good government starts today.
Look, that was a terrible line, because that was an admission that you had bad government before.
The Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, made it very clear that Peter Credden would be stepping back and that elected members would be stepping forward. And one way of doing this was having regular meetings with cabinet ministers and backbench chairs of committees. Good idea, way of opening up those conversations. The first time we walk into this meeting, the person sitting at the table running the meeting is, of course, Peter Credden.
There's a lot to discuss today, and let's get down to business.
Did you think then that the leadership rumblings were over?
No. It was very clear Malcolm was on a mission. And it was all about Malcolm.
A lot of people said Turnbull was actively undermining Abbott. Now, did it happen, and how did it happen?
Yes, it did. And there are times that I, in public in front of others, said directly to Turnbull's face, I believe you're leaking to the press. I believe you've got a campaign
that is working against Abbott.
What did he say to that?
Sort of, I suppose, a shrug. A minion, squealing at him.
I don't recall Barnaby Joyce making those criticisms to me at that time at all. In fact, the leaks that were coming out of the Abbott cabinet were clearly coming from the Prime Minister's office.
I think people on both sides of, the loyalists of Abbott's and the loyalists of Turnbull's leaked to prosecute their agendas. But nobody had any doubt that Malcolm was stalking Tony's leadership. There was a sense of blood and water.
The worm might be turning for the Abbott government. Its second budget is being well received and
Prime Minister's prospects brightened today as he closed in on the opposition in news poll and resisted the urge to lead with his little. The coalition's primary vote is up 3 points to 41%, Labor's down 2 to 37%.
There was a period of time where things settled down. Okay, that's dealt with. Now let's get on with the job we were sent here to do or elected to do.
It's a big week for trade, with Australia and China formally signing off a landmark free trade deal.
This is a momentous day, an absolutely momentous, historic day for our two countries.
I wouldn't have been able to do the negotiations and conclude things without the influence of Tony Abbott going and meeting with all of the leaders of the countries that we were doing deals with.
I want to state here what a good friend President Xi has been to this country.
I think certainly the high point of our relationship with China was in the Abbott years.
For Chinese people, it means more beef and better wine.
We turned the corner, I felt, and I was looking forward to continuing on in that vein. And we get up into July, and it all changes.
Tony Abbott was safe. He was locked in to lead the Liberal Party to the next election until Roland Bishop took a helicopter for a flight.
Geelong's just down the road from Melbourne, about an hour in a car. But back in November, Roland Bishop chartered a chopper to get to a Liberal Party fundraiser on time.
Parliamentary Speaker Bronwyn Bishop has agreed to repay taxpayers the $5,000 she spent on a chartered helicopter.
Bronwyn's admitted that it was probably an error of judgment, and she's repaid the money. Hi, Bronwyn, how are you? Good to see you.
Well, here's a great mate of Bronwyn's.
She's done the right thing. She's a good speaker. She has my confidence.
He tried to push through like Abbott does. He tried to, and that wasn't going to work because it was such an example of extravagance that Australian people just don't like.
When I saw the figure that was published, it was clearly an error of judgment, and that's one of the papers.
I said to Tony, Luke Bronwyn on as Speaker. She needs to be held accountable for this because it's an embarrassment to the government. And none of us backbenchers need that sort of stuff happening. But he didn't want to do it. She's been a good servant of our country, but like everyone who has done something like this, inevitably, for a period of time, they're on probation. So thank you.
He stuck by it, and he stuck by it, and he stuck by it, and the media kept on attacking. And there were cartoons, and there were, comedy routines continually attacking Bronwyn, and eventually the pressure and $2,000.
Thanks for coming. Today, Ms. Bishop called me to let me know that she would be resigning to the Governor General from that particular position.
It clearly had a very damaging impact, that whole saga, and sadly to Tony's detriment.
Brian Bishop and the helicopter flight destabilised the government, it destabilised Tony, and allowed MPs and senators who did not have Tony's best interests at heart to start agitating again.
It's a funny thing trying to gauge where people are thinking, and there's a game of cat and mouse going on between me on one end of the phone and whoever it is on the other end of the phone. You can't flat out come out and say, Tony's got to go. It's normally something like, what are you thinking?
People started to meet outside Parliament, and I think that was then the start of a process of people saying, well, if things are not going to change, we're going to have to change them.
In politics, when you're talking to people about voting, particularly in leadership ballots, and I've been in a lot of them, the only person on whom you can completely rely is the one that looks you in the eye and says, I would rather cut off my right arm than vote for you, you bastard. That person you can definitely put down as a no.
There was a good, strong number of people that Malcolm trusted implicitly, and they were the ones that were sitting around the table. Simon Birmingham, Arthur Sinodinos, Wyatt Roy, myself, Peter Hendy, and Alex Hawke did come into play along the journey. I can't remember where, but we relied on Alex to keep Scott in the loop.
Are you worried at any point that Abbott's going to get wind of these weekly catch-ups in Canberra?
Look, one of the amazing things was, and I think this is testament to the people that were making the calls and suggesting at the appropriate time to people, why don't you come and have a chat, we're gathering Sunday at Malcolm's unit, the understanding that we couldn't afford it to leak. And it didn't.
Liberal MPs opposed to same-sex marriage are trying to head off the vote on the issue when Parliament resumes next month. The numbers in the coalition paper make the issue high.
One of the polarising issues in the coalition being the issue of same-sex marriage and whether it should be made legal. By 2050, the issue is very live.
Irish voted for it. The US Supreme Court ruled states couldn't ban it.
Tony had adopted a particularly stubborn position on the issue. I am an opponent of gay marriage. I am an opponent of gay marriage. And he was manoeuvring in such a way as to thwart the issue. No, I think it was political folly because his position was pretty fragile at that point. We had an expectation that we would have a free vote, which had always been the Liberal Party's philosophy. And I encouraged Abbott to do that. Warren Etch was, a great advocate for legalising same-sex marriage, was trying to bring this issue to a head.
A private member's bill to recognise gay marriage is set to be moved by Coalition MP Warren Etch.
That would be Tony. He wasn't good, there's no question about it. But I did go and see him, and I think it was in middle of August. One Sunday, I went and seen him, and I said to him, look, I can't wait any longer. I'd like to put it up next party meeting, which was on the Tuesday. He said to me, look, I'm going to have to talk to my cabinet colleagues. And he said, but I'll let you know. Tuesday, I got a communique from him. As you know, I'd prefer it never come up, but if it must, I suppose today's party room would be as good as any. Cheers, Tony. So there's no ambiguity there. And it was on that basis that I stood up in the podium and introduced it. And Tyler interrupted. And there were many people that criticised me and said, why did you ambush the party room? And I said, I didn't. I said, I let the Prime Minister know. And showed it to them.
Well, I remember saying that we had not expected this to be brought on, and Warren took great exception to that, understandably, because as he showed me his text, he had actually told Tony, and so we did have notice of it, which surprised me.
That was the end of it for me. You know, he sat back there and allowed people to abuse me. And as far as I was concerned, I didn't believe that it deserved to be a Prime Minister after that.
Ladies and gentlemen, look, George Brandis, I'm sure, will give a briefing at the appropriate time about the outcome.
The meeting had been adjourned, but then, out of the blue, later in that day, Abbott called a joint meeting with the Nationals, which was wrong, because this was an issue for the Liberal Party. Christopher Pyne actually accused him of branch stacking, effectively.
I thought, well, this is not good, because we're now going to have a debate about marriage equality. The Nationals are here, and they shouldn't be here, and this should be a matter for us.
As we go to air, coalition MPs are meeting in Canberra to discuss the possibility of a free vote on same-sex marriage, but including national MPs in the policy discussion could favour the coalition's Conservative core, slowing any momentum for change.
It was wild. Everyone was giving speeches. It was a complete mess. At the time, I think I was the only openly gay member of the parliamentary party. I wonder if that registered with anyone in the room at the time. It was a difficult conversation to listen to.
Today was that there is to be change as sensitive as this in the will put us to the people for the
The resolution of that meeting was a proposal that we would commit at the next election to having a plebiscite on the issue. This was a decision that was very unpopular among most of the gay community.
There is a serious risk that a plebiscite or a referendum in this country would be a very large hate.
Tony's handling same-sex marriage was one of the public disquiet as well as maternal disquiet, and added to problems that were already mounting up.
There was growing momentum to replace that from people who were not among my natural supporters.
What was clear was this was not about one group within the Liberal Party or certain individuals within the Liberal Party. You had people who, like James McGrath, who wanted to see the change.
Tony, who was a good and honourable man who's given his life to public service, had control of the votes. The party was towards electoral oblivion and less.
Sunday the 13th of September 2015, Tony, he was in Adelaide on his way back from Perth, I think. gin and tonic at the Adelaide Club, as luck would have it. I'm sure I was frank with him that I thought things were troublesome. He was of the view that it would be all right, we'd get back on track.
So the last meeting of the gang that had been meeting for weeks and months to put this together was on Sunday the 13th of September. It was at Peter Hindy's house.
His wife prepared a lovely dinner for us, and we were essentially discussing what was going to happen in the following week.
I walk in the door and I look at Pete and he said, mate, do you want something to eat? I'm like, that'd be fantastic. He goes, there's some tuna mornay there. Tuna mornay. I hate tuna. So I said to him, mate, you know what? I might order some pizzas as well. Worry about that. Didn't want to offend you, of course, but I just can't do tuna.
There was a spreadsheet there which identified who was with Turnbull, who was against Turnbull, who may be undecided, who might need to be shored up. But the thing that struck me about that evening was that a lot of people had crossed the Rubicon. They were no longer sort of...
Malcolm is normally a really confident, gregarious person. But I was watching him, and as it became apparent that we had the numbers, he really went back into his shell. He got really quiet and nervous. Like that, it was like the penny was dropping for him that this was now a go.
I was always very aware of the gravity of the situation. If I succeeded, I'd be Prime Minister. If I didn't succeed, that'd be it. That'd be the end of my political career. But I felt I had a real chance. I felt I had to give it my best shot. I sort of owed it. I just felt I owed it to Australia. That sounds very grandiose, but the truth is, this was a terrible government.
It was decided that it was time that Malcolm gauge Matisse's view of the world. We were confident we knew Scott's view of the world, but Matisse would be very important for Malcolm moving forward if we were successful, because he would need to look after the right flank for him.
Corbyn, who had voted to depose me in 2009, was by this stage supporting me and helping, but being very low key about it.
Everybody knows where I stand supporting the Prime Minister. I've got no idea what others are up to.
Scott was loudly proclaiming his loyalty to Tony Abbott and at the same time organising his supporters to vote for me. And we had an understanding that if I became Prime Minister, he would be Treasurer.
I don't recall Malcolm offering me Treasurer before. I don't recall that. I don't know where that's from. I was not a protagonist in this.
We decided that something needed to happen, and that week was the week that Malcolm would make the approach to Tony to say that he was challenging.
It was decided that he would go around and see Tony after question time, and all go both ways. Is a leadership challenge now?
Well, I can't obviously provide commentary on what you say, this anonymous commentary. What I can say is that in my judgment, Tony Abbott continues to enjoy strong and overwhelming support of the party.
Are there people plotting behind the scenes at the moment that you know?
I've got no idea, mate. Because, if they were, they wouldn't be talking to me.
So after question time, I walked back to the Prime Minister's office with Abbott, sat down with him and said, look, I'm resigning from the Cabinet and I'm going to challenge you for the leadership. And then he was shocked by this, told me I was mad, I'd lost my mind, and so forth, and suggested I forget what we just discussed and go back to my office and pretend it hadn't happened, which I said that was unrealistic. And I
walked out into the Senate courtyard and gave a short speech. Unlike me, it was a short one.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. A while ago, I advised him that I would be
The speech that he gave at that point, I think, was the best speech that he ever gave, because he outlined very clearly why he was doing it and what he wanted to achieve.
We need a different style of leadership. We need advocacy, not slogans.
In politics, sometimes you make these statements that you live to regret. Generally, there's quite a few of them. I said, well, almost by way of a footnote,
We have lost 3 news polls in a row. It is clear that the people have made up their mind about Mr. Abbott's leadership.
The City News poll reference came out of nowhere. No one knew about that. That was a classic Malcolm Turnbull line where he thought he was smarter than everybody else.
I now have to go and speak to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Malcolm set a benchmark that put a noose around his neck.
Tony rang me to tell me that there was going to be a leadership challenge. I expressed disappointment about that. I think I also made the comment to him that had the members of Parliament forgotten what Malcolm was like last time?
Matthias came round to my office and said, "Oh, Tony, I'd like to talk to you." And I said, "Sure." I mean, I got on well with Tony too. So I went round. He asked me if I wanted to sort of run as his deputy. And I thought this was odd. We already had a deputy, Julie Bishop, and as far as I knew, Julie wasn't going anywhere. And I thought Julie was doing a good job. So I went, I'm not going to challenge Julie. I went back to my office with a friend and I had a curry that night. I went into the whip's office and, Scotty Buckholz was the whip at the time, and he's drawn up one up on a piece of paper and said, "Which side are you on, Craig?" I've just looked at him and thought, "You're asking me now which side I'm on? You know which side I'm on. And if you're only trying to work this out now, it's too late, it's all over." I think Tony's Praetorian Guard, in that respect, let him down.
My wife was gravely ill, and so I didn't have the figure on the pulse as I did previously. And when I realised what was happening, there were certain colleagues that I tried to ring, and they were unavailable. All sorts of excuses, and I saw the writing on the wall.
If someone's in trouble, you get in and you support them. And I didn't see that. I saw Tony deserted.
Leadership is so.
I think there's enough speculation around. I don't think I need to answer it.
But it happened very quickly. So within the space of a few hours, we were all being called in to vote. For me, it was very clear you support the leader. And I walked with our supporters into the party room. It sort of felt like going to battle.
It was liberating, because we were out there in public as opposed to speaking privately among ourselves. We were out there nailing our colours to the mast, for good or bad. And off we go.
Tony declares the position vacant. The whip asked for candidates. Tony and Malcolm stand up.
I voted for Turnbull because there was no other option.
I was loyal to Tony. I supported his prime ministership.
I voted for Tony Abbott. But I was bereft of choices.
There's so many things about Melbourne that I couldn't really go with, but in the end, there wasn't anyone else really. You win 54-44. How do you feel?
Well, I was a little stunned, but I felt very good about it. I mean, to quote Abbott, I felt good government could begin today because I was confident that I would run a good government.
Obviously, Tony was very unhappy about it. He didn't shake Malcolm's hand to congratulate him. It was tense for a moment, and then the party room dispersed.
The Australian people chose Tony Abbott, and I believe when our party rolled Tony Abbott, the democracy went out the door that day.
Very good. Thank you all very much. I'm truly sorry to keep you up so late. This has been a very important day in the life of the nation, the government, and of course our party.
Tony played a pretty good poker face. I was invited back to have a drink with him in his office. There was a lot of very angry people. How was he?
Chat, but not boring or anything like that, but just a person who felt that he'd just been hit in the head with 42.
Tony Abbott's only the fourth Liberal leader to take the party to government in its history. How's he feeling?
Gutted, still not believing that it really happened. Some people that he thought were close confidants were continuing to bolster him up in private and stab him in the back.
Can you say who it is?
Oh, look, my view is that Christopher Pyne and Senator George Brandis were thick as thieves in that and pursued that.
Did you have an idea of what was going on?
No.
I wasn't involved in Malcolm Turnbull's campaign against Tony Abbott, and I felt personally very conflicted as someone who had continued to support him until literally that very morning. I did go to see Tony, and we had a tense meeting in which I said I wanted to come and see you to explain why I didn't vote for you. And I was honest with him, because in my view, it was all over for him. It wasn't going to stop the Turnbull ascension.
The hour is very late. Everyone should go to bed. Thank you very much indeed. Cheer up. Quite a crowd today. Thank you for being here. This is not an easy day for many people in this building. Leadership changes are never easy for our country. My pledge today is to make this change as easy as I can. There will be no wrecking, no undermining, and no sniping.
I understood very well how devastated Abbott would be after losing the leadership.
It is humbling to lose, but that does not compare to the honour of being asked to lead. Thank you.
So I did reach out to Abbott to see how he was going. He didn't welcome my inquiries.
What did he say?
He generally told me to fuck off. He had
quite a few variations on that.
You and Malcolm have blood on your hands this morning.
That's the phrase that people use. I've found this a very difficult process.
It's fair to say that you win at that point in time, and there's the euphoria of having done it, the fact that we think, hey, let's get this show back on the road. But what you don't appreciate is the depth of anger of some of those in the room and the lengths they will go to as time moves forward to exact revenge and retribution.
When you're so focused on one thing, and that is blind ambition and ego, you don't really think about the consequences that unfold. And one of them is that you reap what you sow.
Malcolm Turnbull looked like the moderate's dream. He was the smaller liberal, but Malcolm, at some point, made effectively a Faustian bargain with some of the leaders of the right-wing party that they would stay off his back and he would give them what they wanted. And that was a major mistake. Because after what the right wing of the party saw as the political assassination of their hero, Tony Abbott, there is no way the right wing were ever going to forgive Malcolm.
I am Malcolm Dwight swear that I will well and serve the people of Australia in the office of Prime Minister.
If you take by the sword, you die by the sword.
This week on News Breakfast, we catch up with reigning Olympic canoe slalom champion Jess Fox to see how the preparations are going 6 months out from the Paris Games.
And will be serenaded by American singer-songwriter Chris Isaak ahead of his Australian tour.
Remember your ABCs this summer.
Action plan. Start preparing now.
Be safe. Visit our emergency website for tips.
The United States vowed further attacks against Iranian-backed militants in Iran and Syria. People killed in Chile as spread across the country. Iran has condemned US airstrikes on its forces in Syria. The 85 strikes, which the US launched nearly a week after in a drone attack, hit targets linked to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard and affiliated militia groups, according to US Central Command. Iran's foreign ministry says the attacks represented another adventurous strategic mistake by the United States that will result only in increased tension and instability in the region.
Unverified footage captures America's response to a deadly drone attack. This among 85 targets at 7 facilities said to have been hit.
3 of the facilities are in Iraq, 4 of them are in Syria. Numerous aircraft, including B-1 bombers dispatched from the United States, were involved in this operation. Firing over the course of about 30 minutes.
The U.S. says the sites are used by Iran's Guard Corps Quds Force and their affiliates. Police are involved in a recent surge of attacks on U.S. personnel. Officials say they're still assessing the damage, but believe the operation has been a success. The strikes are retaliation for last weekend's attack on base in Jordan. At the time, the president said it would be answered, and he's warning there's more to come. Our response began today. It will continue at times and places of our choosing. Let all those who might seek to do us harm know this. If you harm an American, we will respond.
The White House is striking a delicate balance here. It wants to send a clear message to Iran that attacks by its affiliates and U.S. troops won't be tolerated. Yet it doesn't want to hit with such force that Tehran feels compelled to retaliate.
3 service members during the attack. Their remains were returned home. These ceremonies have become infrequent as the U.S. protects itself from foreign wars. The reverberations of the war in Gaza now threatening to change that. BBC News, Washington.
The Iraqi government has described Washington's military strikes as a violation of its sovereignty, while Syria is reporting a number of people have been killed. Here's more from Global Affairs editor John Lyons in Jerusalem.
This is certainly a major escalation in the Middle East. 85 different strikes in 2 different countries. This is the first time that the US has struck both Syria and Iraq simultaneously. The significance of this is that Washington has not hit Iran itself. It's hit Iran's proxies in Syria and Iraq. It's hit facilities connected to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. They're the enforcers of the regime in Iran. The US is wanting to say to Iran, if you jeopardize any of our facilities in the Middle East, there will be reprisals. Both Syria and Iraq have said it's a breach of their sovereignty, and they've expressed their great concern about this. However, it's almost certain that in coming days there will be more reprisals by America, more strikes.
A mother and her son have been found dead in their home in Adelaide's northwest this afternoon, with a neighbour expected to be charged with their alleged murders. Police say victims were found with significant injuries. Detectives are now calling for information from the public to assist their investigation.
Police were called to a home on Rosetta Street, Rosewater, just after 1 this afternoon, after a family member made the shocking discovery finding her 76-year-old mother and 55-year-old brother dead inside.
They were concerned, so she came around with her daughter, and as you can understand, were confronted with the horrific scenes that they were confronted with.
Officers arrested a 43-year-old man who lives across the road and expect to charge him with 2 counts of murder.
Both the deceased sustained significant injuries, but at this point in time I won't be speculating on weapons that were used.
Police say the motivation for the alleged attack remains unclear.
The relationship between the suspect and the occupants of that address is unknown. It is suspected that they were known to each other.
Detectives are now calling for public help for any information related to this tragic incident, including dashcam vision or footage taken today on the days leading up to this event. Neighbours say they're shocked by the alleged murders.
Really heartbreaking and scary. It'll take a while for people to be made in the community.
I think it's disgusting. I can't comprehend it all.
A community shaken and a family in mourning. Musa Haidari, ABC News.
Two of Victoria's most popular summer holiday destinations are grappling with separate drownings. The first happened early this morning at Barwon Heads, when a simple fishing trip turned deadly.
A boat upside down on the shoreline of Raps Beach at Ocean Grove. Emergency services workers are on the sand. This is the scene of a summer tragedy.
So it's really sad. We saw the boat up to Midland earlier on. Yeah, it's tough. I think they're our people.
It's an absolute tragedy.
Two mates going for a fish took off in this tinny from Ocean Grove at 6:30 a.m. Less than 30 minutes later, they were in trouble.
They've headed out through the river mouth at Barwon Heads and jumped across some large waves. Unfortunately, the boat has capsized as a result.
Both men were in the water. A 61-year-old Moriac man managed to get on top of the boat. His mate, a 66-year-old from Anglesey, was trapped under the tinny.
We believe he was entangled in some rope or possibly some anti-roping, and he wasn't able to free himself, and the surviving fisherman wasn't able to assist him to get in there either.
Three members of the public on jet skis arrived a short time later. They brought the younger man to shore with only minor injuries. Sadly, the 66-year-old was unresponsive. He died at the scene, the 19th fatal drowning this summer.
Ocean Grove is a very safe, family-friendly beach, and for this to happen here, it's a tragedy all round.
Today, surf lifesavers were patrolling the river mouth at Barwon Heads. Conditions early this morning were choppy, and the swell was larger than normal.
Because the water pools with the tides, it can get hard to negotiate at times.
It's a good tuning area that they have out here, so there's a lot of boats that were going out through the heads, but a lot of boats didn't want to go out because of the size of the waves.
Hours later, a scuba diver was pulled from the water at Rye on the Mornington Peninsula near the pier at 10 a.m. He was given CPR but couldn't be revived.
As thousands are enjoying the warmer weather at Victoria's beaches and popular holiday spots, authorities are again at pains to emphasise you can never be too safe around the water.
That's just a reminder, obviously, this time of year, make sure you bring your life jackets, look after your friends and family out in the water. There's lifeguards on duty swim between the flags.
A plea for safety first. Mike Lorrigan, ABC News, Ocean Grove.
The Federal Department of Agriculture is being urged to make a decision over the fate of thousands of Australian cattle and sheep stuck on a wine export ship in WA. The animals have been on board for 4 weeks after the ship was ordered to return from the Middle East amid security concerns in the region. The ship arrived back in Fremantle earlier this week. At the request of the exporter, several hundred cattle were unloaded from the ship last night and have been quarantined, but the department is still deciding whether to allow the remaining animals to be re-exported back to the Middle East via a different route, sparking concern for the welfare of the livestock.
Our concern is the cumulative effect on those animals' health. Sometimes there may not be overt signs of illness, but those animals are suffering, and the longer they're on that ship, the longer they suffer, more days, more deaths.
I have every confidence that that decision will be made in the right lens of protecting animal welfare and making sure that we protect our international reputation.
A man has suffered burns in a house fire in Sydney southwest, which police believe was deliberately lit. Fire crews rushed to the Henley Heights property early this morning where they found the home engulfed in flames. A man in his 60s was rescued from inside before being rushed to the Royal North Shore Hospital's burns unit. He arrived in a critical condition but is now stable. Witnesses reported seeing multiple people fleeing the scene when the blaze broke out. Police believe at least one of them may have sustained burns themselves.
There's a possibility that there's several people involved or more than one. At this stage, we're appealing to the public, if there's not any dash cam footage or they have any CCTV footage, to contact the police.
The wanted Sydney property developer, Jean Nazir, could be facing further criminal charges over potential fraud. The Top Lace founder is believed to be overseas, with his last known whereabouts in Lebanon. Sandy Gregory has the details.
Administrators appointed to Jean Nazif's company Top Lace last year have revealed the fugitive used millions of dollars to invest in land in Lebanon and warehouses in Nigeria and to loan money to his brother before his business empire collapsed. The company claims to have developed 30,000 properties in Sydney, but its building licence was revoked because it failed to address defects across numerous sites. New South Wales Police put out a warrant for his arrest in July last year for alleged fraud relating to a $150 million loan. The administrator's report estimates creditors are owed more than $400 million, while the company's assets are now worth less than $4 million.
3 teenage girls have been seriously injured in a fiery high-speed crash in Sydney southwest. The Subaru collided with a Lexus on King George's Road in Roselands just before 9:30 p.m. before losing control and crashing into a tree. The car burst into flames while bystanders frantically pulled 3 teenage girls out of the wreckage. The 18-year-old driver and an 18-year-old passenger were both taken to hospital in a stable condition, while a 17-year-old passenger is in a critical condition with leg and chest injuries. The driver of the Lexus was not injured. The Tasmanian Premier's ultimatum to 2 independent MPs remains unanswered tonight, with John Tucker yet to speak on the matter. Jeremy Rockcliffe has threatened there could be an early election if Mr Tucker and Lara Alexander don't strike a new agreement with him. The Deputy Premier has suggested the new agreement is open to negotiation, but some think the Premier has made up his mind on going to an early poll.
A day after the Premier issued his election threat, it's business as usual for the government. The Deputy Premier backing his leader's decision to attempt to reach a new, stricter agreement with former Liberal backbenchers Lara Alexander and John Tucker.
The Premier's been quite clear that he'll now enter into an agreement-making phase with the 2 independents. We hope it's fruitful and successful.
A conciliatory approach taken towards the 2 independents, but not the Labor opposition, with the whiff of an election in the air.
The biggest troublemaker in the Tasmanian Parliament is in fact Rebecca White and the Labor Party. They create mischief. They're constantly trying to create stunts and waste of time activities.
There is one common factor here, and that is Jeremy Rockcliffe's leadership. His leadership caused the defectors to leave the government.
It's a waiting game for the public, the opposition, and apparently the Premier, with Mr Tucker still considering his response to the demand for a new agreement. And while there's talk of negotiations, some say there's little chance it will resolve.
They've made the point that they would like to be independent, and they don't want to be former Liberals committed to necessarily the Liberal agenda on which they were elected.
And as much as the Premier insists he doesn't want an early election, is he now ready to pull the trigger?
Well, I think this is the off-ramp that the Premier has finally decided he needs to take.
Perhaps it's no longer a matter of if, but when. Lucy MacDonald, ABC News.
A boy has been treated in hospital after being bitten by a dingo on Kari off the southern Queensland coast. The incident occurred last night at the Barwell Creek camping ground. The boy suffered injuries to his lower abdomen and was taken from Kingfisher Bay to Harvey Bay in stable condition. He's the 3rd child to be bitten by a dingo on the World Heritage listed island since the start of the year. Ex-tropical cyclone Kirrily is continuing to bring heavy rainfall and damaging wind gusts in northwest Queensland. More than 150 millimetres fell near the Northern Territory border overnight, while extensive flooding has isolated communities. The system is expected to weaken in the coming days as another low intensifies in the Coral Sea and potentially developing into a cyclone late next week. It could make landfall between Mackay and Cairns.
If we do get a 3rd coastal crossing over the Queensland coast, it will be the first time in about 5 years or so. So in 2018 to 2019, we had 4 coastal crossings.
At least 10 people have been killed in wildfires in Chile as the country swelters through a heat wave. The fires have forced the evacuation of 9 regions in central areas of the South American nation. Around 480 hectares of land in the Valparaiso region in the country's west has been burnt. At least 1,000 homes have been damaged, and there are at least 158 wildfires burning out of control across the country. Aircraft have been deployed to help control the blazes,
which have been fanned by strong winds.
We have winds of close to 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. The wind is hard because it carries the leaves, branches or pieces of wood, and each creates new little fire that grows even more places. That's a complicated part.
Hundreds have flocked to beaches to escape the heat wave. Authorities warn extremely hot weather is becoming increasingly frequent. The temperature is forecast to climb to 35 degrees Celsius today, with the scorching temperatures expected to continue over coming days. Meanwhile, locals in the inland capital Santiago are being advised to seek shelter in the shade.
The heat is very intense. You can't be out in the streets. I'm dying. Going to the school because only 2 minutes outside and you could end up fainting.
Farmers protesting high costs and climate policies have blocked the border between Belgium and the Netherlands as demonstrations spread across Europe. Convoys of tractors have group blocked the centre of Paris for the past week, but after government concessions, blockades have now been lifted.
Steamrolling the heart of the European Union.
It's not just the environmental bitches on the back.
As EU leaders voted to throw Ukraine an $80 billion lifeline, farmers angry over rising costs and climate policies took their protest to
No, it was not a success. They didn't say anything to us. We don't, right? But I think it was clear that we are.
So chaos erupted. Eggs were pelted at the European Parliament and as the hours rolled on, the protests spread. Poland, Ireland, Malta, and the Netherlands. Farmers blocked the border with Belgium.
Afgelopen jaren we protested in the Netherlands.
Hi, babies!
A breakthrough after a week of blockades through the centre of Paris.
Demonstrates to block the roads, so we're really happy to be going back.
The French government agreed to concessions, including cash cameras and
I'm not completely satisfied. I'm a little sad. I still have big expectations for the coming weeks, months, to be sure that these are not empty promises.
A reprieve in France, but little progress elsewhere. Catherine Deese, ABC News, London.
A fortnight after Taiwan elected a new pro-sovereignty president, its military has been conducting drills to show it will be on alert over the upcoming holidays. Chinese ships and planes operate around the island on a near daily basis, and it's expected activity could increase as the presidential inauguration day approaches.
From the skies to the sea, Taiwan's military says it won't let its guard down. On an army base in the south, under a cloud of smoke, soldiers fight a mock enemy attack.
The ROC armed forces have to prepare ourselves very well in order to defend our hometown.
This exercise simulates what it might look like if one of China's regular drills around Taiwan turned into a sudden assault. It's taking place at a key time, only weeks after the island's elections, but also just before most Taiwanese go on holidays for the Lunar New Year.